So hey guys, how are you all? Today we are gonna see, what if Harry mastered the dark Parseltongue and took control over magical snakes? If you are new here, subscribe, either I will take your magic. Also, as you know, I do not own this story. If you want to see original creator, then go to space into Milky Way. LOL. Joking, you can find link in description. It had been 5 days since Creature left to look for the third Horcrux and Harry was getting anxious. Harry twirled his wand between his fingers in an attempt to distract himself from his racing thoughts. What if he doesn't find it? What if the last lead was a dead end? Of course, his worries weren't helped by the looming reality that after they found this Horcrux, he and his friends would still have to find 3 more. And they had no idea what or where they were, let alone how he's going to destroy them. Harry? Harry, it's your turn. He was ripped from his thoughts by the sound of Hermione's voice. Huh? Oh, right. After spending a week at Grimmauld Place with no leads and nothing to do except read. Although this was not a problem for Hermione, Harry and Ron were getting restless. So, of course, Hermione suggested playing Scrabble because for some reason, she just so happened to have it. When Harry and Ron asked her why she packed it, she said, "There's nothing wrong with being prepared." And as expected, she was winning by 100 points. After Hermione's reminder, Harry played star for 4 points. Are you two even trying? Hermione huffed, a note of teasing in her voice. It's not our fault. No one could beat you, Hermione, Ron groaned in Harry's defense, to which Hermione blushed in response. Just as Ron began placing his letters for his turn, they heard a loud crash in the kitchen. The trio exchanged glances, eyes wide. Creature. Harry breathed. The 3 of them immediately scrambled towards the sound. As they approached the kitchen, the boy who Creature had kidnapped was cursing and kicking things. "Get off of me, you filthy vermin, and know your place." Harry thought the voice sounded vaguely familiar, but ignored the prickling on his spine at the sound and pressed forward. Harry, who was at the front of the group, swung open the kitchen door and locked eyes with familiar icy gray eyes. Overwhelmed with unpleasant shock, Harry muttered, "Malfoy?" Draco Malfoy raised his wand to attack, but Harry, Hermione, and Ron were quicker, and simultaneously shouted different spells: Expelliarmus, Petrificus Totalis, Stupefy. Malfoy immediately stiffened and shot backwards into the cabinets, taking pots and pans with him as his rigid body slid to the floor. Harry caught the intruder's wand as it flew into the air, then slowly crept towards him, ignoring Hermione's nagging voice behind him. Honestly, boys, those are not appropriate spells to use in the kitchen. You're lucky that only a few pots fell over. Hermione snapped before muttering with a small smile, "I will admit, though, that did feel good." Creature was hunched over Malfoy. Creature has brought Harry Potter, the one in possession of the locket. The bitter old house elf was glaring as usual, but he also what Harry detected to be a glimmer of hope in his eyes. At this realization, Harry removed Regulus's locket from around his neck and tossed it to Creature, who immediately scurried away to his cabinet, his former master's locket in tow. After Creature left, Harry had the chance to properly look at Malfoy, who was covered in dust from the old cabinets he had slammed against. His eyes were shut, his hands lay rigidly at his side, and the Horcrux hung menacingly around his neck. He looked off somehow. There were purple bags underneath his eyes and skin was sallow. Harry, who stalked observed him for many days during the last year, had never seen him looking so frail. He wondered what happened to make him look like that. Then he remembered who he was, an obnoxious bully who only cared about himself. He was also a Death Eater, and Harry decided he didn't care what was wrong. "So, what do we do with him?" Ron asked, lightly kicking Malfoy's foot. "I mean, he obviously can't stay here." Hermione scrunched her face in thought. She then commented, "Well, he can't leave. I mean, he knows we have the locket, and we have no idea if he even knows what it is. What if he does know? He's a Death Eater. If we send him away, he'll go straight to you." "Who?" Harry hesitantly nodded in agreement and removed his glasses to massage the bridge of his nose. Then confirmed, "He stays." "You're mental. You can't honestly expect him to just stay put. Regardless, he's a Death Eater. He'll kill us." Ron fumed. "Hey, Malfoy, I know you hate us and everything, but could you just stay right there? I'm sure nothing bad will happen. He doesn't even have a wand, Ron. I took it from him. Besides, We could just lock him in the extra room upstairs. Then he can't hurt us and can't get out. Sound fair? Harry offered. Fine, but don't expect me to feed him. Ron grumbled. Hurry up, you two, Hermione ordered. He's not going to stay stunned forever. With that, Harry and Hermione levitated the blonde up the stairs together. Harry did so lazily, occasionally ramming Malfoy's legs into the walls with soft thuds which caused Ron to giggle quietly. Harry and Hermione hastily lowered Malfoy onto the bed in one of the rooms, next to Sirius's, where Harry had been sleeping, and locked the door from the outside behind them. I don't understand why he has to stay right next to me. I just know he'll try to bother me at night, Harry mumbled. There are only 2 other rooms on this floor, and we're certainly not going to put him in Regulus's. Plus, we don't want him further up where none of us are, in case he tries something, Hermione said pointedly. How would he know that it's you anyway? Harry gritted his teeth. Trust me, Hermione. He'll know. Draco woke up in a daze. The words spun around him as he tried to sit up, so he opted to stay horizontal instead. As the world stilled, he was looking up at a cracked, crumbly ceiling, covered with dust and cobwebs. He scrunched his nose in disgust. Then the memories came flooding back to him. He had been kidnapped by Harry Potter's withering house elf and the Scarhead's stupid friends. Draco slowly hauled himself into a sitting position, his body aching from the combination of spells and objects that had hit him in what felt like many hours ago. Draco longed to be curled up in his 4-poster bed with his satin sheets and goosefeather pillows. Instead, he was in a dingy bedroom, on scratchy cotton sheets, in a house with 3 of his enemies. He wanted to be angry, to scream and cry and wish for home, but he couldn't. His luxurious home was nothing but a memory that had been tainted with images of blood and death. A small part of him was grateful, not that he would ever say it aloud. He shivered at the thought of what the Dark Lord had planned for that night. He had abducted the former Muggle Studies professor from Hogwarts and had planned to make an example of her by torturing and murdering her. Bile rose up from his throat at the thought. Not that he had ever had any interest in learning about Muggle imbeciles, but something about her being from his old school made his stomach swim with nausea. He thought it a bit ironic that it would be the trio of Gryffindors who saved him from his miserable evening, who knew that the 3 people who he despised the most would, in a way, rescue him. The thought made him deeply uncomfortable, and he wanted to ensure that it would never ever happen again. Draco reached to tug at the locket he kept around his neck and found its weight missing. He didn't really understand why he would miss something that gave him unrelenting nightmares for weeks on end. But for some reason or another, it was almost comforting. Maybe it was because it was the only piece he had from his shadow of a home, as he had received it as a gift from his father. Or maybe because something about it made him feel needed. While he had a complicated relationship with his father, there was something about having it stolen that made him seething with quiet rage. Draco shakily stood and slinked towards the door. He knew that it would be locked, but he still felt he had to try. He tentatively grabbed the handle, and it felt ice cold to the touch. The knob wouldn't turn, and his suspicions were confirmed. Draco leaned against the unyielding door and slid to the floor, head in his hands. He shivered and looked up to get a sense of his surroundings. Directly in front of him was a small window, not big enough for a person, but big enough to let a stream of pale moonlight trickle in. To the left of the window was the bed that he had been lying in when he awoke, and on the other side of that was a desk with a singular drawer and a wooden chair. He then had a very uncomfortable realization. There was no toilet in this room. So, Draco did what any rational person would do and slammed his arm onto the door as hard as he could a few times and yelled, "Potter, come open the damn door right now." He heard a door to his left open and slam, then feet stomped across the creaky hardwood floors. "What do you want, Malfoy? I'm not letting you out just because you screamed at me," Potter hissed from the other side of the door. "In case you hadn't noticed, Potter, you have forgotten one crucial aspect of hospitality, which is a toilet. I know you're uncouth, but I didn't realize you were that much of a barbarian. I'm surprised your little mudblood didn't think of it." Potter released a furious sigh from beyond the door and then growled, "All right, but one wrong move when you come out of there, and I swear you'll be in the same position you were in 2 days ago." Draco was grateful that there was a door between them, so Potter couldn't see his face fall. "I was out for 2 days?" Draco collected his composure for a retort. Ah yes, sounds like a brilliant plan. Try to run or fight. Wandless, with 3 wizards in the house. Honestly, Potter, I know you hate me, but I'm not stupid. All right, give me a moment. Alohomora, he heard Potter whisper at the door, and then a click as it unlocked. The door slowly opened to reveal Potter with his wand out in a blue t-shirt that was far too big for him and navy plaid pajama bottoms, his bare feet resting on the old wood. Ugh, aren't you worried about splinters? Utterly revolting, Draco said, his face twisted in disgust, as Potter motioned for him to turn around, then put his wand painfully between Draco's shoulder blades. I didn't have time, seeing as you were about to break the bloody door down, Potter seethed, stifling a yawn. Ah, did I interrupt the poor little scarhead sleeping? I would say it's beauty rest, but that adjective doesn't apply to you. He could feel Potter's irritation radiating from behind him. Potter came to halt beside one of the doors across the hall. Go on, but be quick about it. I'd like to go back to sleep. Draco grabbed the door handle, ensuring that he looked as revolted by the unkempt bathroom as possible, and locked the door behind him. He then took as much time in the bathroom as humanly possible. After what Draco estimated to be about 15 minutes, Potter banged on the door. Hurry up, or I might just lock you in there all night. Oh yes, as tempting as that sounds, I'll have you know that I'm almost finished. Draco then proceeded to take another 5 minutes. Bang, bang, bang. Potter's fist slammed against the door again. Malfoy, I'm about to leave you in there. Draco swung open the door. All right, I'm finished. Are you satisfied? They began walking again. No, you should have been done ages ago. I'm surprised with all these loud noises you didn't wake the weasel and the mudblood. I hear inferior beings are light sleepers. Draco jeered. Clearly that hit a mark as Potter grabbed the back of Draco's shirt collar and shoved him onto the floor of the room he was imprisoned in. I hope you rot, Malfoy. Potter's eyes were flaming as he slammed the door behind him and locked it with a click. After this encounter, Draco felt a bit pleased with himself. Making Potter angry was something he excelled at, so he was proud to make use of his talent. His satisfaction didn't last long as he looked around the room in which he was forced to stay. Draco sighed and pushed himself off of the dusty floor. He wiped the dust onto his already dirty trousers, and his irritation spiked. Of course, he had no extra clothes, but he realized that the prospect of wearing clothes provided by Potter, who normally wore those wretched muggle trousers, would be worse. Draco decided to take the rest of the night to lay down, but as he had just slept for 2 days straight, he knew that his efforts would be in vain. He curled up on his side and tried to think of happier memories before the Dark Lord took hold of the Malfoy estate, and before he had a reminder of it on his skin. Draco remembered his mother's warm embrace enveloping him and her soft words of encouragement after his father had given him violent punishments. His fear infected even some of his happiest memories with a vicious poison. Every memory of his mother's smile, fixing his hair, and telling him everything would be okay was tainted by his father telling him he wasn't good enough, or slapping him when he failed. He winced and touched his cheek at the thought, and realized that he had started crying. Draco knew his father would be angry when he found out he had lost the locket, and even more that it was stolen by Harry Potter. He also knew his father would only care that he was missing because of appearances. He could picture it, allowing yourself to be taken. Do you have any idea how this looks? Disgraceful. I do not expect such weakness from the Malfoy heir. Draco's only response could be, yes, father. Acceptance was the only acceptable way for a Malfoy to respond, especially Draco, who was to be the future head of house. His father's expectations weighed heavily on his shoulders at all times. A Malfoy must maintain appearances. He must have grace and poise. He must never fail. Anything other than perfection is failure. Perhaps Draco could just waste away in this dirty room. Simply pretend like the rest of the world doesn't exist. Throw away the war and his father's expectations. Perhaps they weren't even looking for him. Draco knew he was expendable. He wasn't even able to carry out the important task he was given by the Dark Lord himself. Severus had to do it for him. He pictured Dumbledore's glassy eyes as he offered Draco protection. He squeezed his eyes tightly closed. He could never have taken protection from the former headmaster. The thought of Draco on the other side of the war was laughable. This was who he was. He had never known anything outside of pleasing his father and worshipping the Dark Lord. Even though he had seriously considered taking Dumbledore's hand, his place had already been decided. Draco only had one option. He also came to the realization that he couldn't kill people either. Standing over Voldemort's opposition and being told to commit murder made him feel physically ill. He had puked in the dungeons of his home more times than he could count. For this, as a Death Eater, he was frequently laughed at. Itty-bitty Draco couldn't even cast the spell. He's a failure to his family. Why was he even made a Death Eater? The voices of his superiors rang in his head like the buzzes of 1,000 insects. Draco was, however, capable of torture. Maybe it was an easier thing to not think about. Maybe it somehow felt less permanent, less real. Maybe his father had just desensitized him. Still, the glazed eyes of his allies' victims haunted his nightmares with an unshakable fervor. The image made him feel cold and empty. After a few hours, the increasing light showed him that it was dawn again. He once again got up to explore the room. It was a very small space, so there wasn't much more to see, other than the desk drawer and underneath the bed, but he felt that it could at least try to decrease his boredom. He opened the drawer, but there wasn't much in it. There was a bit of parchment and a strange, multicolored cube, which was a strange, glossy material. He eyed the cube curiously, then closed the drawer. He crouched to look underneath the bed, but there was nothing under there except more dust. His stomach let out a loud grumble. It was going to be a long day. When Harry went downstairs for breakfast, he was still fuming. He knew those kinds of remarks about blood purity were typical for Malfoy, but it didn't change the fact that they still managed to get a rise out of him. "Mornin', Harry," Ron said sleepily from the kitchen table, where he was flipping through the Daily Prophet, which he did every morning, despite the fact that he knew it was rubbish. When Harry asked, he did mention that it was mostly because of the boredom they'd been faced with for the past few weeks at Grimmauld Place. "Morning, Ron," Harry muttered in return. "Where's Hermione?" "In the kitchen. She wanted to make breakfast because it's unfair to always use unpaid labor." Ron rolled his eyes. "You all right, mate? You look absolutely knackered." "Malfoy," Harry grumbled and shuffled into the kitchen. Hermione was standing beside the sink in an apron with flour all over it. In front of her, there were 3 bowls piled in the sink. The kitchen smelled like burning. "Oh, hello, Harry. Would you like to help?" Hermione smiled at him. Her thick curly hair was tied out of her face into a bun, but a few shorter pieces escaped from the front. "Possibly? What are you trying to make?" Harry said hesitantly, although he knew that he would probably end up finishing the cooking because as highly as Harry thought of her, he also knew that she was a horrible cook. "I was going to try pancakes, but they're not turning out quite right," she replied with a frown. Beside the flour-dusted recipe that was resting on the counter was a pile of black round blobs. Harry had to stifle a laugh. "Yeah, I'll have to agree with you on that one. Why don't you go join Ron? I can finish them." When Harry said this, Hermione looked a bit relieved, nodded, and left the kitchen. He internally mused that he could take something from Hermione's batch for Malfoy. Harry looked into the bowl of batter that she was just mixing and picked up the spoon to check the consistency. It seemed about right, but just a touch too thick, so he added a bit more milk, and they seemed to look all right. When Harry was finished, his pancakes were perfectly round and golden. He plated them and left the kitchen to place them on the table in front of Ron and Hermione. In his other hand, he held a plate holding the lumpy burnt ones. "You're not really gonna eat those, are you?" Ron teased. This earned him a light punch in the arm from Hermione. "They're not for me," he said with a smirk. "He's not going to be happy when he finds out that it was me who made them." Hermione feigned exasperation, but Harry knew that she was just as amused as they were. "Exactly," Harry grinned. "Nice. Using his bigotry against him." Ron offered him a hand for a high five, which Harry accepted. Hermione rolled her eyes. Harry grabbed a water bottle from the coffee table in the lounge and then carefully carried both it and the plate up the stairs with steady hands, being careful not to drop them as he skirted around nails in the creaky staircase. He was unsure how he should approach Malfoy's door, so he stood outside for a moment to mull it over. He decided that the best course of action would be to knock. After the first tap, Malfoy responded haughtily, "Never thought I'd live to see the day I'd be excited by a knock from your lot." That gave Harry half a mind to turn around and offer him nothing at all, But as he stared down at the charred pancakes, he decided he was much too enthused to carry it out, and wasn't going to let Malfoy just being Malfoy ruin it for him. Plus, terrible or not, he didn't want Malfoy to starve. He considered himself to be much better than that. Harry unlocked the door and opened it slowly to find Malfoy lounging on the bed. He hadn't even sat up upon Harry's arrival. Well, if it isn't the famous Harry Potter, gracing me with his presence. To what do I owe such a pleasure? Malfoy said sardonically, while he closely examined his fingernails. Pushing down mild irritation, Harry placed the blackened pancakes on the small desk. I brought you food. Malfoy pretended to look uninterested, but as soon as Harry mentioned food, he immediately moved to a sitting position. Harry noticed upon Malfoy's movement that his eyes were red and puffy. Malfoy, have you been crying? Harry wasn't concerned but rather unsettled. He had only seen Malfoy cry once, and while he despised the git, it was not a memory he quite liked to remember. Malfoy scoffed, that Potter is simply your imagination. Perhaps all of the dust in here is fogging your glasses. Of course, my mistake. I had forgotten you were incapable of feelings, Harry said through gritted teeth. Then the pancakes caught Malfoy's eye, and Harry wished he could have taken a photo of his horrified expression. What's that rubbish? That rubbish is Hermione's attempt at pancakes, Harry smirked, as he enjoyed the exact reaction he would have expected from Malfoy to unfold. You're welcome not to eat them, although you shouldn't expect to see any more food until supper. That is, if you play nicely. Tomorrow, if not. Malfoy's face turned bright red. You honestly expect me to eat your little mudblood friend's sorry excuse for cooking? You're not going to be eating anything with language like that, Harry replied darkly. Touchy, touchy. Don't know why using accurate descriptors bothers your lot so much. Perhaps you're just not used to civilized society. Have you ever considered that perhaps your civilized society is not as civil as you seem to think it is? Have you ever even considered pretending to have empathy? Harry could feel his temperature rising and decided that it would probably be best to leave before he throttled the blonde prat. Harry moved to close the door, prior to being interrupted by Malfoy's obnoxious voice. Oh, and Potter, would you be a dear and ask Granger to get me something to read? It's dreadfully boring in here. I would ask you to do it, but you obviously don't read. Why would she want to do anything for a prick like you? You've done nothing but bully her and call her slurs. There was a pause. I'll be nice then, Malfoy murmured. I'm sorry, what was that? I don't think I heard that correctly. Did you just agree to be nice? I didn't think you were capable. I'd prefer that to sitting around all day staring at the ceiling. In case you hadn't noticed, this room is quite empty. Malfoy huffed. Fine. But if I hear that you said anything at all about Hermione's parentage, you'll have to start counting cracks in the floor. Fine. Harry closed the door and locked it again before he descended down the stairs to hopefully eat the pancakes that he had made for himself. When he returned, Hermione and Ron were sitting on the couch in the lounge, whispering quietly to each other. Harry was halfway to the kitchen before they noticed him. Hi, Harry. How's our prisoner? Ron said. As much of a git as usual. Although he did make a strange request. What kind of request? Hermione inquired. Harry looked at her. He actually wanted you to give him books. He said he wanted you to do it because he knew I didn't read. Hermione looked at Harry, bewildered. I'm surprised he'd want to touch anything I gave him, let alone explicitly ask for it. I know. I'm just as surprised as you are. Hard to believe he cracked after only a day of being awake. I dunno. I'd be bored enough to ask for a book if I were locked alone in a room alone for a whole day, Ron admitted. Likely, Hermione snorted before she continued. I luckily always have books on hand, but I think I have just the one. She rummaged through her bag to find the right book and handed Harry a large red book that she had clearly read a dozen times. Harry looked at the front cover that read Muggle Basics, Lifestyle, Home and Work in gold curly font. Harry grinned widely. Oh, he's gonna love this. Then he ran back up the stairs to give the book to Malfoy without even touching his breakfast. Draco stared across the room at the burnt blobs of food that Potter had left for him and decided that he wasn't hungry enough to essentially poison himself. He did, however, eye the clear container next to the supposed meal. It had some sort of clear blue protective covering around it. He poked at the strange container with the fork Potter had brought him. Nothing happened. It said on the outside that it was water, but it was in a completely closed container, so he had no idea how to drink it. Instead, he decided to sit in the chair and stare at it. Curiously, there was another knock on the door. Yes? Draco called lazily, still eyeing the strange container. Potter once again pushed open the door, a book in his hand. Miss me already, Potter? I know I'm dashing, but you're really not my type. Potter's face reddened with irritation. I brought you the book you asked for. Anything else, Your Majesty? He said sarcastically. Actually, yes. While I understand that it must be quite amusing to you to play pranks on me, I do need to drink water. But I must say it was very clever to make it clear like that. Potter's face twisted into pure confusion. I already gave you water. Then his face shifted into an expression, clearly trying to stifle laughter. Have you never seen a water bottle before? Seen a what? Apparently it's not a very common spell. I must admit I'm impressed. While Draco was very proud, his curiosity to know how Potter had done it overweighed his pride. At that point, Potter was doubled over laughing. Draco was incredibly offended. Why are you laughing, Potter? It's embarrassing enough that your little prank worked. If I had my wand, I would have most certainly figured out your little trick, he snapped, which only caused Potter to be in tears from laughing. Draco liked this side of him, but he shoved the thought down as soon as it came. Potter wiped the tears from his eyes. Oh, Merlin, that was priceless, Potter breathed, still recovering from his guffawing, then cleared his throat. It's a water bottle. It's made of a muggle material called plastic. I'd never thought about the fact that there's no plastic in the wizarding world. Potter then picked the water bottle up and twisted the top to create an opening, placed it on the table, and walked to the door. Draco could hardly suppress the look of horror that appeared on his face. No, that's not possible. A muggle could never come up with something that complex. You're just trying to trick me. It's not going to work. Fine, you don't have to believe me. Just see for yourself, Potter said before he placed the massive red book he had brought with him on the floor and slid it over to Draco. The book landed against his foot with a quiet thud, after which Potter left the room and locked the door once again. Draco picked up the book that Potter had given him, but after reading the title, he immediately dropped it back on the floor in offense. Chapter End Notes. Just for future reference, the chapter names will be pleasant and unpleasant. Laughing face. This will apply to both POVs, i.e. Draco is the unpleasant for this chapter, so the title is from Harry's POV. A shower and nightmares. Chapter notes. Thank you for all of the love so far, TT. Unpacking some Draco backstory in this one, so prepare for lots of Draco POV. Smiley face. See the end of the chapter for more. Notes. Harry was halfway down the stairs when he heard Malfoy shriek his name. Potter, you get back here this instant. Harry sighed, took a pause, and deliberated on whether or not he actually wanted to return to give Malfoy, who was screaming like a petulant child, what he wanted. However, Harry decided that if he didn't return, Malfoy would probably continue to yowl until he got it. Anyway, Harry opened the door to find Malfoy staring down at the book next to his chair as if it were a bug that he was still deliberating squashing. I see you're enjoying your read, Malfoy. Harry smirked and leaned his shoulder against the doorframe. Did you have to bring me this rubbish? Malfoy spat and looked from Harry to the book in disgust. You did ask Hermione to find a book for you. Didn't say anything about the material. Malfoy stared at Harry with loathing in his eyes. After a minute of staring at each other, Harry broke the silence again. You don't have to read it, but don't expect me to bring you anything else, Malfoy. Then he took his leave again, and this time decided to ignore Malfoy's yells of irritation. When Harry finally made it down the steps, Ron was napping on the couch and Hermione was reading in an armchair. He nodded to Hermione, who lowered her book as she saw him. She raised an eyebrow but said nothing as he went into the kitchen to finally serve himself breakfast. Draco spent the entire afternoon in bed, still considering which would be better, boredom or sullying his dignity by reading about muggles. The book beckoned at him from across the room, its bright red binding almost glowing in the otherwise dull surroundings. The room had begun to turn a warm pink as the sun set outside the small window. Draco glanced down at the drawer where the colorful cube was and decided to see what that was about instead. He crept over to the tiny desk once again, ensuring he left a wide berth between himself and the aforementioned book, and looked into the drawer where the cube was located. When he took it out, he noticed that it was surprisingly light. The object was mostly smooth to touch, except for ridges that created 9 tiny squares of different vibrant colors on each side. The cube almost resembled tile in both design and texture. He took the cube to the bed and sat down facing it. He stared at the cube, chin resting on his hands as he tried to figure out what to do with it. It didn't seem like it was meant to just sit around, as it wasn't even displayed, and he thought it seemed valuable. He begrudgingly thought that Potter might know what to do with, just like the water bottle that Draco had since finished. That was not a thought he wanted to continue entertaining. He picked up the cube once again and examined it. When he tried to push on the little tiles, as if they were buttons, it proved ineffective. Maybe if I twisted it, aha. One layer of the cubes moved. It seemed like a puzzle. He thought perhaps there might be something inside. He decided that he absolutely had to figure it out. The moon was casting an eerie glow through the window by the time he had gotten bored of playing with the mysterious cube, because somehow after so many hours of fidgeting with the blasted thing, nothing seemed to happen other than the little squares lining up together. He wondered absent-mindedly what time it was as he found himself growing tired. A knock came at the door. "What do you want, Potter?" Draco called irritably. "How'd you know it was me?" Potter replied as he opened the door. "You're the only one who's ever come in here," Draco said, rolling his eyes. "Oh, right. Well, I figured you might need to use the loo, and I didn't want you waking me up at 3 a.m. again. So thoughtful, Scarhead. You shouldn't have really," Draco drawled before moving to a sitting position. "Well, come on then," Potter said and gestured at the door. Draco scowled. "I don't take orders from you." "Oh, right. I forgot you only take orders from mass murderers." Draco flinched and pushed past Potter. He noted the puzzled look on his captor's face as he passed, then began to think about what might have become of his parents in the days he'd been gone. He couldn't imagine his absence made any difference. After all, he was a low pawn in the rung of minions. The Dark Lord was probably glad to have him, a lowly irritant, gone and no longer getting in the way of his plans. Draco didn't take very long to use the toilet. He was too lost in his thoughts about his family and the Dark Lord. Potter looked a tad bewildered when Draco exited the loo in under 10 minutes. Draco didn't react to his frazzled expression and continued towards the room he had been sleeping in. He had shut the door on his own before Potter could even reach the door. After he shut the door, it took a while before he heard the familiar click of the door locking. Draco collapsed on the bed. He felt even more hollow than he had before, which was saying something. Before long, his depression turned into exhaustion, which eventually turned into sleep. Draco's nightmare started on the astronomy tower, on a night he didn't like to remember. It started out the same. Dumbledore stood before him, his bespectacled eyes weary, yet still twinkling with warmth. Draco told him of the things he had done, how he had failed twice. Both attempts were feeble at best, and he knew deep down that neither would have killed the powerful wizard. There was a secret part of him that saw it as the desired outcome. Draco hadn't really wanted to kill him. He just had to. Whatever task the Dark Lord required was fulfilled, after all. Regardless of Draco's attempts to murder him, the former headmaster offered him protection. Draco found himself torn. In a new turn of events, he heard a familiar chilling whisper in his ear. "You will not fail me again, Draco. Do it. Cast the spell. You know the spell." The serpentine voice of his master rang through his head. He knew he had to do it. He had to say it. 2 words. He began shakily, Avada Dash, still making eye contact with Dumbledore, but Draco's heart sunk down to his stomach as the professor's pleading eyes bore into him. At the last moment, he redirected the spell towards the whispers instead. "Insolent fool. You are nothing but a lowly servant. You can't kill me." A flash of green and the dream shifted. When the sequence shifted, he found himself at the railing in his family's mansion, overlooking the entrance hall. The clean black marble glistened with polish, as this was before it was overrun by Death Eaters. It was the evening of their yearly Christmas ball. The tree was glittering brightly with silver and green ornaments that were surrounded by candles which shone brightly in the dim light. He knew it to be the Christmas of his 5th year and his last normal holiday. The last time he was truly, genuinely happy. At the bottom of the staircase, his friends were waving at him. Pansy was wearing an emerald green dress made of silk that draped elegantly over her curves. Her hair was tied in a sleek ponytail, with two pieces framing her round face. She held a champagne glass lazily in her left hand. Blaze was wearing a fitted maroon suit made of a velvety material. Both Crabbe and Goyle were standing awkwardly beside them, each wearing plain black tuxes. Malfoy gave them a short nod before hastily joining them. "Did I miss anything?" he asked, anxiously. The Dark Lord's return, and its meaning for his family weighed at the forefront of his mind. He regretted not appreciating what he had. Pansy draped herself over his shoulder, almost spilling her champagne glass before Draco righted her. She was often very clingy, which originally had made Draco a tad uncomfortable, but he had grown accustomed to it after so many years at school together. "Already started drinking, have we, Pansy?" Draco smirked. She hiccuped in response. It was not uncommon for the more wealthy wizards and witches to drink at parties while still underage. They all strode into the ballroom, while Pansy was more like dragged, to greet the other attending high society, pure-blooded wizards. Crabbe and Goyle trailed behind like lost puppies. Draco had always somewhat pitted the two, as they never seemed to have identities of their own, always 2 steps behind him. The ballroom was just as freezing as he remembered it. He couldn't even imagine how cold Pansy was, but he knew she only wanted to show off. Draco's mother wandered over to check on him. She was dressed in a long-sleeved, shimmering blue gown, and her platinum hair was perfectly straightened. "You're late, Draco, and for heaven's sake it's in your own home," his mother sighed in exasperation, brushing off his deep green suit. "It's fine, Mother. I was just caught up. It won't happen again. I should expect not," she scolded him, and then her eyes softened. "Do try to enjoy yourself, dear," she whispered to him with her hand on his shoulder. He nodded before following his friends further into the party. Draco saw his father speaking in hushed voices with someone who had their back turned, and his blood turned to ice. His father acknowledged him with a nod, and the figure slowly turned around. Familiar snake-like eyes bore into Draco's skin like freezing daggers. The figure then launched himself at Draco, arms outstretched. The crowd fell away, and he tried to run, but a frigid hand had already grabbed onto his left arm, where his dark mark was. Draco struggled in vain and tried to scream, but to no avail. The icy hands wrapped around his neck, choking him, and the dream went black. Draco awoke still screaming and drenched in sweat. The sunlight that trickled in from the small window showed that it was morning. He sighed and laid back down and wiped his brow. He smelled himself and recoiled. He usually never went a single day without showering. He took his grooming very seriously, so the state of filth he found himself in was nauseating. Just as he raised his fist to bang on the wall, a knock came at the door. "Malfoy, I've got breakfast." He heard Potter's voice, followed by the sound of a plate being set on the floor. Potter, so good of you to show up exactly when you were needed. I require a shower." A sigh from behind the door.
Now?
"Yes, now. It's been 5 bloody days. I refuse to wait any more." A deeper sigh. "All right, let me go get it sorted." Draco heard shuffling outside the door in the direction of the bathroom before Potter finally returned and opened the door, looking haggard. "Oh, you poor thing. Potter, you look absolutely dreadful," Draco mocked with a sneer. "Fuck off, Malfoy. I wouldn't look like this if you weren't screaming in your sleep. You're worse than Ron says I am, and that's saying something." Draco smiled condescendingly. "Yes, Potter. We know I'm better than you at most things. Now get out of the way." He shoved Potter aside and made his way towards the bathroom, Potter trailing close behind with his wand out. After Draco shut the door in his face, he heard an irritated groan, a locking noise, and loud footsteps leaving the locked door. Draco decided on washing himself off in a shower, and then he would follow it with a bath. He peeled off his dirty clothes, which were covered in dust and grime, and decided that needed to bully Potter into having them washed. But first, a cleanse. The shower let out a loud squeal as Draco turned the knob for running water, and he could hear the plumbing groaning as it started pouring from the faucet, as if it were still getting accustomed to being used. When Draco finally stood under the warm water, it felt incredible. As it ran down his back and soothed his skin, he realized how tense he had been. The water was amazing, The products for washing, on the other hand, were not. Of course, Harry Bloody Potter used a hair wash that supposedly both cleaned and softened it at the same time. No wonder his hair's such a disaster, Draco muttered to himself, before he grimaced and took the foul Muggle product to his normally pristine locks. After he finished washing up, Draco switched the water from running the shower to running the bath. Once the tub was full, he sat with his long legs tucked to his chest and let its warmth seep into his skin and replenish his strength. What if I just stayed here, he wondered. No one would miss me. The thought of his home and his mother waiting for him lingered in his mind's eye. It felt almost as though he would never see them again. Slipping under the water and letting the world fade away seemed very tempting to him because he didn't think life as a prisoner was one he wanted to endure for any longer. However, he was stopped by the mortifying idea of Potter, or God forbid any of his lackeys, finding him naked in the bath. So instead, he just sat in the warm water and thought about how much he hated himself and the position he was in. Vulnerable, without a wand, and locked in a room as a prisoner with only the bathroom as a reprieve. Eventually, the water got cold, and he had to leave his thoughts behind. He hoped that they would flush down the drain along with his self-pity. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had settled into a routine of relaxing on the sofas in the sitting room and looking through Hermione's giant stack of books for information regarding horcruxes. We're never gonna find these bloody horcruxes. Why would Dumbledore send us after these things without any more to go off of? There's no way we're going to find them all anytime soon, Ron huffed, looking just as exhausted as Harry was after they'd riffled through piles of books for 5 days straight. Thankfully, Creature had become rather cordial and had even started cooking meals for the three of them. His warm food made them feel more comfortable and let them relax, at least a little bit. It was mostly because Hermione, thankfully, had given up on trying to stop him. The fact that Harry already had meals made for him when he took them to Malfoy made bringing things to him a whole hell of a lot easier, as had already grown tired of waiting on their supposed prisoner. He was rather irritated that it had become his job, considering they had a house elf. Hermione, however, thought it was bad enough that Creature was taking care of their meals and would absolutely not allow him to take on another task. Potter! A scream rang out from the floor above them. Harry sank further down in his chair and let out a groan. I'm so tired of that, Git. Hermione gave him a pitying look, then looked back down at her book. You don't have to always respond, you know. Ron and I are perfectly capable of looking after him as well. Ron made a pinched face in response, obviously biting back a protest, but said nothing. No offense, Hermione, but I think Ron might kill him, and Malfoy would take the opportunity to call you as many slurs as possible, Harry said. Hermione frowned as though she was stifling an argument. As Harry stood up to go let Malfoy out of the bathroom, Hermione grabbed his wrist and held out her palm. Lock it, remember? You don't want to be wearing it when you go back up there. Harry removed the Horcrux from his neck and placed it delicately in her hand. She nodded curtly and slipped the locket around her neck as they had discussed. She had been adamantly against the three of them wearing the thing, but had conceded as the two boys both agreed to taking turns. Harry, of course, decided to go first and had been wearing it on and off since they had acquired it from Malfoy. They had all decided that it would be best for Harry not to have it on whenever he saw their blonde nightmare. Because although he didn't have a wand, they still didn't want to risk Harry's safety, even if the risk was through non-magical means. Ron grimaced as Hermione put the locket around her neck. I still think that keeping a Death Eater here is mental. We should have sent him away while we had the chance. Hermione rolled her eyes. To who, Ronald? The Ministry? We've been over this. That's essentially just sending back to Voldemort. Plus, reporting him to anyone else comes with a whole other slew of problems. I know, Ron said grumpily. I still don't like it. At that, Harry finally proceeded up the stairs towards the bathroom. Immediately after he knocked on the door, there was a response. Get that mangy house elf of yours to wash my clothes, Potter. I'm not coming out of this bathroom just as dirty as I was before. It would be easier if I brought you some other clothes. You and Ron are around the same height. We're not just going to keep washing the same set of clothing forever, Harry snapped. He did think for a moment that his best friend would not be happy to open his wardrobe up to Malfoy of all people. I'd rather die. I could just come out with a towel on instead, if that's what you prefer. But I don't think you deserve the privilege of seeing me naked, Malfoy sneered. Harry scowled at the door in response. Fine. Open the door a crack and give them to me. After Harry unlocked the door, Malfoy obeyed, and Harry held the clothes in question with 2 fingers. I'll be back. I trust you will, Malfoy replied coolly. Harry could hear the smirk on his face and was overcome with the desire to open the door and punch the pointy git in the jaw, but refrained. When Harry returned and threw the clothes inside the bathroom, Malfoy gave another one of his snarky responses. Took you long enough. A troll could have washed my clothes and returned with them in half the time. Of course, you'd know all about trolls given what sort your lot hang around. Harry bit the inside of his cheek to avoid rising to the bait. Think calm thoughts. Think calm thoughts. That was proving especially difficult as Malfoy continued. Honestly, werewolves, mudbloods, blood traders, half-giants, it's all quite embarrassing if you ask me. And to think people actually consider you the chosen one. I'd shut it if I were you, Malfoy. In case you'd forgotten, you don't have a wand, and you made an agreement to not be such a prick, Harry said through gritted teeth. He greatly enjoyed the silence that followed, and also it pleased him that he had successfully shut Malfoy up all the way to his room. I'll be back with your dinner in an hour. Although, I'm tempted to not bring it to you for being such a prat. Luckily for you, my lot, don't starve people to death, Harry said. Malfoy scowled, but again, didn't comment as Harry shut the door in his face. Ron and Hermione were waiting for Harry when he got downstairs. You didn't kill each other again, Ron commented, but Harry couldn't quite tell if he was impressed or disappointed. I got really close this time. Trust me, Harry said. Ah, well, get him next time, I suppose, Ron grinned, then winced as Hermione elbowed him in the side and gave him a pointed look. All right, don't get your knickers in a twist, he said, rubbing his side. Harry collapsed onto the sofa across from his friends. Found anything new since I left? Harry yawned. Harry, you've been gone for 20 minutes. Course we haven't found anything new, Ron replied with a small smile. His expression sobered as he said slowly, although, I've been thinking about the sword of Gryffindor. Hermione and Harry exchanged glances, eyebrows raised. Go on, Harry prompted. Dumbledore had to be known that the Ministry wouldn't actually hand it over, right? So he must have had a reason. I think it was just a hint. It must have something to do with the Horcruxes. He finished. Hermione nodded slowly. Yes, I've been thinking that too, but there's still the question of exactly how. I mean, it couldn't possibly be a Horcrux given you've interacted with it before and nothing happened. She chewed her lip for a moment before her eyes went wide with realization. She grabbed one of the larger books from her teetering pile, which caused the ones above it to go toppling to the ground. She ignored all of the books that had gone to the floor and quickly flipped through the giant black book, as if looking for something. What is it? Ron asked. She held a finger for him to be quiet while she read, and he obeyed. After a moment, she gasped. Oh my God, this is it. Oh, I can't believe I didn't realize sooner. What? Realize what? Harry said. So we know that there are only a few ways to destroy Horcruxes. Remember how you destroyed Tom Riddle's diary with a basilisk fang? Harry nodded and motioned for her to continue. So basilisk venom can destroy them, right? There's just a slight problem with that, Hermione. Harry doesn't just carry around basilisk fangs in his pocket, Ron snorted. Hermione glared at him, then spoke again with a proud look on her face. The sword of Gryffindor is goblin-made. The boys both looked at her quizzically. And that means? Harry asked. Hermione sighed and shook her head. Only everything. Because it's goblin-made, it isn't affected by dirt and rust. It only takes in that which makes it stronger. You stabbed the basilisk with the sword in second year. Bloody hell, Ron gasped. It only takes in that which makes it stronger. Basilisk venom. It can destroy Horcruxes. Brilliant, Hermione, Harry exclaimed. They all exchanged smiling, triumphant glances. Then Ron's face fell. There's a big problem with all this. We don't actually have it, and have no idea where it is or how to find it. After he had quickly finished off the small bowl of stew Potter brought him for supper, Draco settled into bed for another fitful slumber. His dream started in the dungeons underneath the manor. Well, Draco recognized it wasn't really a dream, but a memory, and a terrible one at that. He was standing over the crumpled body of a ministry employee who he had just tortured for speaking against the Dark Lord. There were fearful tears in his eyes, but after a time he had stopped begging for mercy and instead went silent. Draco desperately pretended it hadn't affected him, that it was just part of routine. But the stranger's face was still scorched onto his brain and his cries haunted him in his nightmares. His father was standing beside him. "Good Draco, nicely done," whispered his father smoothly as he looked down on the man with contempt. "Now go on. Finish it." A wave of panic washed over Draco as he looked between his father and the prisoner. This was the first time he had ever been asked to kill. He shook his head in horror and slowly backed away. The man on the floor was staring at them with pleading eyes as he grabbed onto the hem of Draco's father's cloak. His father kicked the man in the face in response. "How dare you dare touch me, filth!" A flash of green and the man was dead. "Now, Draco. No son of mine, dash." After he finished the deed, his father turned to Draco to lecture him, but it didn't matter. He had already started running. He ran along the tunnels underneath the manor, where he used to hide from his father as a young child. Draco was completely out of breath when he finally came across his personal library, or at least that's what he liked to call it. It sat in the tunnels almost directly underneath his bedroom. When he had first discovered it at 8 years old, it had been covered in so much dust and cobwebs that it was almost unrecognizable as a library. Out of curiosity, he had called his personal house elf, Tilly, and ordered her to clean the room, but to tell no one about it. She had obeyed, and when Draco had quietly returned the next night, it was spotlessly clean. There were a wide variety of old books in the library's collection, ranging from family history to curses to incredibly dark magic. He knew because he had begun to read them after he had started attending Hogwarts. It was obviously a room that had been created many years ago to hide any dubious literature from being found by unwanted guests, but it had been forgotten over the centuries. The books and history weren't really what appealed to him about the room, though. The library had a fireplace along with a comfortable armchair tucked in the corner. The room was surrounded by lanterns that lit immediately when he walked inside and covered the room in a pale green glow that was reminiscent of the Slytherin common room. Each lantern hung above towering bookshelves that stood at least 7 feet tall. 6 bookshelves in total completely encased the small room, save for the door and the armchair. One thing that he had especially enjoyed about the room was its spell-resistant lock. It was perfect for someone who didn't want to be found, perfect for Draco. When he first started visiting the room, he needed it to hide from his father whenever he was angry or after his father had beaten him in a fit of rage. Not that it could mend cuts or bruises, but it was the only place he could safely cry. When his father would hit Draco, his mother would tell him to stop crying and that it would only make things worse. She was right. His tears would only bring about more of his father's berating or violence. When he went into his library, he could cry freely. He didn't have to worry about his father, or, more recently, any other Death Eaters stumbling upon him in his most vulnerable state. The thought of his tears made Draco's dream change into an image of the bathroom at Hogwarts. He had been crying out of fear. Draco was supposed to kill one of the most powerful wizards alive, and yet he already knew that he wasn't really capable of killing at all. Of course, Harry Potter of all people would stumble upon Draco in a state he never wanted anyone else to see. Harry Potter, loved and adored by all, the crown jewel of the wizarding world, who has never had to make hard choices. He was handed the right choices by simply being alive. Draco was handed all of the wrong choices, and he was not brave enough to challenge fate. Draco had tried to curse him in a panic, but Potter was quicker and hit him with a spell that was nearly fatal. The feeling of cuts all over his body and his blood slowly draining away made Draco feel cold. He had the feeling of losing consciousness again and wondered if that was what it felt like to die. Draco awoke back in the dusty room covered in sweat. He curled in on himself and focused on the thrum of his heart, which felt like it was tied into several intricate knots because of the memories that had been thrust upon him again. Tears pushed themselves from his eyes as he began to sob. He held his knees as he cried. His shoulders heaved with the force of his cry. He laid there crying as sunlight flooded the room. When he finished, his eyes felt raw, drained of moisture. He was grateful he had already dried his eyes when there was a knock on the door. "Malfoy, I've got breakfast," Potter called. "Hopefully something edible this time," Draco grumbled. The door opened and breakfast was indeed something edible. On the plate in Potter's right hand was a neatly folded omelet that was stunningly garnished, and in the other hand he held a large goblet. Draco eyed it suspiciously. "Why does it look better? Have you poisoned it? Is this supposed to be my last meal?" Potter rolled his eyes. "No." Creature completely changed his tune when he found out you were a descendant of the noble house of Black. "If it were up to me, you would be eating rubbish every morning." Draco scowled and grabbed the food from his hand. "What do you mean, he found out I'm a descendant of the noble house of Black?" Potter ignored his question. "Do you have to use the loo before I go?" "I don't want to have to come back," Potter said. Draco's scowl deepened. "You couldn't have asked before you brought breakfast?" Potter shrugged. "Suit yourself. I won't be back for a few hours, though." Draco hesitated before he stopped Potter. Fine, fine. Yes, I probably should." Then he mumbled softly enough that Potter couldn't hear him. "This is humiliating." Draco used the toilet and returned without a word as he was too focused on his grumbling stomach to say anything at all. He settled in to eat breakfast after Potter left. After he had finished off the most spectacular omelet he had ever eaten, not that he would tell anyone that, Draco returned to the bed where he would try and figure out what the hell he was going to do for the rest of the day. The red book was still glaring at him from across the room, and for a brief moment he actually considered picking it up, but he shook the thought away. Maybe he could fold up the pieces of parchment that were nestled in the drawer. It was the more acceptable option, so he set to work on creating paper cranes. This proved to be a lot more difficult without magic, and a lot less fun without a quill to draw pictures of Potter getting injured in various ways. After several hours of making more shoddy paper cranes than he had ever attempted in his life, he was once again bored. A wayward thought drifted through his head. "You asked for a book. You could spend your time reading." No, absolutely not. There was no way he would stoop to reading about Muggles of all things. Draco felt as if his body had moved on its own as he crept towards the large textbook. He knew it was mad, but he also convinced himself that it would be fine if no one knew about it. If anything, perhaps he could use it for a good laugh. After a long staring contest between himself and the book, his boredom and slight curiosity won out, and he tentatively picked it up. Its spine was well worn, and several pages seemed to be barely contained by the binding. He sat on the bed and placed the book directly in front of himself. Draco opened it. The first page just had the author's name and title on it, along with Granger's neatly scripted property of Hermione Granger at the bottom. He hesitated again before he turned the page and started reading. Chapter Endnotes. Normalize the Drarry community characterizing Lucius Malfoy as the absolute worst. Smiley face. I don't really have any idea how often I'll update long-term. They'll start out a little faster, but they'll probably slow down a lot when I go back to school in September. The next few chapters will also have a lot of Draco, laughing face, civility, and Muggle basics. Chapter notes. Sorry for the wait. I was having a bit of writer's block with this one. I also saw 2 concerts in the span of 2 weeks, plus went on a beach trip. Hopefully the next few should come a little more easily to me. This chapter will have several chunks directly from the book. Also, I lied last chapter. This one is mostly Harry's POV. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Muggle Basics, Lifestyle, Home and Work by Magnus Spencer. Prologue. Combating Wizarding Stereotypes. I grew up in a small Muggle town not far from London. My mother was a Muggle and my father was Muggle-born, so I experienced 2 different types of discrimination. I'm sure any wizard would immediately know what many pureblood wizards called my father at school, and my mother never felt as though she could even speak to most wizards. She knew, whether they said it or not, that many saw her as inferior. These are not uncommon experiences for those who are Muggle-born and Muggles themselves who are introduced to our society. Many non-magic folk are pranked, ridiculed, and insulted on a daily basis. Muggle-borns have their status questioned and are often the subject to cruelty from their peers, despite the fact that they may have similar or, in some cases, greater abilities. I have dedicated my life's work to not only combating anti-Muggle stereotypes and challenging bigotry, but also teaching wizards about the ingenuity that Muggles have used to function without magic. In this book, I will explain Muggle machinery, See Chapter 4, Muggle Family and Home Life, Muggle Jobs, and the differences between Muggle and Wizarding social structures. I understand that this subject is one that makes some uncomfortable. It is hard to unlearn beliefs that are deeply ingrained in our society. Pureblood children are told that wizards are the superior race and are meant to rule over Muggle society. Unfortunately, there are wizards who still believe Muggles to be inferior, but I'm confident with the right information all wizards can someday understand how incredible Muggles truly are and treat them as equal beings. Draco snorted at the last line. Equal beings, what a joke. That was the same rubbish that people like Granger touted. Wizards' possession of magic in itself makes us superior. Obviously, Draco thought, we were just born superior. No Muggle invention could change that. He did wonder about the strange word in the paragraph machinery was, but not enough to continue reading at that moment. Draco wouldn't ever have admitted it, but the paragraph made him feel deeply unsettled. He tossed the book back onto the floor where it had been before. Then he turned over on his side towards the wall and began to consider a nap. Just as the world started to fade, there was a light knock at the door. Draco suppressed a groan. "I brought dinner," he heard a girlish voice that was distinctly not Potter's. Potter giving his mudblood girlfriend all his chores now? How lazy of him. Of course, very typical of the boy who lived, letting everyone else just do everything for him, Draco tooted. The door opened. She set the food down on the floor stony-faced, then promptly exited. Draco stared at the door for a moment in an attempt to process what had just occurred. He found it to be exceptionally irritating that Granger hadn't risen to the bait of his taunt. If he were given the choice between Potter's two companions, he truthfully would have chosen the weasel. He was much easier to get a rise out of. Goading was really his only entertainment, after all. After the encounter with Granger, Draco was left wondering what Potter was up to that was more important than him. Harry woke up on the sofa in a haze. Ron was across from him, flipping through a Quidditch magazine. "What time is it?" Harry asked as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes. "A 1:45, Ron replied idly, checking his watch. Harry sat up abruptly. "What? Why didn't either of you wake me? Malfoy's gonna be so up my arse about it." Ron, not looking up from his magazine, said, "Relax. Meione's taken care of it." Harry narrowed his eyes. "Has he said or done anything to her?" he asked slowly. "I'm fine, Harry. Stop worrying," Hermione said from the stairs. "Trust me, mate. I was just as worried as you were. She had to fight me about it," Ron mumbled to Harry. Harry raised an eyebrow because Ron had already adamantly refused to look after Malfoy. Ron, as though he had read Harry's mind, said, "Better me than her. If he so much as looks at you wrong, Hermione dash, how many times do I have to tell you silly boys that he's only trying to get a rise out of you? You're doing exactly what he wants by getting upset." Hermione rolled her eyes at them. "What are we supposed to do? Say nothing?" Ron challenged. "Yes. He tried to say something to me earlier, but I didn't respond. Next time I went in, he said nothing at all," she said, looking quite pleased with herself. Ron, however, did not look pleased. "What did he say to you, Meone? And why didn't you tell me?" "I can guess what he said. That foul slur he calls you," Harry gestured at Hermione. "He's been using it every other sentence since he got here, like it's normal." Hermione gave him a thoughtful look and sat down so close to Ron that his ears pinked. "I expect he does think it's normal," she said simply. Ron and Harry exchanged looks. Then Ron gave a snort. "Yeah, normal for stupid gits." "Oh, come off it, Ronald. You know how his father is. Obviously, it would be a common word in his household." "So what? That makes it okay? You're not actually defending him, are you?" "Every wizard knows it's offensive," Harry said. Hermione looked a bit ruffled when she responded, No, of course not. I know that. I'm only saying, I just think. I don't know, maybe he hasn't given any thought to it?" "He's not stupid. He gets great marks dash. Being clever doesn't matter if you're a lousy person, though," Ron replied tartly. Hermione deflated. Yes, I suppose you're right." After they spent a few more minutes sitting around in silence, Harry finally decided to go up to sleep. When he got into bed, he didn't fall asleep straight away, but instead kept awake and considered what Hermione had said about Malfoy. Truthfully, Harry had never actually considered that he might feel as though he had no other alternative to bigotry. Maybe he also felt that way about following Voldemort. But Sirius, who was born into the Black family, full of blood purists and Voldemort supporters, still actively fought against him. His godfather definitely shouldn't have had a choice, but he still did what was right. Then he also thought of Sirius's brother, Regulus. Regulus, who joined Voldemort and realized what he had done only after he had already become a Death Eater. Regulus, who sacrificed himself in an attempt to destroy the Horcrux that was around Harry's neck. Did he feel like he had a choice? Did he change his mind? He brushed the thought aside. Malfoy could not be the same way. Of course he couldn't. Then again, he had already shown himself to be a coward. Perhaps he was just afraid of what would happen if he didn't. No. Malfoy was foul and nasty, and seemed to be quite proud of being a bigot and of his family's support of Voldemort. Harry decided he had spent too much time thinking about Malfoy for one evening and closed his eyes to finally go to sleep. He was gliding along a moonlit street. The buildings on either side of him had high, timbered gables. They looked like gingerbread houses. He approached one of them, then saw the whiteness of his own long-fingered hand against the door. He knocked. He felt a mounting excitement. The door opened. A laughing woman stood there. Her face fell as she looked into Harry's face. Humor gone, terror replacing it. "Gregorovitch," said a high, cold voice. She shook her head. She was trying to close the door. A white hand held it steady and prevented her from shutting him out. "I want Gregorovitch. Won't hear nicked mare," she cried, shaking her head. "He no live here. He no live here. I know him not." Abandoning the attempt to close the door, she began to back away down the dark hall, and Harry followed, gliding toward her, and his long-fingered hand had drawn his wand. "Where is he? Das weiß ich nicht." He moved. "I know not, I know not." He raised the wand. She screamed. Two young children came running into the hall. She tried to shield them with her arms. There was a flash of green light. Harry was awoken by a loud banging on the wall, with his scar still searing. "Pipe down, Scarhead." The weasel wasn't joking. "You scream like a banshee in your sleep." A muffled, irritating voice came from the other side of the wall. Harry groaned and groped the bedside table for his glasses. When he checked the time, he had only gotten about 4 hours of sleep. After that nightmare? Vision? Harry knew Voldemort was still looking for the Wandmaker. Harry still had no idea exactly what it was that Voldemort actually wanted once he found Gregorovitch, but he knew it couldn't be anything good. Harry blinked the abysmal sleep from his eyes and stood, swaying slightly. Then he stumbled out of Sirius's room to shower, in hopes that it would help him to finally relax. When Draco awoke after he was finally able to make Potter shut up, he ventured a guess that it was around early afternoon. His stomach rumbled painfully, and he called out for Potter to come give him food. Potter, disappointingly, was empty-handed when he opened the door. "Where's my food, Potter?" Potter raised an eyebrow. "I thought I was supposed to take you to the loo before I brought food." Draco glowered at him, but couldn't respond without revealing the bit of embarrassment that was bubbling in his chest. He used the toilet quickly and told Potter to hurry up with his food. Potter returned with a sandwich and crisps that looked extremely simple compared to the meals he had the previous 2 days. "What's this? Lunch. Creature's busy cleaning. Eat it, or don't." "I don't really care," Potter said tersely before he shoved the plate into his hands, shut the door, and left. Draco finished off the sandwich briskly and picked up the book again. Only when he found himself on the bed in the same position as the night before did he question what he'd done. This is mental, truly, Draco thought. A Malfoy? Reading about muggles. Huh. Someone report to the prophet. Nevertheless, he once again opened the book, this time to Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Starting simple. Before we discuss anything else, we must first review a few key inventions that are crucial to most Muggle households, as well as examples of their uses. Plastic. Plastic is a material that comes in various forms, both flexible and hard. Some plastics, called thermoplastics, will melt under extreme heat, while others, thermosets, will not. Plastics are one of the most widely used and most important Muggle inventions. In their natural forms, plastics will usually be colored either a clear or white, but in many instances Muggles will use dyes to change their colors. Plastics are used in packaging, medical equipment, machinery, appliances, see Chapter 4, and many more. Electricity. Electricity is used to make many of Muggles' most useful tools function. Electricity is concentrated energy from nature. Think of lightning and static electricity that is harnessed to make things move or change. One common example that requires electricity is the light bulb, which is used to create light without magic or fire. Draco spent the entire rest of the day polishing off the first 4 chapters of the textbook with, frustratingly, just as many questions as he had answers. The most important being, why did wizards not invent any of these things? Or maybe that was it. Wizards did invent them, and Muggles just had no idea. That thought set Draco at ease a bit. He had absorbed the information with little thought as to what it could actually mean if it had at all challenged his beliefs, but there was still the distinct possibility that it didn't challenge his beliefs at all. That wizard just invented things for the Muggles who were far too stupid to figure it out themselves. Yes, that must have been it. Still, why give inventions to Muggles and not keep them for wizards? Draco stared at the book sitting on the bed in front of him as the questions whirled around in his head. A knock at the door rudely interrupted his stirring thoughts. Draco, in a panic at the thought of anyone seeing him with the book, threw it across the room where it hit the wall with a resounding smack. "I take it you're not interested in dinner then?" came Potter's voice from the then open door. He was holding a plate with a heaping serving of pasta. "I have given no indication of the sort, Potter." Draco made his way to take the plate from Potter's hand, and made a keen effort to act as if he hadn't noticed anything at all to do with the aforementioned textbook. "So Hermione's book just flew across the room of its own accord, Malfoy?" Draco's nostrils flared. "I hardly see that it's any of your concern. If you're treating her book like a quaffle, you'll have to take that up with Hermione. And believe me when I tell you poor treatment of her personal library is an excellent way to get yourself shipped off to St. Mungo's." Draco snorted. Yes, I'm well aware of your mudblood's tendencies. Now, if you excuse me, I'm hungry." Then he snatched the plate from Potter, who had started glaring at him furiously for his word choices, and shoved him out of the room. Malfoy was surprisingly quiet for the next week, and it was frankly skeeving Harry out. There were fewer snide remarks and sneers whenever Harry attended to his needs, and what was even more surprising was that he didn't really ask for much at all, except for a quill. He had expected that this particular afternoon would have been no different. Much to Harry's surprise, after the normal trip to the loo and back with silent glares, Malfoy spoke as he entered the bedroom. "Indet Getger fur," Malfoy muttered something inaudible through gritted teeth, as if saying whatever it was he was trying to say caused him great pain. "What? Inedi out to get firm," Malfoy repeated, slightly louder, but still not at all understandable. "I'm sorry, I need you to get Granger for me. Don't make me say it again, you buffoon," Malfoy barked, his cheeks pinking. "What do you need Hermione for?" Harry asked suspiciously. He was especially apprehensive because he couldn't think of any possible reason for the strange request. "What's it to you, Potter? If she deems it necessary, she'll tell you herself, won't she?" Malfoy snapped in return. "Why should Hermione talk to you at all? Not planning on calling her names, are you? If that's your plan, I'd hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's not happening." "Don't be such a prat, Potter." Harry could tell that Malfoy was growing increasingly irritated, as his pale face was just getting redder. "Just let me speak to her. Alone. She can handle herself. If she wants to hex me, she will." Harry knew this was true, and therefore had no choice but to begrudgingly comply. He went to fetch her without another word. When he got downstairs, Hermione and Ron were in the kitchen looking over the prophet and speaking in hushed tones. "Oh, Harry, you have to see this. It's horrible, really." Hermione started. "Malfoy's asking for you," Harry interrupted her. "Me? Why?" "Dunno. He didn't say. Bit annoying, actually, but I trust you can handle yourself if he tries something. He's been acting strange lately anyway. Maybe this'll explain it," Harry replied with a shrug. "All right, I'll go see what he wants." "Ron will show you the paper," she said darkly before going to speak with Malfoy. When Harry turned to Ron, he noticed that his best friend was looking rather grim. "You're not gonna like this one, mate." Ron was absolutely right. A large picture of a familiar, hook-nosed, black-haired man stared up at him, beneath a headline that read, "Severus Snape confirmed as Hogwarts headmaster." "You've got to be joking," Harry groaned as he read. Severus Snape, long-standing potions master at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, was today appointed headmaster in the most important of several staffing changes at the ancient school. Following the resignation of the previous Muggle Studies teacher, Electo Caro will take over the post while her brother, Amicus, fills the position of defense against the dark arts professor. I welcome the opportunity to uphold our finest wizarding traditions and values. Traditions and values, my arse. And the Caros, Harry said in disgust as he tossed the newspaper aside. So you know who they are? Ron asked. Death Eaters, said Harry grimly. They were at the top of the tower when Snape killed Dumbledore, so it's all friends together. No way the other teachers will stand for this. McGonagall and Flitwick and Sprout all know the truth. They know how Dumbledore died. They won't accept Snape as headmaster. How could they? And Death Eaters as teachers. Harry drew up a chair and responded, I can't see that they've got any choice but to stay. If the Ministry and Voldemort are behind Snape, it'll be a choice between staying and teaching, or a nice few years in Azkaban, and that's if they're lucky. I reckon they'll stay to try and protect the students, regardless. Oh, I should tell you, before you came down, Hermione thought to put Phineas Nigellus's portrait in her bag, so Snape couldn't send him snooping, Ron said. Harry nodded, thinking ahead, as usual. Looked outside today? Harry shook his head. There are more Death Eaters than normal. Harry snorted. What? Like we're gonna march out carrying our school trunks and head off for the Hogwarts Express? Ron glanced at his watch. I've been thinking about that all day. If left nearly 6 hours ago. Weird not being on it, isn't it? In his mind's eye, Harry seemed to see the scarlet steam engine as he and Ron had once followed it by air, shimmering between fields and hills, a rippling scarlet caterpillar. He was sure Ginny, Neville, and Luna were sitting together at this moment, perhaps wondering where he, Ron, and Hermione were, or debating how best to undermine Snape's new regime. I wonder if Malfoy's being missed? Harry thought aloud. Nah, I'll bet he wasn't going back. Probably had more important Death Eater things to get up to. Always thought he was above school. Anyhow, Ron replied, as Creature came bustling in with 2 bowls of piping hot French onion soup. Meanwhile, when Draco saw Granger standing at the door studying him suspiciously, he had half a mind to tell her to forget about it. It was bad enough that he was submitting to his curiosity, but stooping to one of Potter's lackeys felt like a new low. He supposed that nothing much mattered considering he was already a prisoner anyway. So, what is it? She pressed after a minute of silence. Draco could feel embarrassment filling his chest like a balloon. To start, no one else can know about it. You won't tell anyone, even them. It's mortifying enough that you'll know. He ran a hand through his now shaggy hair. Her eyebrows shot up, and she replied, You're in no position to be making demands, but I'm listening. It's about the book, Draco started before he said under his breath, Merlin, I can't believe I'm asking you about this. He gave a large, shaky breath before he continued. What is that plastic stuff actually made of? Where do you find it? Why did they choose to power their vehicles with such a rare source? How do they keep track of all the phone numbers? How do aeroplanes stay in the sky without magic? And most importantly, why do wizards not use any of these things? Draco finished his rapid questions by taking a large gulp of air. Granger was blinking at him with wide, surprised eyes. I don't know what I was expecting, but it certainly wasn't all of that. All right. Well, plastic is made from a mixture of plant materials, coal, natural gas, salt, and crude oil. Most of those they have to mine underground, and usually use large drills to get to them. As far as petrol, it hasn't been known for too long that it's non-renewable. For phone numbers, they have large books called phone books that contain a bunch of phone numbers from a certain area, but usually phone calls are personal, so they just exchange them on an individual basis. Aeroplanes are a little more complicated, but the gist of it has to do with speed and balancing the lift of the plane with gravity. And are you sure you're ready for the answer to the last question? Draco's mind was whirling as he processed all of the information she had just dumped upon him. He collected his pride to respond haughtily, I asked it, didn't I? I'd obviously want the answer to the question when I asked it. Okay, wizards have no need for most of them, so had no reason to invent them, Granger said simply, and when she noticed his brows furrowing, she continued, just think about it a little more, I'm sure you'll draw the same conclusion. Draco made a pinched face and responded, I'm still finding it difficult to process Muggles inventing such complex things. I finished this, by the way. He handed Granger the red book. I will be requiring new reading. She looked to be suppressing a smile. I've got something in mind. I'll have Harry bring it up later, and if you have other questions you can just ask him. He's lived with Muggles just as long as I have. He made a disgusted face at the thought of breaching the topic with Potter, but she ignored it and left him alone with his thoughts. Harry and Ron were already halfway through their French onion soup when Hermione returned. So what did he want? Ron asked between mouthfuls. Strangely enough, I can't say. As Hermione sat next to Ron, Creature bursted out of the kitchen once again, with a pot of French onion in one hand and a bowl for Hermione in the other. He refilled Ron's bowl before he filled Hermione's with a pinched expression on his wrinkled face. "Thank you, Creature," she said politely as he left them, clearly fighting the urge to grumble about her blood status. "You can't say?" Harry said slowly. "Never you mind about that. I've been meaning to ask you both where you think we should start looking for Horcruxes. I know you must have some thoughts, Harry." Harry, however, was extremely irritated by this diversion in conversation and chose to not let it go. "You changed the subject. Why won't you tell us? I feel like we have the right to know. It's not like you to keep Malfoy's secrets. This is Malfoy we're talking about. He's always up to no good." Hermione's lips twisted into a tight frown. "I've told you. I can't say. If he wants to, he'll tell you himself." Harry let out a frustrated sigh. "Fine. Be that way. If you won't, I'll force him to tell me. Right now, I can't stop you, but just know it won't go over well," Hermione warned him with an almost exasperated expression. "Before that, take off the locket, mate. It makes you tetchy," Ron said before he held out his hand. "I can wear it the rest of the day." Harry took the locket off and handed it to his friend. He immediately felt his irritation dwindle, but he couldn't ignore his stubbornness and still left to interrogate Malfoy. Malfoy, who was standing by the desk, seemed to jump out of his skin when the door slammed open. "What's your problem, Potdash? What are you hiding?" Harry demanded. "Nothing that concerns you, you maniac," Malfoy replied sharply. "It does concern me. Hermione's my friend, and I'm the one feeding you. You've been acting weird, and I'm finding out why," Harry said. "If it were your business, I would tell you, but seeing as it's not, I won't." "I've already told you why it is my business." Malfoy's gray eyes were smoldering. "It's my business, and you clearly don't deserve to know." Harry, without thinking, charged forward and grabbed the front of a very startled Malfoy's shirt, so that they were glaring at each other nose to nose. "Every time you hide something, you're up to something evil. I want to know what it is. If I were up to something evil, why on earth would I tell Granger about it, you imbecile?" Harry felt his cheeks start to flush, and he let go of Malfoy's shirt. He'd been so frustrated with being kept in the dark that he hadn't even realized how irrational his thinking might have been. "Well, this could have been avoided if you weren't so bloody secretive." "No, it could have been avoided if you weren't so fucking nosy," Malfoy snapped in return. Harry's temporarily subdued temper was rekindled. "I wouldn't be so nosy if I wasn't always right about you." "Yeah? Well, this time, congratulations, you get an award for being wrong." "I'm not up to anything. I'm just reading." Then it dawned on him. Harry's anger completely dissipated, and despite himself, he broke into a laugh. At this, Malfoy's pale face completely reddened. "What are you laughing at? This is too funny. This is what you were embarrassed about? Reading about Muggles?" Harry said, wiping the tears from his eyes as his laughter slowed. "This is exactly why I didn't want you to know. Now get out, so I can pretend this is all just a nightmare." Fine, whatever. I just didn't expect you to be so full of surprises, Malfoy." Harry exited the room, leaving a very disheveled Malfoy. Chapter End Notes. YEA I Character Development. Freedom and the Potion. Chapter Notes. It's crazy how many people have read this little FIC of mine so far. Thank you guys so much for being here and giving me love. It gives me greater motivation to keep going. And I have big plans for the rest, so please do stick around and or comment if you're enjoying it. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Draco's skin was prickling in the aftermath of Potter's visit. Draco was used to Potter being hot-headed and obnoxious, so that was par for the course. However, his sudden change in demeanor made something twist inside Draco that he couldn't quite pinpoint, and he wasn't exactly sure how to feel about. He wasn't exactly sure what made him try to withhold his reading from Potter, considering he was likely to find out eventually, but there was something about him, of all people, knowing that added an extra drizzle of shame to Draco's already mounting pile. Granger was humiliating enough. Later that evening it was Granger, not Potter, that came by his room. "I've brought another book for you," she said as she opened the door. After a pause, Draco said, "Well, what is it?" She placed a significantly larger midnight blue book in his hands. The cover in silver scrawl read Debunking Wizarding Biases, Pure Blood Culture, Demi-Humans, and Muggle Relations by Margaret Patricia Lemaitre. "Did you have to bring me another indoctrination piece?" Draco spat, as cast a reproachful glance at the book in his hands. "Yes, I think you'll find it enlightening, especially considering it seemed like you learned something in the last one," Granger replied with a smirk. She clearly noticed how he was still holding it. Then her expression hardened and she added scathingly, "I haven't forgotten how you've treated me." Draco scowled in response, but with her last statement decided not to argue. "Very well, I'll give it a go, but don't expect me to be advocating for Muggle rights or freeing all the house elves." She gave a small smile. "You might surprise yourself," she said briskly before she took her leave. He thought about how even her little Gryffindors weren't advocating for the rights of house elves and snorted as she closed the door. A while later, after Potter took him on an excruciatingly awkward trip to the loo, Draco finally settled in for bed for another night of unfortunate slumber. When he fell asleep, Draco found himself kneeling in front of the Dark Lord. His blood was prickling with ice. This was by far his worst memory. The summer before his 6th year, when his life started to crumble into dust. The thought of the Dark Lord's piercing red eyes looking deep into his soul made Draco's insides wither, even when he wasn't looking into them. The cold voice of his master called, "It has been a long while since I inducted a new follower into our ranks, Draco. I have granted you this honor because I have a task for you." "Thank you, my lord," Draco croaked. He was not grateful. He was terrified. The Death Eaters that surrounded them buzzed with anticipation, and some even cried out in excitement. Draco felt queasy. The Dark Lord raised his hand to silence them. He had ignored Draco's thanks and simply continued, "You see, your father has disappointed me. He failed to acquire the prophecy. He was nearly bested by children, took so much precious time that my return was revealed, and was arrested. But because I am a merciful lord," he knew merciful was not a true character trait of the Dark Lord, "as you will atone for his sins by killing the only person that stands in my way." Albus Dumbledore. Draco's already racing heartbeat felt like it was going to explode with fear. He already knew himself incapable of murder, let alone someone who was significantly more powerful. If the killing curse wasn't an option, he would have to rely on something else that didn't require his presence. He knew that this order was doomed. Draco was doomed. "You may stand," he said. Draco stood, but it took every ounce of his strength to force his legs to stay steady. As the hood of his cloak fell, he met cold, snake-like eyes with stifled dread. "Your arm," the Dark Lord requested. Draco fumbled with the buttons of his left sleeve and barely heard the murmur of laughter from the Death Eaters at his gracelessness. After finally getting the blasted thing unbuttoned, he pushed his left sleeve up to his elbow. It felt as though there were a hook tugging at his navel with sizzling terror that he was miraculously not allowing himself to turn to panic. The Dark Lord held his wand to Draco's arm and hissed, "Animadverto tegmentum." Nothing could have prepared him for the excruciating pain that would slice through his forearm. The Dark Lord's wand shot out a green snake that bit into Draco's skin, burrowed itself into his arm, and slowly carved the shape of a skull with its razor-like fangs. After it finished the skull, it slithered around it, still slicing into his flesh like a slow, dull knife. It finally settled in its position and faded from green to black, leaving a lingering burning sensation as if it were a fresh cut. His porcelain skin was bright red around it, and in some places leaking blood. It was the worst pain he had ever felt, and that was saying something, as later on he had suffered the Cruciatus curse by his aunt's hand more than once for his mistakes, mainly his inability to kill. Draco hadn't even realized he had fallen to his knees and the Dark Lord's feet, clutching his arm with his hand and drenched in sweat. Between panting breaths, he looked up and said, "I'm sorry, my lord." He somehow successfully restrained tears. It's no matter. Most people have had a similar reaction. At least, unlike Crabbe, you retained consciousness. A ripple of laughter came from the audience at Crabbe's expense. Stand, the Dark Lord ordered loftily. This time Draco could not stop his legs from wobbling as he stood. It was as if all of the blood had been sucked from his body, as if a real snake had injected him with venom. He met cold red eyes and barely suppressed a shiver. You will not fail me. You may go. And just like that, the Dark Lord waved him away. Draco ignored the words of congratulations from his compatriots as the Dark Lord left them and exited in the opposite direction. He had barely crossed the threshold of the doorway when he broke into a run towards the stairs to the tunnel. He had just reached the bottom of the stairs when he stopped to retch on the stony floor. He managed to vanish the vomit before he broke out into a wobbly sprint again. He finally reached his destination, his personal library. He locked the door behind him before he fell forward and darkness consumed him. When Draco awoke, his mark was aching and he was drenched in sweat, as if he had just received the mark once again. The room was lit, but murky, and he could hear the gentle taps of rain against the window. A soft knock came at the door. Malfoy. Draco just grunted in response. Potter opened the door. You were screaming in your sleep again. Draco groaned and raised the sheet over his head. Go away so I can die of shame in peace. So no shower then? Draco let out another groan and then grumbled. All right. Give me a moment. Bloody bothersome, irritating, meddling, stupid. Draco slowly arose from the bed, with his body still stiff and aching from the fitful sleep. Then he followed Potter to the bathroom to take a much-needed hot shower. After he finished waiting for Malfoy's ridiculously long shower to end and returned him to his room, Harry went back downstairs to join his friends. It was on the earlier side of the morning, so Ron had just shuffled into the kitchen, still in his pajamas, and requested Creature's most excellent cappuccinos. When he returned with 2 steaming mugs, he silently handed it to Harry and sat beside Hermione, who had already finished her morning coffee. So what's on the agenda for today? Ron asked his friends groggily. Just the usual, I suppose. Reading, and yeah, that's it for me, Harry said flatly and turned to Hermione, who had a concerningly mischievous grin on her face. So I got an idea last week, after you said that Malfoy was acting strangely and that you were sick of tending to him, Hermione said, then took out a phial with a thick lilac liquid inside it. What's that? I'm getting to that, Ronald. This is Iunctio, a linking potion, Hermione said with the pleased look she got when she had an idea that she thought would be easy for them to understand. It almost never was. Ron and Harry exchanged a clueless look. Hermione spoke again. It took about a week to brew. Thankfully, Creature was able to procure the ingredients for me. Although they were a bit expensive, sorry, Harry, she gave him a sheepish look, then continued, it will link the drinker to one person, so they can't move out of a range of 300 to 400 feet from the person they're linked to. Although that really depends on the amount and the climate you brew it in, as well as the altitude. What's this for? Harry asked, interrupting her rambling. It's for Malfoy, isn't it? Ron offered. Of course it was. Then Harry had a thought that made his fiery temper flicker. You're expecting him to be linked to me, aren't you? Yes. I'd hope. No way. Why does it have to be me? You're the one that suggested it. It's not permanent. And it would benefit you the most. This way we don't have to lock his door and can just let him shower, go to the loo, and get food on his own. What happens if you go out of range of the potion? And how do you make it linked to Harry? You're petrified, at least until you get back into range. As far as connecting it, it'll be just like Polyjuice, Hermione replied. You'll need my hair. She nodded hopefully. Harry sighed. As infuriated as he was, he still knew it was no use to continue to fight her on it. All right, get on with it then. Harry ripped a few strands from his nest of hair and placed them into the, since uncorked, phial. Hermione swished it a few times, and it let out little bubbles like it were a soda, then became a pale amber. It looked exactly like butterbeer. It looks like butterbeer, Ron spoke Harry's thought aloud. It does, doesn't it? I was already planning on mixing it with something, to hide it. So this works out well, Hermione said. That afternoon Harry went upstairs with an egg salad sandwich, courtesy of Creature, and the butterbeer/potion mixture. He knocked, less gently than he had earlier that day, at the door. Malfoy's screams that night had lingered unpleasantly in Harry's mind. He knew what it was like to have terrible nightmares, and he couldn't pretend he hadn't started to feel a pang of sympathy for egotistical git. "That had better be lunch," he heard a growl from behind the door. Harry's sympathy was awash to be replaced with irritation. "Yes," Harry said with venom as he entered and placed the goblet and sandwich on the desk. Malfoy stalked over and stared down at the goblet in suspicion. "Why have you brought me butterbeer? Do you not want it?" Harry said. He hoped he hadn't made a judgment error in asking the question, as he couldn't really afford for Malfoy not to have drunk it. Malfoy scowled. "Of course I want it. Who doesn't like butterbeer? My question was why, Potter? Have you brought me a fizzy drink for the first time since I arrived?" The flames of irritation brewing in Harry's gut rose a bit further. "Does there have to be a reason, Malfoy?" Malfoy glared at him, but accepted the drink without another comment. Harry did his best to hide his relief when Malfoy took his first drink of butterbeer. "I'll, leave you to it then." Another glare. When he returned to take Malfoy's dishes, Harry was pleased to see that he had finished everything, including the butterbeer mixture. He, Ron, and Hermione had agreed that he would only tell Malfoy what he had consumed after he drank the potion. "That had a potion in it," Harry informed him bluntly. Malfoy's calm expression twisted to horror. "I thought you and your band of saviors were above poison." "No, not poison, you prat. It's a linking potion. You're stuck with me. On the bright side, we won't lock your door anymore. Don't even try to leave, though. You can't leave 300 feet of me. You'll be petrified if you do." Harry wished he could capture the ill look on Malfoy's face. "Please tell me it's reversible. I'd sooner kill myself than be stuck with you forever." "Feelings mutual. Thankfully, Hermione assured me it is. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to it." This seemed to settle Malfoy a tad, but he still looked as if he were somewhere between strangling Harry and puking on his trainers. "You better hope I don't get my wand back, Potter. Otherwise, I'd hex both of you." "What, are going to try to torture me again?" Clearly didn't work the first time. Malfoy's silvery eyes were smoldering with fury. "I'm certainly considering it. Fat chance. Given, as you mentioned, you're currently wandless. An unfortunate consequence of being forced into imprisonment by a gaggle of Gryffindors. I'd be happy to take it back off your hands if you decide it's too much of a burden." Harry let out a snort. "Yeah, sure, and flobberworms fly." Malfoy's expression, which was previously one of pure loathing, changed as his lips twitched upwards as he fought a smile. A few seconds later, he seemed unable to suppress his amusement and burst into a fit of laughter with a genuine grin that Harry had never seen before on Malfoy's pointy face. Harry stared at him in undisguised shock. As he wiped tears from his eyes, Malfoy finally stifled his laughter and said, "Flobberworms? That was your choice of analogy?" Harry said in self-defense. "It was the only non-flying magical creature I could think of." "I've heard a lot of stupid things come out of your mouth, Potter, but that was somehow by far the dumbest." "Diverted your attention, though." Malfoy scowled at him and said, "No, it hasn't." Harry took that as an opportunity to leave the blonde's presence, but he couldn't help but think of that completely foreign laugh that Malfoy produced and the involuntary feeling that seeing his enemy smiling that way gave him deep in his stomach. Draco was unequivocally angry when Potter admitted that he had spiked his delicious butterbeer with a potion that forced him to stay within a 300-foot radius of himself. He also was upset that directly after his fury had boiled over, Potter said something ridiculous that sent him into an involuntary fit of laughter. When Draco was freed from the room, he decided, save for trips to the loo, food, and, blessedly, more frequent showers, that he would not actually leave, to avoid interacting with the trio of Gryffindors as much as possible. He had instead taken to reading the filth that Granger offered as reading material, and Draco couldn't decide which was worse, that he was reading it at all, or that he had actually found it to be mildly interesting. Not that it was difficult, seeing as the only other forms of entertainment that were available to him were staring at dust bunnies or risking an interaction with three of the last people in the world he wanted to see. One night, however, after 4 days of successfully avoiding interaction and exploration, his curiosity was piqued. When Draco ventured down the stairs, he was stopped by an open door where he could see a piano, a glistening chandelier, and not much more. He tried to ignore the open door and hurry to the kitchens as he normally would. As usual, Draco's curiosity was unabating, and he found himself peeking inside. Other than the piano, the room was empty, so he felt comfortable pushing the door open and walking inside, carefully shutting it behind himself. He didn't understand his immediate attraction to the room until he saw a large tapestry on the wall. He recognized it instantly, as it looked almost identical to a large tapestry that was still hanging on the walls of the main library of the Malfoy family estate. This was, however, not the Malfoy family tree. His breath hitched as he read the title, "The Noble and Most Ancient House of Black, Toujours Per." He sat on the piano bench and digested the realization that this family tree was his mother's. After he regained his composure, Draco stood and got closer to look at his mother's side of his family tree. He traced the lines from his great-great-grandfather all the way down to himself, his fingers brushing the old cloth. When he reached his mother's name, he was stopped in his tracks. As expected, her sister, Aunt Bella, was next to her, but on the other side was a name he had never heard before. Andromeda. There was a scorch mark over her face that he assumed meant she had been disowned by the family. The burning question tugged at his mind. Why had she been disowned? And more importantly, why had he never been told about her? As the questions raked at his brain like a claw, he stepped backwards and slid down the wall behind him. He knew it only made sense that his mother would have never told him about her disowned sister, but he still couldn't help but feel lied to. It made him feel ill. He stayed in that room staring at the yellowing tapestry until he saw a sliver of light as the sun began to rise. His trips to get nourishment were eventually unlucky enough to see the face of one Harry Potter. He knew that it was an inevitability, given that they inhabited the same floor. After a week of avoidance, by only leaving the room to get meals late in the night, he had become hopeful that his efforts would be a long-term success, but obviously they were eventually let down. Draco had anxiously crept from the room late that night to go down to the kitchens, albeit a bit carelessly when he collided face-first with Potter's back. "Ouch, Malfoy, watch where you're going," Potter said irritably as he was sent stumbling forward by Draco's blunder. "Maybe if you didn't walk as slowly as a troll with a broken leg, we wouldn't have had this issue in the first place," Draco snapped. Potter made a face, presumably in response to that imagery. "You were the one not paying attention. I don't have eyes in the back of my head, you know," Potter replied. "I suppose even if you did, you wouldn't be able to see from them for that unruly hair of yours," Draco said, smirking. "What are you doing out here this late, anyway?" "I have to eat, Potter. In case you'd forgotten, you so graciously agreed to stop feeding me." "Oh yeah, you're so used to being doted on. I bet this is a real pain. Takes really great effort from you, doesn't it? Having to walk down the stairs and back." Irritation boiled up in Draco's stomach. "It takes much more effort to not resort to Muggle, like violence when I see your face." "Oh yeah, that's probably a real struggle. Can't bear to not be the center of attention, wanting everyone to bow to you as you walk past because you think everyone is beneath you. Well, we can't all be the bloody chosen one, waited on hand and foot by everyone he's ever met. The whole wizarding world kissing your feet as you walk past. Bet you just love all the attention, Potter. Bet it just kills you to hide away from it all," Draco hissed in reply. Potter looked like he had been smacked. His face reddened, and he raised his wand to Draco's throat. Draco tried not to let the flicker of fear show in his eyes. "Is that what you think?" "That's what I think. So you think I enjoy this? Have you ever stopped to consider the reason I'm famous? You've made fun of me plenty for it. I didn't ask for this. Or did you forget second year when people were avoiding me because they thought I was the heir of Slytherin? Or fourth year when every house but Gryffindor was against me in a contest where I could have died and the prophet was writing condescending rubbish about me? Or maybe, I dunno, fifth year, when the whole wizarding world was calling me a liar? Not even to mention my life outside of school, which you know nothing about. We can't all be pampered little brats like yourself, living a cozy little life in a mansion," Potter shouted in response. He had a real temper on him. They had risen to a screaming match. Draco's jaw dropped. "Excuse me? You think I was pampered? Cozy? Just because I was rich doesn't mean I was happy," You imbecile. You can't even begin to imagine how miserable it is to live at the manor. You don't know what it's like having to fear for your life or risk being tortured in your own home just by existing. You think I enjoyed living with the Dark Lord? Living with Death Eaters? Living with my father? Immediately after Draco said this, he backed away from Potter. That was not something he wanted to share, especially with their new strange relationship teetering delicately between enemies and being tensely cordial. Potter's brows furrowed. What do you mean by that? There was an undercurrent in his voice of something Draco couldn't quite pinpoint. Recognition? Concern? Pity? Whichever it was, Draco was made deeply uncomfortable by the way Potter's brilliantly green eyes were studying him. Draco felt like his eyes were peeking under his skin, reading his mind. Draco had no choice but to run away to the bedroom and lock the door behind himself. Harry had never thought it possible for himself to feel as much pity as he did for Draco fucking Malfoy in that moment. But there he was staring at the door that Malfoy had slammed behind himself in a panic, with nothing but empathy in his head. He took that feeling into Sirius's room and began to pace. As much as they hated each other, which is completely understandable given that Malfoy is an obnoxious bully, Harry couldn't shake the question of whether or not there wasn't as much evil as he had always thought. Yes, Malfoy had taken the dark mark. Yes, he had poorly attempted to murder Dumbledore. But it seemed like neither act was out of malice, but out of fear. Harry wouldn't have pretended to be a master of deduction, but he saw the similarities enough to figure it out. He was racist and cruel, but did he truly know what he was doing, or was he just ignorant? Granted, even if he wasn't completely evil, he didn't have to be a complete prick about it. But also their argument ended with Harry wanting to know more. He was genuinely curious about the life of his schoolyard bully outside of school. Malfoy's constant bragging about his father, as long as Harry could remember, had led him to believe that Malfoy was happy and proud of his father. Was that always true? Is it not anymore? After mentioning Voldemort and Death Eaters, he mentioned his father, and he seemed genuinely scared of him. Was Malfoy just being dramatic? Harry decided for the moment to not dwell on Malfoy any longer. He had more important things to worry about. Harry ran his fingers over the green gemstones on the S of the large locket. It was glittering in the low moonlight from Sirius's bedroom window. The feeling of a small metal heartbeat emanated from the locket against his palm. That evil but beautiful object is what forced Malfoy's proximity. Without it, he wouldn't have even considered how Malfoy might have been feeling. The absurdity of it all was astounding. After staying awake all night obsessing, Harry decided it would be best if he made his way downstairs for one of Creature's lattes. Harry descended the stairs early in the morning to find Hermione flipping through a large black book, while Ron was likely still asleep. "Morning, Hermione." She jumped in surprise and almost dropped her book. "Good morning, Harry. You're up early?" "Couldn't sleep," Harry mumbled, stifling a yawn. Hermione furrowed her brows. "Have you been having those dreams again?" Harry sighed and shook his head. "No, it's Malfoy." "Malfoy?" "Yeah. We had an argument last night." Hermione gave him an amused look. "Yes, we know. We could hear you from downstairs. The Death Eaters pacing outside probably could hear you as well." Harry groaned. "I wish you hadn't." "Why? What about it's upset you? It seemed pretty typical for you and Malfoy." "I know, but he said something towards the end. It made it seem like his home life wasn't as good as I thought it was. I accidentally felt a bit sorry for him. I know he still says all sorts of terrible shit, so it's eating me alive." She raised an eyebrow. "I told you before that he was raised a certain way. It's not really all that surprising that he turned out the way he did. But what about Sirius and Andromeda? They were raised the same way, and they both turned out great." Hermione gave him a soft smile. "Harry, they were brave enough to go against everything they knew." "And Malfoy's a coward," Harry finished sourly. "Exactly. I don't believe he's ever had the courage to step outside of his comfort zone, and it's hard to challenge beliefs that are so deeply ingrained into a person. He'd been living on survival instinct and never could question what he was told. But I do think he's capable. He has read everything I've given him, and he's even asked questions. We've been given the perfect opportunity to show him how to be brave." Harry rolled his eyes in response. "Good luck with that." "I'm serious. I know he's been awful before, but he's shown real progress. He hasn't called me a mudblood in weeks. Oh yeah, he's an absolute gem for that. Real show of character. Not calling you that word. Harry retorted. Hermione shot him a glare. Harry, I just think your hatred of him isn't making you see it clearly. You're obviously at least a little concerned about him. You do have a history of obsessing. What? I was right to obsess before. He actually was a Death Eater, and nobody believed me. You avoided my point, she sniffed. If you tried to see past the things he's done, I think you'll find you have more in common than you think. I have things in common with Voldemort. Do you think we should be mates too? Harry grumbled. She scowled. Sirius told me it's what we choose to act on that makes us good people. He's already chosen which side he wants to be on. Why are you trying so hard to convince me that he's something other than what he is? A Death Eater. Hermione slammed the book she was still holding onto the table and hissed in reply. Are you even listening to me? I don't think he had a choice. I know you've worked that out for yourself. You just have to admit it. And you know as well as I do that he is not the same as Voldemort. You're just blinded by the past. So what if I am? Why aren't you? And what's he really done to prove it anyway? She let out a sigh of exasperation. Have you even had one real conversation since you got here? Other than screaming at each other? I know. Of course not. Then I don't want another word about it. Don't act like you know anything if you haven't even tried. Have you then? Her expression tightened. Not for lack of trying. He's been avoiding me. Harry raised an eyebrow. What? You've been seeking him out? I think he's still upset about the potion. I just thought he might have more questions. She bit her lip in apprehension. Before that he really had been quite civil. Although still a bit arrogant. Harry snorted. A bit arrogant? What did you expect? Civility doesn't mean a sudden change of heart dash. It does with me. She interrupted. Like I said, he hasn't called me names in weeks. I really do think he's learning. I think he realized it was wrong, even if he won't really say it aloud. I still don't think this changes much. Okay, then go get your proof. She shoved a mug of steaming coffee into his hands. Go. Give him a peace offering and make nice. Harry scowled at her and protested, No way. I'm not making nice with Malfoy. Yes, you will. I really think he can change, she said before she lowered her voice. Plus, he might know things about Voldemort's plans. That much should be enough. You should at least try. She continued loudly. At least an hour. Don't come back down until you do. Why can't you? Ugh, fine. Harry paced outside Malfoy's door with a latte that had clearly been charmed to stay warm in his hands. It took him about 30 minutes to gather his composure and make sure he could keep his temper in check. If anyone could press his buttons, it was Malfoy. He took a deep breath and knocked. Silence from behind the door. Malfoy, I know you're in there. Silence again. Malfoy, open the door. Harry knocked on harder, but still nothing. Damn it all, Harry said before he tried to open the door. It was locked, as he knew it would be, but he could easily unlock it with a simple Alohomora. He swung the door open to find a mortified-looking Malfoy laying on the bed, reading the book Hermione gave him. It looked like he was almost finished with it. Malfoy sat up, clearly angry. What the fuck is wrong with you, Potter? Haven't you ever heard of privacy? You've been avoiding Hermione. Malfoy's face scrunched up, and he replied, So what if I have? Does it matter? Yeah, it does because she's been worried, and now she's forced me to be here. Malfoy sneered. Jealous that your girlfriend's been thinking of me? She's not my girlfriend, and she's told me I need to talk to you. Harry took a controlled deep breath. Talk to me? Malfoy said slowly. She thinks you've changed. She thinks you've suddenly decided not to be a Death Eater anymore. Malfoy's eyes widened, and he bit his lip pensively. People don't really decide not to be Death Eaters. Sometimes they don't even decide to be Death Eaters, he muttered. It was like a mask had slipped, just like the night before. He shook his head and then spoke again, with a bit more composure. It's not any of your business, Potter. You'd already decided I should mind my own business. I'd like to continue to do exactly that. Well, that's really bullocks for you, considering you don't have a choice, Harry replied, and internally agreed when Malfoy glowered in response. Hermione made me be here, so here I am. So you've said, but why exactly has she not come here herself? Sent you to do her bidding, has she? Bit of a turn of events it seems, seeing as you're so lazy, Potter. Malfoy drawled. Harry took a deep breath before he replied, as calmly as he could muster. I already said she forced me to, and I asked you why. I told you. She wants me to talk to you without arguing. She thinks I should try to listen to you, Harry said with a grimace. Malfoy raised an eyebrow. Listen to me? Potter, are you capable of listening to anyone with that thick skull of yours? Think calm thoughts. Think calm thoughts. You're not going to make this easy for me, are you? Malfoy smirked. I wouldn't be myself if I did. Harry sighed and sunk into the chair at Malfoy's desk. Okay, talk. You've got 30 minutes. About? What does the famous Harry Potter want to know about the spectacular, gorgeous Draco Malfoy? Malfoy said smoothly. Get over yourself. Harry rolled his eyes. I to know something simple? What's your favorite color? My favorite color, Malfoy repeated. You're asking my favorite color? I did. Now get on with it. Harry felt a bit of embarrassment creeping onto his cheeks as Malfoy studied him with amused gray eyes. Blue. Sapphire blue, he said simply. I'm surprised. I expected green. Green's close second, but sapphire blue is first. Why? Why blue? Malfoy hesitated before he replied, My mother. It makes me think of her. She loves sapphires. For the first time while speaking to Malfoy, Harry didn't know what to say. What's the matter, Potter? Expect me to ask yours? Malfoy teased, but Harry didn't reply because, no, he really wasn't expecting him to ask. Well? In his own way, it seemed like Malfoy actually was asking him. Dunno. Never actually thought about it, to be perfectly honest, Harry replied. Malfoy let out a laugh. Leave it up to the famous Harry Potter to not have a favorite color. I guess if I had to choose it would be red, Harry responded, bypassing Malfoy's tease. Gryffindor red. So predictable, Malfoy said, rolling his eyes. Do you miss her? Harry inquired softly. Miss who, Potter? You're going to have to be a bit more specific. Malfoy very obviously knew what he meant, but was trying to stall answering it. Your mother. You seem sad when you talk about her. I don't owe you an explanation, Malfoy said with his eyes narrowed, but his expression collapsed into a weary one. But yes, of course I miss her. What about your father? Malfoy's expression changed into an icy one at his question. Enough questions about my family. All right. Do you have any pets? Malfoy gave him a funny look, then answered, Albino Picarorts. My family has them on the grounds of the manor. Bloody evil things, though. They'll bite most people if you even get near them. Except for me, don't know why, but they've always left me alone. You? Harry was bewildered that Malfoy had directly asked him the question but answered, Not anymore. My owl, Hedwig, was murdered while I escaped Death Eaters before my 18th birthday. She died trying to protect me. That's a shame. She was a beautiful bird. Not as beautiful as mine, of course, but still. After a small period of silence, Harry said softly, This is strangely nice. Talking to you like this. Don't get used to it. Harry grinned. I wouldn't be myself if I did. After his interesting encounter with Potter, Draco was able to leave the room a bit more frequently. He was a little relieved at this because then he felt more relaxed when he visited the tapestry room every night while the Grieffinders were eating. Over the course of the next few evenings, he used a quill and parchment to write down every blacked-out name that he had never heard before. Although, the one who truly mattered to him was his mother's sister, Andromeda Black. He wondered what she looked like, if she had blonde hair like his mother, or if she had the same soft, kind eyes. He mostly wondered, though, what she had done to be burned from the tree. Usually being removed from a family tapestry was the result of a very serious offense to the family name. What had been her crime against the House of Black? The Malfoy family tapestry had only encompassed his father's side of the family, so her sisters were not included, much to Aunt Bella's irritation. He shuddered at the thought of her matted brown hair and wild, bloodthirsty eyes, the complete opposite of his delicate, caring mother. There were a few names that were blacked out from the Malfoy family tapestry as well, most of which had married half-bloods or mud-muggleborns. He had started correcting himself as he began to reconsider the use of the term as a part of his vocabulary. He wouldn't have dared to admit it to Granger, but he was starting to realize how wrong he had been about them. Actually, how wrong he had been about a lot of things. Late one night, Draco was silently wandering down the stairs to get a snack when the trio's whispering got his attention. However, as soon as they heard his footsteps, they put up a silencing charm so that Draco couldn't hear them. Draco, who was nosy, was incredibly irritated by this, but continued onto the kitchen without any interaction. The next few days were a continuous cycle of that, along with the occasional short and uncomfortable discussions with Granger about his readings, which were surprisingly enlightening. Several days after he had first noticed their whispering, he finally managed to creep down the stairs so silently that they couldn't hear him. "I still think we should concentrate on the rest of the Horcruxes," he heard Granger say. "How could we, if we don't even know where they are? You know who isn't exactly alerting the press of their location?" Weasley replied. "We could focus on the sword? I think we could go to Godric's Hollow. I know there has to be something there. It is Godric Gryffindor's sword after all," added Potter. "I think for both, that's probably the best lead we've got. The swords are more important first. Otherwise, we won't be able to destroy them once we get them," Potter said, before Draco decided to make himself known, much to the group's respective horror. "How much did you hear?" Granger said slowly. Draco ignored her question. "So a Horcrux? The Dark Lord has a Horcrux? Not that I can say I'm surprised he would make one. But is that why you're all so bloody secretive? How do you know about Horcruxes?" Weasley said suspiciously. Draco sniffed and settled himself on the edge of an unoccupied armchair. "I'm a Malfoy. Is it really all that shocking to you that I would have access to books on the dark arts? And it's because I had my own private library that contained darker books than my family's library, including ones exclusively about Horcruxes," he added silently. Weasley shrugged in response. "Fair enough, I suppose. Not Horcrux, Horcruxes plural," Potter said grimly. Draco felt himself pale. "He made 2 Horcruxes?" Potter shook his head again, as his expression grew darker. 7. Draco felt sick. 7? Are you sure? To make 7 Horcruxes the soul would be incredibly unstable. The fact that he's conscious at all, let alone performing powerful magic. And when you also think about logistically, it's incredibly difficult magic to perform and requires a lot of energy dash. I thought the same thing. It's horrible, really, especially considering his body had already been destroyed once when he tried to kill Harry, Granger interjected. "Oh yeah, horrible that he's able to sustain a Horcrux. Never mind that he had to kill loads of people to do it. Never mind that 2 of those people were my parents dash. Harry, you know ruddy well that's not what she dash." Potter was interrupted by Weasley, who rose to meet his venomous tone. "Yeah? What did she dash? If you boys would stop bickering dash," Harry started dash. "Enough of you 3 and your damned interruptions," Draco said sharply, voice raised. They looked at him silently. Interacting with them was giving him a headache. "You said you 3 were looking for the sword of Gryffindor?" The 3 of them exchanged uneasy glances before finally Granger nodded. "Do you happen to know where it is?" "As a matter of fact, I do." "Where is it then?" the weasel said, still glaring at Draco like he was going to jump up and kill all of them any second. "What's in it for me?" Draco said with a smirk. Potter was staring at him with those piercing green eyes, and Draco had a warm, tingly feeling in the back of his neck that he chose to ignore. "Your wand." Hermione gasped. "No, absolutely not. You should always consult us when you agree to things like that." Then she whispered something incomprehensible in Potter's ear. "I know. I'm not changing my mind. But we have to get in and out with the sword, unharmed. It's not like he can go anywhere anyway. He'll pass out if he does." Draco's chest prickled with unease. "That I'm not sure I can do." "Why not?" "You said you know where it is," Weasley responded agitatedly. "Yeah, I know where it is. I didn't say I would get you there. Aunt Bella has it. Last time I saw it was in her mansion." Granger let out a little squeak of dismay. "How do we get in?" "You're not actually still considering this, are you, Harry? It's mental. This is Bellatrix Lestrange we're talking about. Her house." Weasley said her name like it was akin to the Dark Lord's. "What other choices do we have? If we know exactly where the sword is, we should take the opportunity to go and get it. There has to be a way. It's not like she's going to give it up of her own accord." Weasley and Granger were both looking at Potter as if he had gone mad. "We just need a plan. I'm sure Malfoy has some information that could help. So now we're just trusting him then? Is there something I don't know about?" Weasley exclaimed. "Later, Ron," Granger replied hastily. Draco ignored them. "Well, all of the Death Eaters spend most of their time at my family's manor. since that's where the Dark Lord has decided to take residency in. The trick probably lies in following her, figuring out how often she leaves and for how long. No offense, Malfoy, but your aunt doesn't really seem like the scheduling type, Weasley replied tartly. Draco flashed him a smug look, which caused Weasley to scowl. You're right, but she at least has some amount of regularity because the Dark Lord frequently requests her in particular. Draco made a face in disgust. So, what? We just sneak in when she's not home? Weasley said in disbelief. That's the idea. But there's no we. I'm not going with you, Draco replied. Yes, you will. You brought it up, you're not getting out of it, Potter said. Absolutely not. I'll be killed. Wherever Harry goes, you have to go too, remember? Sorry, Draco, but you're not getting out of this, Granger interjected. I don't remember getting on a first-name basis, Granger, and no, I haven't forgotten. I just think nothing is worse than the risk of seeing her. She's your aunt. Aren't you two supposed to be on the same side? Weasley exclaimed. Trust me, even Death Eaters avoid her. Besides, you really think they're going to be welcoming me back with open arms after I've been missing for a month? And with you three no less? Use common sense. The Dark Lord isn't exactly the understanding type, Draco said grimly. So, you don't want to go back? Potter asked. Would you? Draco replied, and Potter and Granger exchanged a glance that Draco couldn't quite place. After a pause, Potter said, All the more reason for you to come with us then. We know you won't be running off to join up with them. We also need you as a guide. As much as you hate it, you're the only one of us who knows where we're going, how to get in, and how to get out. I'm not doing it. You couldn't pay me to go back there. You want your wand, don't you? Potter leveraged. Manipulative bastard, Draco muttered before he said, Fine, I'll do it, but don't ask me to be happy about it. Potter grinned. Excellent. The rest of the day, Draco stuck to his usual routine of giving the trio a wide berth, and he once again chose to wait until late in the night to get food from the kitchens. He thought maybe then he would get lucky and not run into any of them. He wasn't often lucky. That night wasn't an exception. He crept out of the room and silently closed it. He was at the corner of the stairs when he heard the sound of clumsy footsteps coming up towards him. Fuck, Draco breathed. But it was too late to turn around. Potter was stumbling up the stairs, his hair even more tousled than usual, and his glasses slightly askew. Potter stretched widely, revealing a bit of his tan torso and the light trail of hair beneath his belly button. It was normal to have noticed it, Draco rationalized. He was 18 after all. Perfectly normal. It was just because he was the only available boy in his proximity. He was touch-starved, that's all. Nothing else. Really, truly, honestly. Absolutely nothing. Potter stumbled forward and almost fell over before Draco caught him. He was incredibly warm. Warmer than usual. Not that he would know. Have you been drinking? Just a bit. Probably not enough to do anything. Draco rolled his eyes. Yeah, clearly. Why? Finally have a lead, creature opened mead. Drank too, Potter said, releasing a hiccup. He was still leaning against Draco. He shifted so that the drunk boy was leaning against his shoulder and dragged him towards his room. Draco laughed smugly. So you're a lightweight then? Definitely not what I would have expected. Another hiccup. Didn't hiccup. No. Never had it before. Interesting. I always thought you would be the troublemaking, smuggling alcohol into the common room type, Draco said. No, was hard. Seamus tried. Didn't work, Potter said flatly. Draco let out a wry laugh. Oh, if your Gryffindors could see you now, leaning so heavily on a person you hate. I don't think I hate you anymore. It's weird, I didn't expect to, but I don't think I hate you anymore. You're not too terrible. Draco stopped moving. You don't? Draco said quietly. MMMHM. I don't. Tired. Need to sleepy. Draco began to move again and let Potter go into his room for the night. Chapter end notes. And so it begins. Carrot. Hermione. I can fix him, Granger, but she actually can. Updates will be even slower from now on as we start getting into the heavier parts of the story. Smiley face. Plans and plans. Chapter notes. A lot happens in this one, so be prepared. Smiley face. Harry had gotten used to their plans going wrong. He didn't know why he expected any differently. He had assumed something might go wrong, but what he didn't know was how wrong things could go. Ron, Hermione, and Harry, along with a begrudging Malfoy, had spent the next 2 weeks taking turns watching the Lestrange mansion under the invisibility cloak. As they expected, Bellatrix's trips were fairly erratic, except for one thing. Mondays and Fridays, she would leave for 2 hours at 10:30. The plan sounded relatively simple. After she had left, Harry and Malfoy would use the invisibility cloak. It wouldn't have fit over all 4 of them to go in and out of the mansion without being caught. Then Hermione and Ron, much to his chagrin, would wait outside and watch in case she returned, so they could send a signal or come in for help if necessary. Just so you know going into this, just like Malfoy Manor, it has anti-apparition wards, Malfoy warned. He was lounging on the futon like he owned the place. Anti-apparition wards. You couldn't have told us that 2 weeks ago. Ron shrieked in response. Malfoy sat up. I assumed you and your brains over there would figure it out. Seeing as we discussed seeing Aunt Bella come out of the mansion, he said, gesturing to Hermione as he said brains. Anti-apparition charms are commonplace in pureblood households. Well, some purebloods anyway. Malfoy's eyes raked over Ron and he was returned with a nasty look. Just inside the mansion, though, not the whole property. Wouldn't want anyone to be able to just pop in whenever they felt like it. Then how in the bloody hell are we gonna get out of there? Ron snapped back. This is why I thought it was a bad idea from the start. Draco retorted. It was your idea in the first place. Ron was turning red in the face. Boys, settle down. Hermione commanded, and they were silent, though their gaze of hatred towards each other was still sending out sparks. It shouldn't matter that we can't apparate if we don't get caught, but if we do we can use the instant darkness powder I got from Fred and George. It should be enough to at least stall them, Harry said. I still think this is a terrible idea. Malfoy interjected. Shut up, Malfoy, Ron groaned. Malfoy scowled. Right. Well, I think we have everything ready, Harry said, taking a side glance at an increasingly anxious-looking Malfoy. Tomorrow we meet downstairs at 9:30, then Malfoy will apparate us a block away. Don't give me that look, Ron, he's the only one who knows where it is. Finally, we get into positions, go inside, and come back with the sword. Hermione and Ron both nodded at his words, but Malfoy was looking rather green. After Hermione and Ron left for the kitchens, Harry noticed that Malfoy had remained in place. He sat staring at the floor rigidly. You won't even have to do much, you know? There is no possible way you could know that, Potter. No, you're right. But I have to believe it, or nothing good will happen. I have to believe it because it has to work. Gryffindors, Malfoy huffed and rolled his eyes. Always the optimist. But unlike you, I cannot afford to be optimistic. You have a fat lot of good that pessimism has done for you. Sometimes all you have is trusting that things will work out eventually, even if it all sucks and goes to hell. At least we were trying. Yet trying's worked for you. It has never worked for me. All of my life, all I get for trying is second place if I'm lucky, a slap in the face or torture if I'm not. You, perfect Potter, are always good enough. For you things always work out. You're always the leader who's a hero. I'm always the follower who's failed. I've tried optimism, I've tried trying, and I have to say it doesn't really do it for me anymore. If you want me to pretend to be optimistic, just leave me behind. Harry stared at him for a minute, trying to figure out how he should respond. You know that the entire world isn't against you, right? You don't have to be optimistic, you just have to keep pushing forward. Malfoy was wide-eyed and clearly speechless. Harry left the room, holding the expression in his back pocket. As Harry had expected, he had gotten hardly any sleep that night. He spent half of the night pacing around Sirius's room, twirling Malfoy's wand in his fingers, with the knowledge that the next day it would likely be returned to its owner. When he finally decided to lay down, he still found himself tossing and turning with the possibilities of what the day might bring. The few hours that he had gotten didn't feel like any at all, and so when he finally dragged himself down the stairs, he still felt absolutely knackered. He shuffled his way into the kitchen to surprisingly find only Ron. You look like hell, mate, Ron said as he noticed Harry come in. Harry stifled a yawn. I reckon I've looked worse, he replied as Creature came shuffling out to greet him with a coffee. Ron grinned. Yeah, you have. Hard to believe, isn't it? How far we've all come together, the three of us. Harry nodded. I have to tell you, though, I'm so fucking scared. I'm scared to lose you or Hermione or my family. I know this is war, but there's nothing more terrifying than the things you can't control. Harry used some of the strength restored to him through caffeine to say, then let's control what we can. Malfoy was surprisingly on time for a day that Harry knew was probably like stepping into his nightmares. All right, I'm going to give you back your wand now. But don't. Harry put his own wand up to Malfoy's face. Try anything stupid. He held out the wand for Malfoy. He snatched up his wand with hungry eyes, held it in his hand triumphantly, and immediately cleaned and transfigured his clothes into a sharper, cleaner outfit. Much better, Malfoy sighed, as if that was the thing he was most heavily anticipating at the return of his wand. Have you two got your polyjuice? Muggles, right? Best hope she doesn't come back and decide she's bored, Malfoy said with a grin, to which Hermione elbowed him in the side. Ow, I was kidding. It was a joke. I think this is what the Muggles call coping through humor. Hermione gave him a wide-eyed, but pleased, look while Ron stared at him like he had grown an extra head. Who are you, and what have you done with Malfoy? Don't worry about it, Ron. Let's get changed. Hermione motioned for herself, and Ron to go to another room to take their polyjuice. A few minutes later, Hermione and Ron came out of the room as an elderly couple. She was wearing a pink ensemble that looked as if it had been nicked straight from Umbridge's closet, and he was wearing slacks and a button-down. Yuck, you look like Umbridge threw up all over you. Malfoy scrunched his nose. Let's at least change the color. Malfoy waved his wand in a swift motion, and her outfit turned a soft periwinkle. I thought you liked Umbridge, Hermione croaked in her newly elderly voice. Malfoy shook his head, clearly affronted. Absolutely not. That woman is a fashion nightmare. Harry clapped his hands together, in an attempt to stave off any doubt or nervousness, as well as change the subject from Umbridge. All right, are we all ready? Remember, a block away. We don't want to appear right on her doorstep. Yes, of course I know that. I'm not an idiot, Weasel, Malfoy retorted. He looked significantly paler than usual. Harry glanced at his watch and steeled himself for the journey. It's time. They all grabbed onto Malfoy, Ron begrudgingly, and apparated away with a crack. The alleyway they were brought to was dark and smelled of sewage. Did you have to take us somewhere so gross? Ron hissed in disgust. It was what I could think of. I wasn't usually trying to hide when I went to visit family, Malfoy whispered in response. Hush, under the cloak you two. Now. Hermione whispered to Harry and Malfoy. All right, yes, just remember we'll meet you guys back in an hour. If we don't come back, go straight to Grimmauld and keep looking for the Horcruxes. I really wish you wouldn't talk like you're planning on dying, mate. We're in this together, Ron replied and clapped Harry's shoulder. Harry smiled weakly at him. He knew that dying wasn't out of the question, but he also knew that if he did it wouldn't be at Bellatrix's hands. As Harry threw the silvery cloak around the two of them, Malfoy let out a squeak. Shut up, Malfoy. Are you trying to get us caught? No, it's just this cloak. Never mind. Good luck. Hermione whispered in a warbly voice. Harry followed Malfoy's steps as they walked alongside each other, before Malfoy came to a halt. What stood before him was a large house with pearly white columns with silver art and neatly trimmed hedges. It would have looked almost Muggle if it weren't for the characters in the art on the columns who were moving. Directly in front of Harry and Malfoy was a black gate guarded by two silver snakes. How do we get past? Let me handle it, Malfoy replied in a hushed tone. He parted the cloak slightly and held out his wand to one of the snakes, who came to life and slithered away so that the gate swung wide open. It only opens for family, Malfoy explained. Harry nodded as they moved forward. Malfoy had explained that they would have to go in the door behind the house through the basement to avoid being caught. Malfoy led him down a windy cobbled path that began between large bushes, one shaped like a snake, the other like a large L, presumably for Lestrange. You purebloods really take your snakes seriously, don't you? Harry whispered in Malfoy's ear, who promptly stepped on his foot. Fuck, ouch. Harry hissed. I don't want to hear it from you, Parselmouth. Now be quiet. Malfoy pulled open a small wooden door at the end of the path that was surrounded by English ivy. It's a small door. House elves? Harry whispered, which earned him a glare, but Malfoy still nodded. They made their way through a narrow rocky tunnel. He was grateful for the invisibility, cloak, and Malfoy's proximity. Otherwise, he knew the tunnel would have grown frigid as they descended deeper under the mansion. "Aren't we supposed to be going up?" Harry hissed into Malfoy's ear. "Eventually, yes. Also, you talk too much." There was a fork in the tunnel ahead of them, and Malfoy steered them to the side that thankfully looked to be ascending. "Where are these supposed to lead anyway?" Malfoy sighed. To the left, he gestured at the path that they were on, the dungeons, and the right to the kitchens. "I've only been down here a few times when Aunt Bella took me to. Anyway, the house elves found me, and I learned the way back so I would know just in case I got lost again." He seemed to catch himself before he thought he would be too honest. The tunnel finally opened up into a dungeon that was surprisingly uninhabited. "That's surprising," Harry thought aloud. "I would have expected Bellatrix Lestrange to lock up anyone that even looked at her funny." Malfoy waved his hand dismissively. "No, not really. All prisoners are kept at the manor nowadays. A lot easier to keep track of that way." For all of the anxiety he had shown earlier, Malfoy had somehow managed to collect himself into a cool, calm demeanor. Maybe Hermione was right. Maybe he could be brave. Draco was fucking lying. He couldn't tell Potter that yes, it was absolutely weird, and definitely not a good sign. Admitting it also wouldn't have helped the anxiety eating away at his stomach, so he opted for ignorance instead. He was grateful that at least the invisibility cloak sheltered them from view. Otherwise, Draco would have been unable to hide his anxiety, but because of it, he managed to put a cork on his torrential nerves. They crept forward on gentle toes to avoid making echoes through the empty dungeons. Draco tried not to look around too much because he knew that if he saw anything that triggered a memory of torture from his aunt, it would have been hard to suppress his reaction. They reached a familiar staircase which Draco knew would take them up to the main floor. Then they would have to make it through the entryway and across the parlor to a hidden spiral staircase that they would use to climb to the fourth floor. Draco had already sketched out and gone over the layout of the inside of the mansion, as well as their route. However, with how Potter was relying on Draco, it seemed as if he had either completely forgotten or was simply bad with directions. They slowly climbed the limestone steps to the main level. The main level was rather still, which also differed from usual. Draco knew something wasn't right, but he couldn't acknowledge it. He thought acknowledging it might have made it real. Potter, wisely, had been silent as they maneuvered through the furniture. They crept through the ground floor to the back stairs without a hitch and slowly opened and shut the door to the stairwell behind them. Walking up 4 flights of stairs seemed to be quite easy for the naturally athletic Harry Potter. For the lanky, malnourished Draco Malfoy, on the other hand, it proved to be quite difficult. By the time they made it to the top of the stairs, Draco was trying to gasp for air as silently as possible. Potter, naturally, noticed it, and his lips curled up into a devious smile. "He's making fun of me," Draco thought in irritation. He retaliated by stepping on Potter's foot again. When he let out a quiet hiss of pain, Draco felt very proud of himself, and he pushed open the door to the 4th floor. It was a short walk to the room where he knew the sword of Gryffindor would be displayed in a dazzlingly bejeweled case, surrounded by many expensive dark artifacts. Except it wasn't there. Draco and Harry entered the room to find an empty display case surrounded by empty bookshelves and tables. "No, no, no, no. This is all wrong. It should be here. Why isn't it here?" Draco abandoned their silence in panic. "Malfoy, what's going on? I think they knew we were coming. We need to get out of here now." The boys both turned to the door that had shut behind them and tried to open it, but it had locked. Draco tried everything he could to get the door open, from Alohomora to wiggling the handle, and he even tried to pick the lock with a pin that he had gotten from Granger. Draco's breathing was heavy and shallow as he kept trying the handle. Potter shrugged the cloak off into the pouch that was around his neck. The airflow helped to make it a little easier for Draco to breathe, but he was still clutching his chest, desperate to win a fight against his own lungs. Draco slammed his body into the door and kicked it as his breathing turned to gasps. "No, no, 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 fuck, 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 dash. Malfoy. Jesus Christ, get a hold of yourself." Potter grabbed him by the shoulders and turned him so they were face to face. His vibrant green eyes were warm, but stern. He didn't look panicked at all. That grounded Draco a bit. Only a bit. Malfoy, do you know any other way out of here? No, of course not. Why would I be so desperately trying to get the door open if I did? Draco said, his voice slightly raised. You don't think I set you a trap, do you? Draco pleaded in a quieter tone. He willed himself to breathe as slowly as he could, and he felt himself start to calm down more. Potter rolled his eyes. You're not serious, are you? Draco stared at him with round eyes, still filled with panicked tears. Oh my God, you are. Of course I don't. Why would you be so panicked if you did? Besides, Potter was interrupted by the door slamming open, and both boys were knocked backwards into the wall. Thankfully, Potter had excellent reflexes and was quick enough to block any spells from hitting the both of them, as Bellatrix Lestrange walked into the room with a maniacal expression on her face. My, what an unpleasant surprise, little nephew. You honestly didn't expect your little plan to work, did you? The footprints? The sound of apparition? You made it too obvious. You never were the brains of the family. Traipsing around with Harry Potter. Proof that you were just as weak as I thought. Leave him alone, Potter said. He flexed his wrist, his wand raised in defense. His eyes were fixed on Aunt Bella, but his mind seemed to be elsewhere. Potter's expression was fiery, but also almost calculating. Bellatrix paid no mind to Potter's comment or his expression and was only looking at Draco, who was completely frozen in place. I always told Sissy she was too soft on you. Now here you are, a traitor, just like our filthy sister. Was she talking about Andromeda? Draco was thirsty for information that he couldn't ask. He didn't let his intrigue show on his face, which was easy due to his terror. I thought a good bit of torture might have straightened you out, but of course, it clearly wasn't effective, so I maybe should try again. She aimed her wand and started to cast the Cruciatus Curse, but before it could meet Draco, he was thrust out of the way by Potter, and they fell to the floor together. Potter pulled Draco into a standing position and handled him like a puppet, making him duck and dodge the spells that were being aimed in their direction. Draco knew that she was really only aiming at him, but he was too frightened to move of his own accord. You said the wards only worked inside the mansion, right? Potter said as he forced Draco with him behind a bookshelf. Draco nodded. Brilliant. I have an idea, but it's mad. Draco was still too afraid to speak and opted instead to nod again. Potter ran across the room while Draco's feet stayed planted. He heard Bellatrix's voice call out between spells, Poor little Draco, the failed Death Eater. Your father will be so disappointed. His only son, a traitor. Your mother's been in a real tizzy, you know? Cries all the time now, and it's all your fault. How does it feel knowing it's all your fault, nephew? How does it feel? Through splitting laughter, she blasted the bookshelf out of the way and revealed the cowering Draco. He couldn't respond to her taunts. His breathing was heavy again. She raised her wand again. Her spell was interrupted by a curse from behind her, where Potter was standing in front of a broken window. I'm here too, you know. Draco was still frozen in place, as the two exchanged a few spells. He wished he were brave enough to help. His attention was diverted to Potter again, who was holding a shield, but he was looking directly at Draco, who was still caught in a trance of anxiety. Malfoy. Draco. Potter held out left hand. His shield still held strong from the right, and stared at Draco with intensity. He was beckoning Draco to take it. Come on. Unless you'd prefer staying? Draco looked between the solid floor and the open window Potter was motioning. He forced the words out of his mouth. I want to but dash. Trust me, Potter said softly, as if they were alone in the room. Draco gathered every minuscule bit of courage in his body and sprinted across the room, avoiding a flurry of spells. He grabbed onto Potter's hand, and together they jumped out of the window. They were both falling together from 4 stories up. He could still hear his aunt's laughter roaring in his ears. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Draco yelled over the sound of the wind. Hopefully. Potter replied loudly. Hopefully. If we make it out of this alive, Harry Potter, I'm going to kill Y. Draco's screech was interrupted by the twist of apparition as the mansion vanished, replaced by the firm ground of a grimy alleyway. Draco was still clinging onto Potter's arm, and he wasn't going to let go. Luckily, Potter didn't say anything about it. Instead, he said, "We need to find Ron and Hermione. They should have been here." Draco nodded. It wasn't hard to find Weasley and Granger, whose polyjuice had started to wear off. Unfortunately, they were in the midst of a duel with 3 Death Eaters, who Draco knew to be the Lestrange brothers and Dolohov. Draco was thankful that none of them were more family, as he and Potter leapt into the fray. "Harry, Draco, thank goodness you're safe." He didn't even bother to correct her anymore. If she wanted to call him by his first name, he knew that there was nothing he could do to stop her. "We're not safe yet. We have to leave," Potter yelled between the snaps of spells. "Did you get it?" Weasley asked. "No. They knew we were coming," Draco replied, breathless. His anxiety had mellowed once they had left the mansion. "How?" Granger gasped. "Footprints. I had forgotten that no one comes near the mansion. There are wards protecting it from Muggle view, so it had to be wizards. How she knew it was us, though, I have no idea," Draco said. "We can have the discussion later. Right now we need to get out of here." Granger yelled as she ran away from the fight. She motioned for them to follow. The 3 boys obeyed, with the Death Eaters trailing close behind. Potter took up the rear and continuously threw spells behind them in an attempt to keep their enemies at bay. When they finally seemed to lose the Death Eaters, the 4 of them stood together, panting. Granger held out her arms for the boys to take. Just as she started to apparate, Draco, who was still hanging on to Potter, felt an unrelenting hand latch onto his wrist. Draco struggled to break free as they appeared in Grimmauld Place. Draco kicked Rodolfo Lestrange off of himself and sent the intruder staggering backwards. Before Potter, Granger, and Weasley noticed their new uninvited guest, he began pelting spells in their direction. Luckily, Draco was quick to the draw and immediately blocked the spells. Vases shattered from their combined spell work, and Walburga Black's portrait began to scream as the 4 of them backed Lestrange into the corner. He grinned and operated away as soon as they fired spells at him at the same time. "This is bad. Very bad," Potter said. "What's bad?" Weasley asked. "He just got let into the wards. He'll be back with a dozen Death Eaters by sundown," Potter replied grimly. "Let's hurry then." "I packed all of our things in case something happened," Granger said tersely. "But where will we even go?" Weasley asked wide-eyed. "I have a few ideas, but we can start with the first." They all grabbed onto her arms again, save for Draco, who hadn't let go of Potter's arm in the last 30 minutes. "We're not taking him with us, are we?" Weasley spat, glaring at Draco like he was the scum from the bottom of his shoe. "Yes, we are. He's with us now. We're not just gonna send him away. He's obviously got nowhere else to go. Plus, he's kind of stuck with me," Potter replied, and looked down at his arm that Draco was still latched to. Draco felt a flush prickling his cheeks, but he didn't let go. Potter's warmth was the only thing grounding him, so he wasn't about to let go in a hurry. Weasley let out a huff of irritation, but said nothing else. "Let's just go, shall we?" Granger said, in an obvious attempt to break the growing tension between the 3 boys. They all nodded in her direction. As Granger operated away, they heard the inevitable sound of intruders breaking into Grimmauld Place. He found himself feeling sorry for Creature, who he was sure was preparing an elaborate supper for that evening. Draco fell clumsily onto the forest floor. He sat up to find Granger hovering over Weasley, who had very little color left in his already pale complexion. Blood drenched the whole of his left side. Potter, who was next to Draco, slowly pushed himself off of the forest floor. When he noticed Weasley, Potter immediately joined Granger crouching over him. "What happened to him?" Potter asked. "Isn't it obvious?" Draco rolled his eyes. "Splinched," Granger ignored him, her fingers already busy at Weasley's sleeve where the blood was wetted and darkest. Potter's eyes were wide. He stared in horror as she tore open his shirt to get a better view of the place where he'd been the most injured. "One of you, quickly, in my bag. There's a small bottle labeled Essence of Dittany." Draco, who was closer to the bag, wordlessly summoned the Dittany and threw it to Potter. Draco noticed Weasley was looking rather limp. "He's fainted," Granger said as if she were reading his thoughts. "Harry, unstopper it for me." My hands are shaking. Potter obeyed, and Granger poured 3 drops over the gaping wound. Draco, do you know how to set protective enchantments? Granger's voice was still quavering. Draco nodded. Good. Make yourself useful and set them. He did as he was told, his wand still shaking. How did this happen? How did he get hurt? Potter asked. Draco heard Granger take a deep breath. It was the Death Eaters. They surprised me. I guess the distraction. Oh, Ron. She cried as Weasley groaned. Draco glanced over to see he had opened his eyes, but his face was still gray and glistening with sweat. How'd you feel? She whispered to him. Lousy, Weasley croaked, and winced as he felt his injured arm. Where are we? In the woods where they held the Quidditch World Cup, said Granger. Draco shuddered as he looked around at the familiar tree. The attack at the World Cup, his father's first act in support of the Dark Lord's return. His father had proudly told him that one day he would be able to take part in the Dark Lord's attacks. The thought sent his mind spiraling backwards. The memories of the previous hours came down on him like a tidal wave, and he collapsed at their weight. All of the feelings that he had been desperately holding back sprung forwards and forced themselves out of his body in the form of painful sobs. He held his own shoulders tightly as he bent forward on the forest floor and wretched. The cries continued, and he felt a hand on his back, drawing soothing circles. We're safe now, he heard the whisper come from beside him. Draco wept until he felt his body grow heavy, and the world around him faded to black. The stars and fallen leaves. Chapter notes. I apologize for my inconsistency. I'm back at university, so I'm writing on top of school. Sorry for the shorter chapter, but thanks for your patience, Eily Heartsuit. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry lost count of how long he spent beside an unconscious Malfoy in the crisp, early autumn weather, but it was nearing nightfall when the blonde finally roused. Oh, Malfoy, you're awake? And about time, too. It's nearly dark. Malfoy blinked the sleep from his eyes and stretched. The remnants of his fit of emotion still lingered on his porcelain skin. His cheeks were flushed and his eyes were red and puffy. His sleeve had left a print on his cheek as evidence of his nap. He looked fragile, almost delicate, maybe even feminine. Or pretty. How long was I out for? Quit your ogling, it's rude, Malfoy huffed, his voice still thick from sleep. I wasn't ogling, I was concerned. You weren't exactly at your best when you fainted. So sorry for being concerned about you. You were concerned. About me? Malfoy repeated dumbly. Yeah, I was. Do I need to say it again? Possibly. Yeah, as much as I think you're a prick, nobody deserves to be in that kind of a state. I guess I'm just tired of being petty. We have too much to worry about now, especially since you're stuck with us anyway. So yeah, I was concerned, Harry shrugged, prickling under Malfoy's, surveying icy gray eyes. I don't understand you, Malfoy said simply, as he stood and brushed off his trousers. That makes 2 of us. The sound of rustling leaves nearby caught Harry's ear. What wards did you put up anyway? He asked. Usual protective enchantments. Muffliato, muggle repelling, disillusionment charms. Glad I got them finished before. Where are Granger and Weaselby, anyway? They're in the tent. Harry gestured to the wrinkly tent behind them. Malfoy made a disgusted face at the sight of it. You don't actually expect me to sleep in there, do you, Potter? Harry rolled his eyes. You're welcome to sleep out here if you'd like. And you can use our names. We've all almost died together after all. We almost died together our first year, and I've still always called you Potter. Oh yeah, Malfoy. First year when you made fun of Hermione for her blood status, and Ron for his parentage. And me for, I dunno, existing? What exactly did you make fun of me for? If I could do it over, I'd still bully the weasel. Harry returned Draco's remark with scowl. And Merlin, Potter, don't be such a hypocrite. You just called me Malfoy. Fine, Draco. Now you try. Malfoy glared at him and said with gritted teeth, Well, Harry, it's getting rather chilly out, so I think I ought to make my way inside your sorry excuse for a tent. Maff, Draco turned and made his way towards the tent. He stopped, turned and said, Oh, and Harry, there is nothing you could ever do to get me to call Weasley by his first name. Harry honestly found calling him Draco just as uncomfortable, but in a logical sense it seemed worse to continue to refer to the man by his last name when they were just starting to be cordial towards each other. Perhaps one could have even described their interactions as friendly. When Harry followed Draco into the tent, he was immediately hit with the warm smell of broth. "Oh, please tell me she's not cooking," Draco groaned as he wandered towards the tent's kitchen, where the smell was coming from. He would have denied it aloud, but for once Harry was in hesitant agreement. The tent was still as both cozy and as startlingly large as it was during the World Cup, and Harry found himself at a slight amount of ease. When they entered the kitchen, they found Hermione standing at the stove with a pot and 4 empty packets of instant noodles. Harry assumed that Ron was probably still in bed recovering from his injury. "I hope you like noodles. I only packed instant food, but I'm relieved that I'd thought of it." "Ugh. Muggle food." Draco's face was twisted, but Harry could detect a trace of curiosity behind his disgust. Harry ignored him and said, "How long do you have for?" "At least a month. I bought it in bulk. There should be enough ramen, spam, smash, instant oats, and soup cans for the 4 of us." Hermione rattled off all that she had brought with them to the 2 boys. Harry was simultaneously impressed and unsurprised. "What the hell are you on about? Ramen are instant noodles, spam is canned meat, smash are instant mashed potatoes, instant oats are instant oatmeal, and a can of soup is soup," Harry explained to the increasingly distrustful and curious Draco. "Instant? How the hell is it instant without magic?" "Usually dried or properly sealed," Hermione said, unable to contain her smirk in light of Draco's curiosity. "So my options are Muggle slop or Muggle slop." "I'll pass." "Oh, I'm sorry, Draco. Must have forgotten to pack the caviar," Hermione teased as she stirred the instant noodles. "We're having noodles tonight. Your option is this or nothing." "I'm sure Ron would be happy to eat your portion. Besides, you shouldn't disparage things you haven't even tried." Draco hesitated, obviously biting back a protest, before he sat with pursed lips at the small wooden table at the edge of the kitchen. "So, what do we do now?" he said expectantly. "Same as before. We find Horcruxes," Harry replied. He had decided to put finding the sword on the back burner after their little disaster. He was returned with a heavy eye roll from Draco. "Yes, obviously, but where?" Hermione poured their instant noodles in 4 plastic bowls and held her hand to stop their conversation. "We're not doing anything yet. I won't be comfortable apparating with Ron for at least another week." "A week?" "Hermione, you know we don't have that kind of time. We're staying here for now. I don't want to hear another word about it, and it's not as if we know where any of them are anyway." "Well, we have to do something. We can't just sit around here for a week, as if a Horcrux will fall in our laps. People are dying, Hermione. I know that. But we'll be of no use to them dead because we did something stupid." Draco visibly winced at the word dead. "Draco and I can go out and look on our own if you're so against it," Harry snapped. "Oi, why are you volunteering me? I have opinions too, you know? Since you've decided you're stuck with me and all dash, don't act like it isn't your choice to be here now, even if you didn't have the potion." That earned Hermione a nasty look. "Anyhow, as I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, Hermione." She beamed as Draco used her first name, much his visible distaste. "We shouldn't go without her. She's the brains here. Even if I am an incredibly talented, beautiful genius, I prefer my role to just be the pretty one." Harry snorted. "Yeah, and you'll be the humble one too." "One can't do everything, and I mustn't risk getting wrinkles," Draco continued, clearly unfazed by Harry's jibe. "Oh yeah, couldn't have that, could we?" Harry rolled his eyes. Hermione placed down 2 of the bowls in front of Harry and Draco, then picked up another. "I'm going to go take this to Ron. Eat while it's still warm." Harry didn't hesitate before he picked up his utensils and finished off the bowl. He hadn't noticed his ravenous hunger, but when he started eating, he couldn't put the bowl down. Draco, on the other hand, hadn't touched them and was staring at his instant noodles like they had been poisoned. "Go on. They'll be worse cold. I reckon you're hungry, so don't be such a prat. Eat." With feigned struggle, Draco slowly took a noodle to his lips and slurped. His expression changed immediately, as he also downed the entire bowl in mere moments. Hermione returned with a hint of satisfaction in her eyes at the sight of their empty bowls. "How's Ron?" Harry asked. "Like I said before, he'll recover. It'll just take time." We don't have time. Harry, we're not discussing it. We are staying here until I say he's fit for apparition. That's the last I want to hear of it. The air was crackling between the two friends as Harry took a breath to reply to her, but he was stopped when Draco said, "So, like I asked before, what next? Where do we go from here?" "I think we ought to go to Godric's Hollow," Harry stated. "What? Why are you looking at me like that?" "Because it's foolish. The Dark Lord so obviously wants you to go there. I wish you would stop calling him that." "I want to disagree, Draco, but it's the only idea we have," Hermione said hesitantly. "Look, it's not just my neck on the line. If you want to get yourself killed before you find and destroy any more Horcruxes, that would be your business. But it just so happens that I've been forcibly involved, so I'm going with the this is a bad idea, and I should at least get I told you so rights if something goes wrong," Draco said. He had that incredibly annoying, very punchable, haughty expression on his face. "That's exactly why we should wait for Ron to heal. 4 is better than 3, just as 3 is better than 2. "Yeah, Harry, your plan to just go with Draco without us isn't going to work," Hermione hissed. "Not that you could convince me anyways," Draco added. "I'm gonna go keep watch," Harry grumbled as he carried the anger that was bubbling in his chest into the cold night air. Harry shivered upon the leaves in the dark. Against his better judgment, Harry laid down with a soft crunch and fixed his eyes on the starry sky. After what seemed like hours, he heard the violent crunching of leaves, and then a pale frame sat beside him with a loud crackle of leaves. Draco then fell back onto the forest floor in a lounging position. Sulking isn't becoming of the chosen one. Sod off, Malfoy. Already back to last names, are we? I expected you to last longer, Potter, Draco purred teasingly. Draco, leave me alone. Seeing as I'm comfortable, and being annoying is one of my life's biggest pleasures, no? Weren't you cold? Yes, but irritating you is far more important. Fine, do whatever you want then. Just shut it. Much to Harry's relief, Draco obliged him with a blissful 5 minutes of peace. The stars twinkled brightly above them, and the silvery moon was in a thin, waxing crescent. Their light made the surroundings hazy, but barely visible. The sky was elegantly framed by the tall treetops. Draco's blonde hair was shining silver in the low moonlight. He had started looking healthier over their months spent stuck with each other. His cheeks were no longer sunken and were instead round and rosy, and there was life in his eyes. "I see you staring at me. While I appreciate your admiration of the art that is myself, there's a perfectly good sky above us." I was not. I was just thinking about how you've changed over the course of the last few months, that's all. You look healthier. Yes, that tends to happen when you don't live with a murderous Dark Lord. True, I can't imagine Valdash. Don't say his name. Not you too. Fine. I can't imagine you know who is a very good house guest. Draco had not turned to look at Harry, but he was instead still looking at the stars with a distant expression on his face. "Do you know any of the constellations?" Draco asked softly. Harry hesitated before he answered, "Not any constellations, just a star." Draco nodded in understanding. "It's serious, isn't it?" "Yeah. How'd you know?" Harry asked, bewildered. "Oh, please, Harry. I'm not daft. Everyone knows that he was your godfather." Draco's tone was gentler than usual. Harry was so baffled by his tact that he didn't make the correction that no, not everyone knew. Just Death Eaters and members of the Order. It's strange seeing my family tree in the night sky. My mother taught me all the constellations and some of the brighter stars when I was young. Told me stories about my family members that were represented. That one right there is my constellation, Draco. He pointed to a shape in the sky. There's a head and a body. It doesn't have wings. Harry could hear the heaviness in his voice, and his eyes were shining in grief. He already felt like he had lost his family. "You'll see them again." "Yes, but not on the terms I'd like," Draco sighed. Then his tone shifted back into his usual playful one. "Although, if I lived the rest of my life never seeing Aunt Bella again, I think I'd be a happier person." Harry laughed. "Yeah, me too. Never thought I'd see the day when I was comforting Draco Malfoy while he missed his Death Eater family. Hey, my mother isn't a Death Eater, just my father. And I don't find myself missing him very much anymore." "Don't you worship your father?" "The whole 'my father will hear about this thing's kind of your staple." "I do. I did." I don't know, It's complicated, Draco sighed. It's complicated? Yeah. They laid there in silence side by side for a long while before Harry felt his eyelids grow heavy and exhaustion pulled him into sleep. Give it to me, Gregorovitch. Harry's voice was high, clear, and cold, his wand held in front of him by a long-fingered white hand. The man at whom he was pointing was suspended upside down in midair, though there were no ropes holding him. He swung there, invisibly and eerily bound, his limbs wrapped about him, his terrified face on level with Harry's ruddy due to the blood that had rushed to his head. He had pure white hair and a thick, bushy beard. A trussed-up father. Christmas. I have it not. I have it no more. It was many, many years ago, stolen from me. Do not lie to Voldemort, Gregorovitch. He knows. He always knows. The man's pupils were wide, dilated with fear, and they seemed to swell bigger and bigger until their blackness swallowed Harry whole. And now Harry was hurrying along a dark corridor in stout little Gregorovitch's wake as he held a lantern aloft. Gregorovitch burst into the room at the end of the passage, and his lantern illuminated what looked like a workshop. Wood shavings and gold gleamed in the swinging pool of light, and there on the window ledge sat perched, like a giant bird, a young man with golden hair. In the split second that the lantern's light illuminated him, Harry saw the delight upon his handsome face. Then the intruder shot a stunning spell from his wand and jumped neatly backward out of the window with a crow of laughter. And Harry was hurtling back out of those wide, tunnel-like pupils, and Gregorovitch's face was stricken with terror. "Who was the thief, Gregorovitch?" said the high, cold voice. "I do not know. I never knew a young man. No, please, please." A scream that went on, and then a burst of green light. "Harry, wake up, you imbecile." Harry was being violently shaken by Draco Malfoy. Harry opened his eyes, winded, and scar still searing. The sky was starting to lighten into dawn, and Draco was looking down at him in irritation. "Finally, Merlin, glad I cast silencing charms, otherwise they'd hear you in London. Sorry, it was just a dream." "A dream? Why were you dreaming about Gregorovitch?" "Oh, that? It's nothing," Harry replied anxiously. "Nothing? You were screaming. Why were you being tortured by a German wandmaker?" "It was a dream. Just forget it. Anyway, do you know if who was looking for something? Do you know what it would be? Do you think I'm stupid? You can't just say that and expect me not to connect the two. You come out of a dream screaming bloody murder for a wandmaker you've never met. You brush it off, and then ask me about the Dark Lord. Honestly, Harry, unbelievable. You're linked, aren't you? You can see in his mind?" Draco said in irritation. "Yes, but it's fine. I need it. I know what he's doing. Besides, I can't help it. I'm lousy at occlumency." Harry groaned, sprawled back out on the forest floor, then removed his glasses. He was trying to fight the carrot tail of exhaustion and a throbbing headache that were plaguing his mind. "Well, don't ask me for help. I'm lousy at it too. The Dark Lord never really cared enough to look into my mind, so I never had the urgency to learn it. Aunt Bella tried once, but it didn't go well." "Hard to learn with a teacher you hate?" Harry mused. "Yeah, something like that," Draco replied with a wry laugh. "I can relate." Draco raised an eyebrow. "I thought Dumbledore would teach you occlumency." "Nope. It was Snape. Severus? Tried to teach you?" "Why?" "Dumbledore wanted him to. So I opened my mind to a bloody traitor and murderer." Back to the original point of Gregorovitch. "You said the Dark Lord is looking for something. Why does he want a German wandmaker for it? Couldn't he just ask Ollivander?" Draco pressed. "He had something in his possession, something that was stolen from him. That's what who is after. And you've no idea what it is?" "Not a clue. Not who stole it either, just a face." Draco thought for a moment before he said, "Must be important then if he's looking so hard for it. Maybe it has something to do with horcruxes?" "Yeah, that's what we were afraid of. But it doesn't make sense. If he wanted 7, why would he make more? You did destroy the diary our second year. Maybe it's because of that?" "Maybe, but I don't think he would have gone outside of the country for something like that. Plus it feels different." "Different?" Draco echoed. "Different how?" "It just is. I don't know why, but it just is. Draco didn't know how or when he fell back asleep, but he opened his eyes to a cloudless, bright blue sky. His bones were aching and stiff against the cold ground, but he noticed his left arm was decidedly warm. Harry was lying curled up next to him on the forest floor. His head rested against Draco's arm as he twitched in deep sleep. For some reason, instead of pulling away, Draco, uncharacteristically, continued to lay in the dirt and allowed Harry to continue using his arm as a pillow. Draco knew how tired he must have been, as he had woken up screaming only a few hours earlier. Harry's hair was even wilder than usual. Small pieces of leaves still clung between his loose curls. On instinct, Draco reached out and brushed a leaf out of his black locks. The strands were surprisingly soft as Draco ran his fingers gently through the hair of the peacefully sleeping chosen one. He found himself gently stroking Harry's dark curls, which were a great contrast to his own flat, bright blonde strands. Harry stirred with a groan. Draco froze. His hand still hovered above Harry's head. Draco, what are you doing?" Harry murmured, his voice still husky from sleep. Draco ignored the somersaults that rolled in his stomach at the sound. He abruptly pulled into a sitting position, which caused Harry's head to bounce on the ground. "It wasn't me, Potter, that put my head on your arm. I didn't do it on purpose." Harry's face was turning red as he sat up too. "Besides, how long were you just sitting there staring at me before I woke up? And you accused me of ogling." Draco couldn't help but feel mildly relieved at the idea that Harry likely had no idea that he had just been stroking the sleeping boy's hair. "Fuck, what was I thinking?" he cursed inwardly. "I wanted you to get sleep after you woke up next to me screaming. Would you have preferred it if I woke you up?" "Yeah, actually, I would have." Draco let out a huff of frustration. "Unbelievable. Ungrateful. Hypocritical. Lousy. Stupid. Lazy." Draco muttered to himself as he stormed into the tent and away from Harry, who was still sitting on the forest floor, looking both dazed, irritated, and still decidedly pink. He entered the tent to find Weasley at the kitchen table with purple bags under his eyes. He was munching loudly on an apple as Draco maneuvered around him to find Hermione and interrogate her for information on their real sleeping arrangements. "Where's Harry?" Weasley asked groggily. "Outside," Draco stated, in a successful effort to leave the redhead's presence as quickly as possible. He found Hermione on the sofa in the sitting room reading a book, as expected. "Found anything?" Draco asked, which caused Hermione to nearly jump out of her seat. "Christ, Draco, you startled me," Hermione gasped. "Where's Harry?" "Oh, so I'm not good enough?" Draco dramatically feigned being wounded, at which Hermione rolled her eyes. "It's not that. You were just both out there all night. Did you actually sleep on the ground?" "Not intentionally," Draco mumbled. "I was bothering Harry after his temper tantrum last night, and we just ended up looking at the stars until we fell asleep." Hermione immediately fell into a fit of laughter. What's funny? Why are you laughing?" "It's just Dash," she said between breaths, then composed herself. "It's just funny how you fell asleep on the ground beside Harry when not 4 months ago both of you would have rather to strangle each other. So, I'm stuck with you lot. I might as well try and make it as painless as possible." "Oh, you and I both know that's tripe. That stuck with you rubbish is just an excuse to pretend you're not on our side now," Hermione snapped in response. He stared at her in stunned silence. "You're lying to yourself too, aren't you?" He stayed quiet and stared at her, still frozen. "You want to run away from this conversation, don't you?" Draco nodded. Then, he fled. "Your room is the last door on the left," she called after him as he ran down the hall and slammed the door behind him. Chapter endnotes. I refuse to believe that Hermione, just in case Granger wouldn't have packed food in advance, so in my universe, she absolutely did. Harry and Draco when they sleep on the floor of the woods with their former nemeses. I'm trying so hard to be patient, but I'm very excited for the inevitable gays being gay. I have plans that I cannot disclose, but it won't be a ton longer. Trust? I think I might have underestimated how long this might actually be. I'm going to try to keep it under 20 chapters, but I still have no idea if I'm going to be successful with that. I'll get more of a feel for it as it gets closer to the end, so I'll have a more concrete answer in the future. For now, just know it will at least be more than 16 chapters. News and searching. Chapter notes. Just an FYI, this chapter has a lot of direct quotes, with added Draco modification. However, the bright side to that is it's set up so that I can go on to the next chapter, which is one that I've been excited about since I started writing this FIC, so please stick around. Eily. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry's head was pounding in the wake of Draco's retreat. He sat in the October sun for a long while and stared at the tent flap that had shut behind Draco. Harry shook his head to throw off the embarrassment from the morning, stood, and brushed off his dirty trousers. When he entered the tent, he found Ron at the kitchen table fiddling with the radio. Next to him were the remnants of an apple, the last of the fresh ingredients that Hermione had managed to snag from Grimmauld Place. "Mornin', Harry," Ron said without looking up. Clearly fixing the radio was proving rather difficult one-armed. "Need help, mate?" Ron shook his head. "No, I want to get it myself." "Prove to Hermione I'm not helpless," Ron grumbled. "I don't want to hold us back." Harry nodded. "If we need to, we can go on foot." "What do you need it for anyway?" "Anything interesting." After a few moments of Ron silently toying with the radio, which was still completely absent of sound, Harry decided to leave him to his tinkering. He entered the sitting room to find Hermione, unsurprisingly, reading on the sofa with her legs curled beneath her. "Hello, Harry," she said, not looking up from her book. "Hi, what are you reading?" Harry asked her as he nestled himself onto the sofa next to her. Not really reading more as, this is the book Dumbledore left me in his will. There's a symbol there on the page. I've tried researching it, it must be important, but I can't seem to find any information on it. It's so frustrating," she exasperated as she shoved the book into Harry's hands. Dumbledore's copy of the Tales of Beedle the Bard was so old it appeared to be near disintegration. The pages were yellowed, and the binding seemed merely a suggestion. It was open to a page that was dog-eared on the corner, and at the top there was a triangle symbol with a circle and a line inside. "Any ideas?" she pressed. "Not a clue. Maybe the others will have an idea? Maybe. We can ask Ron." "Draco is well?" Harry raised an eyebrow. Did something happen? He was hoping that Draco hadn't told Hermione what had occurred that morning, so that he would never have to think of it again. "I think I forced him into a realization he wasn't ready for," Hermione sighed. "Although the fact that he was still in denial about it is still baffling to me." "Denial? About what?" "Changing, feeling like doing the right thing. I dunno if he's really changing, or if he's just adapting to the circumstances like a real Slytherin." "Not you too." She groaned. "You're in just as much denial as he is." "Denial? I mean, has he really done anything to prove it other than being a little more polite? Has he apologized? For anything?" "Well, no, not yet, but that's probably the next step. He did fight alongside us at the mansion, and he's been reading about muggles and equality. I just don't think you see it because you are too busy holding grudges and being stubborn. Not just that, but you're being a hypocrite. You two just spent the night outside stargazing, begrudgingly. He followed me outside. Besides, so that's what you're on about? Malfoy's been reading about muggles. That's why he's different." Both Harry and Hermione nearly leapt out of their seats when Ron spoke. He was leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed. "You two done keeping secrets from me?" "Oh, Ron, I didn't want to." "Not really, but Draco was already so closed off, and with you being so tense I didn't feel like you were ready to know," Hermione pleaded. "Thanks for the vote of confidence. Anything else you're hiding?" Ron asked scathingly. He hadn't moved. "Actually, not keeping from you per se, but we did want to ask you about something." He cautiously walked over at her inquiry and looked at the drawing. Harry blocked out their chatter as they discussed. As expected, Ron had no clue what the meaning was, but went on about the fact that his parents read the book to him as a child. Instead of dwelling on the symbol, the trio, and the occasional begrudging Draco, spent fruitless hours trying to decide where they might find the other Horcruxes and how to destroy the one they had already got. Over the next few weeks, their conversations became increasingly repetitive as they had no new information. As Dumbledore had told Harry that he believed Voldemort had hidden the Horcruxes in places important to him, they kept tetching, in a sort of dreary litany, those locations they knew that Voldemort had lived or visited. The orphanage where he had been born and raised, Hogwarts, where he had been educated, Borgin and Berks, where he had worked after completing school, then Albania, where he had spent his years of exile. These formed the basis of their speculations. Oh yeah, let's go to Albania. Shouldn't take more than an afternoon to search an entire country, said Draco sarcastically. There can't be anything there. He'd already made 5 of his horcruxes before he went into exile, and Dumbledore was certain the snake is the 6th, said Hermione. We know the snake's not in Albania. It's usually with Vol. Didn't I ask you to stop saying that? Ron snapped. Fine. The snake is usually with you-know-who. Happy? Not particularly. I can't see him hiding anything at Borgin and Berks, said Harry, who made this point many times before, but said it again simply to break the nasty silence. Obviously, Borgin and Berk were experts at dark objects. They would have recognized a Horcrux straight away. Despite the fact that they are pretty daft, Draco added flippantly, most of his contributions to their conversations on Horcruxes were just repetitions of what someone else had already said. Harry ignored Draco's addition and plowed on. I still reckon he might have hidden something at Hogwarts, Hermione sighed. But Dumbledore would have found it, Harry. Harry repeated the argument he kept bringing out in favor of this theory. Dumbledore said in front of me that he never assumed he knew all of Hogwarts' secrets. I'm telling you, if there was one place, Vol. Oi, you know WHO then? Harry shouted, goaded past endurance. If there was one place that was really important to you-know, it was Hogwarts. Oh, come on, scoffed Draco, who still looked rather bored. His school? Yeah, his school. It was his first real home, the place that meant he was special. It meant everything to him, and even after he left. You told us that you-know who asked Dumbledore to give him a job after he left, said Hermione. That's right, said Harry. And Dumbledore thought he only wanted to come back to try and find something, probably another Founder's object, to make into another Horcrux? Yeah, said Harry. But he didn't get the job, did he? Said Hermione. So he never got the chance to find a Founder's object there and hide it in the school. Fine. Never mind then, Harry grumbled in response. He pretended to let it go for the moment, but he knew eventually his friends, and Draco, would realize that they had to return to the idea. Without any other leads, they traveled into London and, hidden beneath the invisibility cloak, searched for the orphanage in which Voldemort had been raised. Hermione and Draco stole into a library and discovered from their records that the place had been demolished many years before. They visited its site and found a tower block of offices. We could try digging in the foundations? Hermione suggested half-heartedly. He wouldn't have hidden a Horcrux here, Harry said. He had known all along. The orphanage had been the place Voldemort had been determined to escape. He would never have hidden a part of his soul there. Dumbledore had shown Harry that Voldemort sought grandeur or mystique in his hiding places. This dismal gray corner of London was as far removed as you could imagine from Hogwarts or the Ministry or a building like Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank, with its golden doors and marble floors. After each excursion, Draco became more and more reclusive. He would lock himself away in his room for days at a time, and only coming out to summon food to his door. Finally, after a week of this, Hermione had asked him to take a turn keeping watch outside, and to Harry's surprise he obliged, and exited his room not long after dark. Oh, so you are alive, Harry taunted. Regrettably, Draco responded dully, before he exited the tent. Harry gave into his itching curiosity about Draco's introversion and followed him into the darkness. Draco let out an irritated groan as he saw Harry exiting the tent. What do you want, Potter? You're so maddening. You get all chatty, you cozy up, and even seem like you're trying to be our friend. You use our first names, and then you lock yourself away like nothing even happened. What the fuck is going on with you? Nothing of your concern, Potty. Now if you'll excuse me, I'd like to sit outside in the cold by myself. No. Remember a few weeks ago when I was angry with you? You wouldn't leave me alone. Now I'm returning the favor. Yes, and I thought you were supposed to be better than I am. Now fuck off. No. I need to know what's going on. What aren't you telling us? Damn Gryffindors and your nosiness. Can't you go bother Hermione or the weasel? Shut up, said Harry, holding up both hands. Shut up now. Draco looked outraged. First you follow me out here, and then you have the nerve to tell me to, Draco, be quiet. I can hear someone. He was listening hard, his hand still raised, warning him not to talk. Then, over the rush and gush of the dark river beside them, he heard voices again. You cast the Muffliato charm over us, right? Harry whispered to Draco, who had been in charge of the wards at each campsite they'd made, much to Harry and Ron's discomfort. I did everything, obviously. They're all simple charms, he hissed back. They shouldn't be able to hear or see us, whoever they are. Heavy scuffling and scraping noises, plus the sound of dislodged stones and twigs told them that several people were clambering down the steep, wooded slope that descended to the narrow bank where they had pitched the tent. They drew their wands, waiting. The enchantments they had cast around themselves ought to be sufficient, in the near-total darkness, to shield them from the notice of muggles and normal witches and wizards. If these were Death Eaters, then perhaps their defenses were about to be tested by dark magic for the first time. The voices became louder, but no more intelligible as the group of men reached the bank. Harry estimated that their owners were fewer than 20 feet away, but the cascading river made it impossible to tell for sure. Harry squinted to make out a few fuzzy shapes along the pitch-dark riverbed. Within seconds, Harry heard a weary male voice. There ought to be a few salmon in here, or do you reckon it's too early in the season? Accio salmon. There were several distinct splashes, and then the slapping sounds of fish against flesh. Somebody grunted appreciatively. Harry and Draco slowly and carefully crept towards the edge of their wards until Draco held his arm out to stop him from continuing. Over the murmur of the river he could make out more voices, but they were not speaking English or any human language he had ever heard. It was a rough and unmelodious tongue, a string of rattling, guttural noises, and there seemed to be two speakers, one with a slightly lower, slower voice than the other. A fire danced into life and cut through the darkness just beyond their line of sight. The delicious smell of baking salmon wafted tantalizingly in their direction. Then came the clinking of cutlery on plates, and the first man spoke again. Here, Griphook, Gornock, goblins. Draco mouthed at Harry, who nodded. Thank you, said the goblins together in English. So, you three been on the run how long? Asked a new, mellow, and pleasant voice. It was vaguely familiar to Harry, who pictured a round-bellied, cheerful-faced man. 6 weeks, 7. I forget, said the tired man. Met up with Griphook in the first couple of days and joined forces with Gornock not long after. Nice to have a bit of company. There was a pause, while knives, scraped plates, and tin mugs were picked up and replaced on the ground. What made you leave, Ted? Continued the man. Knew they were coming for me, replied mellow-voiced Ted, and Harry suddenly knew who he was, Tonks's father. Heard Death Eaters were in the area last week and decided I'd better run for it. Refused to register as a muggle-born on principle, see, so I knew it was a matter of time. Knew I'd have to leave in the end. My wife should be okay. She's pureblood. And then I met Dean Ware, a few days ago, son? Yeah, said another voice, and Harry was silent, but beside himself with excitement. Sure he recognized the voice of Dean Thomas, his fellow Gryffindor. Draco seemed to be doing his best to appear uninterested, but Harry could see a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Muggle-born, eh? Asked the first man. Not sure, said Dean. My dad left my mom when I was a kid. I've got no proof he was a wizard, though. There was silence for a while, except for the sounds of munching. Then Ted spoke again. I've got to say, Dirk, I'm surprised to run into you. Pleased, but surprised. Word was you'd been caught. I was, said Dirk. I was halfway to Azkaban when I made a break for it. Stunned Dawlish and nicked his broom. It was easier than you'd think. I don't think he's quite at the moment. Might be confounded. If so, I'd like to shake the hand of the witch or wizard who did it. Probably saved my life. There was another pause in which the fire crackled and the river rushed on. Then Ted said, and where do you two fit in? I, had the impression the goblins were for you-know-who, on the whole. You had a false impression, said the higher-voiced of the goblins. We take no sides. This is a wizard's war. How come you're in hiding, then? I deemed it prudent, said the deeper-voiced goblin. Having refused what I considered an impertinent request, I could see that my personal safety was in jeopardy. What did they ask you to do? Asked Ted. Duties ill-befitting the dignity of my race, replied the goblin, his voice rougher and less human as he said it. I am not a house elf. What about you, Griphook? Similar reasons, said the higher-voiced goblin. Gringotts is no longer under the sole control of my race. I recognized no wizarding master. He added something under his breath and gobbledygook, and Gornick laughed. What's the joke? Asked Dean. He said, replied Dirk, that there are things wizards don't recognize either. There was a short pause. I don't get it, said Dean. I had my small revenge before I left, said Griphook in English. Good man, goblin, I should say, amended Ted hastily. Didn't manage to lock a Death Eater up in one of the old high-security vaults, I suppose? If I had, the sword would not have helped him break out, replied Griphook. Gornick laughed again, and even Dirk gave a dry chuckle. Dean and I are still missing something here, said Ted. So is Severus Snape, though he does not know it, said Griphook, and the two goblins roared with malicious laughter. Harry's breathing was shallow with excitement. He and Draco stared at each other, listening as hard as they could. Didn't you hear about that, Ted? Asked Dirk. About the kid who tried to steal Gryffindor's sword out of Snape's office at Hogwarts? An electric current seemed to curse through Harry, jangling his every nerve as he stood rooted to the spot. Never heard a word, said Ted. Not in the Prophet, was it? Hardly, chortled Dirk. Griphook here told me. He heard about it from Bill Weasley, who works for the bank. One of the kids who tried to take the sword was Bill's younger sister. She and a couple of friends got into Snape's office and smashed open the glass case where he was apparently keeping the sword. Snape caught them as they were trying to smuggle it down the staircase. Ah, God bless him, said Ted. What did they think? That they'd be able to use the sword on you know? Or on Snape himself? Well, whatever they thought they were going to do with it, Snape decided the sword wasn't safe where it was, said Dirk. Couple of days later, once he'd got the say-so from you. No. Who, I imagine. He sent it down to London to be kept in Gringotts instead. The goblins started to laugh again. I'm still not seeing the joke, said Ted. It's a fake, rasped Griphook. The Sword of Gryffindor. Oh yes. It is a copy. An excellent copy, it is true, but it was wizard-made. The original was forged centuries ago by goblins and had certain properties only goblin-made armor possesses. Wherever the genuine Sword of Gryffindor is, it is not in a vault at Gringotts Bank. I see, said Ted. And I take it you didn't bother telling the Death Eaters this? I saw no reason to trouble them with the information, said Griphook smugly, and now Ted and Dean joined in Gornick and Dirk's laughter. Harry closed his eyes, willing someone to ask the question he needed answered, and after a minute that seemed 10, Dean obliged. He was, Harry remembered with a jolt, an ex-boyfriend of Ginny's too. What happened to Ginny and the others? The ones who tried to steal it. Oh, they were punished and cruelly, said Griphook indifferently. They're okay, though? Asked Ted quickly. I mean, the Weasleys don't need any more of their kids injured, do they? They suffered no serious injury, as far as I am aware, said Griphook. Lucky for them, said Ted. With Snape's track record, I suppose we should just be glad they're still alive. You believe that story, then, do you, Ted? Asked Dirk. You believe Snape killed Dumbledore? Course I do, said Ted. You're not going to sit there and tell me you think Potter had anything to do with it? Hard to know what to believe these days, muttered Dirk. I know Harry Potter, said Dean, and I reckon he's the real thing, the chosen one, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, there's a lot would like to believe he's that son, said Dirk, me included. But where is he? Run for it, by the looks of things. You'd think if he knew anything we don't, or had anything special going for him, he'd be out there now fighting, rallying resistance, instead of hiding. And you know, the Prophet made a pretty good case against him. The Prophet, scoffed Ted. You deserve to be lied to if you're still reading that muck, Dirk. You want the facts? Try the Quibbler. There was a sudden explosion of choking and retching, plus a good deal of thumping. By the sound of it, Dirk had swallowed a fish bone. At last he spluttered, the Quibbler? That lunatic rag of Zeno Lovegoods? It's not so lunatic these days, said Ted. You want to give it a look. Zeno is printing all the stuff the Prophet's ignoring. Not a single mention of Crumplehorn Snorkax in the last issue. How long they'll let you get away with it, mind, I don't know. But Zeno says, front page of every issue, that any wizard who's against you know, who ought to make helping Harry Potter their #1 priority. Hard to help a boy who's vanished off the face of the earth, said Dirk. Listen, the fact that they haven't caught him yet's one hell of an achievement, said Ted. I'd take tip from him gladly. It's what we're trying to do, stay free, isn't it? Yeah, well, you've got a point there, said Dirk heavily. With the whole of the ministry and all their informers looking for him, I'd have expected him to be caught by now. Mind, who's to say they haven't already caught and killed him without publicizing it? Don't say that, Dirk, murmured Ted. There was a long pause filled with more clattering of knives and forks. When they spoke, again it was to discuss whether they ought to sleep on the bank or retreat back up the wooded slope. Deciding the trees would give better cover, they extinguished their fire, then clambered back up the incline, their voices fading away. Harry, who had found the need to remain silent increasingly difficult the longer they eavesdropped, now found himself utterly speechless. Draco nodded, and they scrambled up the slope to tell Ron and Hermione of what they had overheard. When they burst through the tent flap, they nearly knocked down Hermione and Ron, who were standing by the door. Clearly, they had also been eavesdropping. Harry caught his breath only to say, "Ginny, the sword?" "I know," said Hermione, eyes wide with excitement. She lunged for the tiny beaded bag, this time sinking her arm in it right up to the armpit. "Here we are," she said between gritted teeth, and she pulled at something that was evidently in the depths of the bag. Slowly, the edge of an ornate picture frame came into sight. Harry hurried to help her. As they lifted the empty portrait of Phineas Nigellus free of Hermione's bag, she kept her wand pointing at it, ready to cast a spell at any moment. If somebody swapped the real sword for the fake while it was in Dumbledore's office, she panted. As they propped the painting against the side of the tent, Phineas Nigellus would have seen it happen. He hangs right beside the case. Unless he was asleep, said Harry, but he still held his breath as Hermione knelt down in the front of the empty canvas. Her wand directed at its center, cleared her throat, then said, "Air. Phineas? Phineas Nigellus?" Nothing happened. "Phineas Nigellus?" said Hermione again. "Professor Black? Please, could we talk to you?" "Please, please always helps," said a cold, snide voice, and Phineas Nigellus slid into his portrait. At once, Hermione cried, "Obscura!" A black blindfold appeared over Phineas Nigellus's clever, dark eyes, causing him to bump into the frame and shriek with pain. "What? How dare? What are you?" "I'm very sorry, Professor Black," said Hermione, "but it's a necessary precaution. Remove this foul edition at once. Remove it, I say. You are ruining a great work of art." "Where am I? What is going on?" "Never mind where we are," said Harry, and Phineas Nigellus froze, abandoning his attempts to peel off the painted blindfold. "Can that possibly be the voice of the elusive Mr. Potter?" "Maybe," said Harry, knowing that this would keep Phineas Nigellus's interest. "We've got a couple of questions to ask you about the Sword of Gryffindor." "Ah," said Phineas Nigellus, now turning his head this way and that in an effort to catch sight of Harry. "Yes, that silly girl acted most unwisely there." "Shut up about my sister," said Ron roughly. Phineas Nigellus raised supercilious eyebrows. "Who else is here?" he asked, turning his head from side to side. "Your tone displeases me." The girl and her friends were foolhardy in the extreme. "Thieving from the headmaster." "They weren't thieving," said Harry. "That sword isn't Snape's. It belongs to Professor Snape's school," said Phineas Nigellus. "Exactly what claim did the Weasley girl have upon it? She deserved his punishment, as did the idiot Longbottom and the Lovegood oddity." "Neville is not an idiot and Luna is not an oddity," said Hermione. Draco coughed, in an obvious attempt to hide laughter of agreement. "Where am I?" repeated Phineas Nigellus, starting to wrestle with the blindfold again. "Where have you brought me? Why have you removed me from the house of my forebears?" "Never mind that. How did Snape punish Ginny, Neville, and Luna?" asked Harry urgently. "Professor Snape sent them into the Forbidden Forest to do some work for the oaf, Hagrid." "Hagrid's not an oaf," said Hermione shrilly. Another snort of derision came from the direction of Draco, who was immediately struck with a glare from Hermione. "And Snape might have thought that was a punishment," said Harry. "But Ginny, Neville, and Luna probably had a good laugh with Hagrid. The Forbidden Forest. They faced plenty worse than the Forbidden Forest. Big deal? He felt relieved. He had been imagining horrors, the Cruciatus Curse at the very least. What we really wanted to know, Professor Black, is whether anyone else has, taken out the sword at all? Certainly not. After all, there's no reason to seeing as it's. Draco rolled his eyes and interjected, Goblin maid, yes we know. I grow weary of contradiction, said Phineas Nigellus. Perhaps it is time for me to return to the headmaster's office? Still blindfolded, he began groping the side of his frame, trying to feel a way out of his picture and back into the one at Hogwarts. Harry had a sudden inspiration. Dumbledore. Can't you bring us Dumbledore? I beg your pardon, asked Phineas Nigellus. Professor Dumbledore's portrait. Couldn't you bring him along, here, into yours? Phineas Nigellus turned his face in the direction of Harry's voice. At this, Draco was looking at him as if he had grown a few more heads. Evidently, it is not only Muggleborns who are ignorant, Potter. The portraits of Hogwarts may commune with each other, but they cannot travel outside the castle except to visit a painting of themselves hanging elsewhere. Dumbledore cannot come here with me, and after the treatment I have received at your hands, I can assure you that I shall not be making a return visit. Slightly crestfallen, Harry watched Phineas redouble his attempts to leave his frame. Professor Black, said Hermione, couldn't you just tell us, please, when was the last time the sword was taken out of its case? Before Ginny took it out, I mean. Phineas snorted impatiently. I believe the last time I saw the sword of Gryffindor leave its case was when Professor Dumbledore used it to break open a ring. Hermione whipped around to look at Harry. Neither of them dared say more in front of Phineas Nigellus, who had at last managed to locate the exit. Well, good night to you, he said a little waspishly, and he began to move out of sight again. Only the edge of his hat brim remained in view when Harry gave a sudden shout. Wait, have you told Snape you saw this? Phineas Nigellus stuck his blindfolded head back into the picture. Professor Snape has more important things on his mind than the many eccentricities of Albus Dumbledore. Goodbye, Potter. And with that, he vanished completely, leaving behind him nothing but his murky backdrop. Harry, Hermione cried. I know, Harry shouted. Unable to contain himself, he punched the air. It was more than he had dared to hope for. He strode up and down the tent, feeling that he could have run a mile. Hermione was squashing Phineas Nigellus's portrait back into the beaded bag. When she had fastened their clasp, she threw the bag aside and raised a shining face to Harry. Draco, however, did not feel jubilation over their discussion of the sword. It only made him feel more ashamed of his failure than he already had, which was saying something. It also made him feel mildly more confused. Where's the sword, then? He wondered aloud. If a fake was at Hogwarts, then was the real one with Aunt Bella? Or is it the same copy? It was moved over the summer? The other three went silent. If it's not with the Death Eaters, that's what matters, isn't it? Weasley scoffed. Don't we need it? Draco started before he quickly added, Not that it really matters to me, though. I'm just along for the ride. I really couldn't care less. He felt a flash of irritation when Hermione gave him a pointed look, as if he were lying. We already said that we would worry about that after we found more. We need to find more clues first, and if Dumbledore is the one that hid it for us, I'm sure something will lead us to it eventually, Hermione said. Another reason, I think we need to look at Hogwarts. Yes, we know, Scarhead. You've only said it 1,000,000 times, Draco groaned. And every time we remind you that it's a bloody stupid idea. Harry bristled at that. Yeah, Malfoy? I'd love to hear your great ideas, seeing as you've hardly done anything at all. I've had no interest in contributing to your little escapades, but as it happens, I do have an idea. One that I think you might be intelligent enough to entertain. Spit it out then, Harry pressed irritably. I think it's time we go to Godric's Hollow. Chapter end notes. Me when Ron doesn't have to be a carrot BC, they actually have food carrot. Intentional. I love him dearly. Also Draco when he's a liar, and he has in fact been contributing. Christmas in Godric's Hollow. Chapter notes. I've been really excited for this chapter, and I've planned to post it around Christmas for some time now because of its placement in the books. This one is my favorite I've written thus far, so I hope y'all enjoy it as much as I enjoyed planning/writing it. Also, just a forewarning, this chapter is my longest thus far. See the end of the chapter for more notes. While Draco knew his plan was perfect, he didn't actually expect Hermione, Harry, and Weasley to agree, albeit Hermione was hesitant. The group spent most of their time in early December arguing over how they wanted to disguise themselves in Godric's Hollow. As they planned, the weather grew colder and colder. They did not dare remain in any one area too long, so rather than staying in the south of England, where a hard-ground frost was the worst of their worries, they continued to meander up and down the country, braving a mountainside, where sleet pounded the tent, a wide, flat marsh where the tent was flooded with chill water, and a tiny island in the middle of a Scottish loch, where snow buried the tent in the night. Since we have too many people to fit under the invisibility cloak, I think we could just use Polyjuice Potion, said Weasley. I think Harry at least should use it. It's too dangerous for him, especially to be in the open. I think disillusionment charms would also be a good idea, Hermione replied. I want to be under too. Who knows what the Death Eaters would do if they found me, Draco said, and felt a chill of fear trickle down his spine. We all should be under Polyjuice just to be safe. Draco, have you had Polyjuice before? Hermione asked. Draco hesitated. Part of him wanted to lie just so they didn't see his weakness, but he decided not to try and fool himself. These were people who had already seen him at his lowest. I haven't, he said quietly. Really? Harry raised an eyebrow. I'm surprised. After last year. Now that you mention it, you were pretty easy to follow around, Dash. Oh, and you have? Draco interrupted. He hoped it wasn't an obvious steer in the conversation away from anything he thought might incriminate himself. Yeah, actually, Weasley said with a disgustingly smug look on his face. First time we used it was to interrogate you. Not that it mattered. You didn't know anything anyway. Draco, nonplussed, replied, Dare I ask? Made it second year. Chamber of Secret stuff, Harry said. I see. Second years. Made Polyjuice Potion. Makes perfect sense to me. Can we move on, please? We're not getting any younger, Weasley groaned. For the record, commented Hermione as they continued to review the plans they had made for the trip, I still think this is very dangerous, and Valdash. Don't say his name, both Weasley and Draco said at the same time, followed by a shared scowl. Hermione let out a huff and continued, and you know who will be expecting us to go there. Any hint of him, and we need to apparate away immediately. Obviously, Draco rolled his eyes. Over the course of the weeks, Draco had become less interested in their collective Godric's Hollow plans, and more interested in secret plans of his own. It had been driving him mad that he couldn't spend the Christmas holiday with his family. Early that summer, he had custom-ordered fine china as a gift to his mother. It was a marvelous gift. Small silver detailing covered the delicate glassware with themes of constellations and serpents. It was to replace the significantly lower quality pieces that had been broken in the occupation, and because he would not be home to pick them up or give them to her, the glassware would just go to waste. His feelings of missing the holiday didn't stop at missing that opportunity. It only began there. As surprising as it might have been to others, Draco had gradually stopped finding joy in receiving presents of his own. The main reason being that he never got anything that he actually wanted. It was like his parents stopped listening to him as soon as he had reached schooling age, and as he grew, his presents were less and less personalized, and more of a show of money. Yes, of course he loved showing off his wealth, but what was he going to do with Astrolabe? Why would he want a jewel-encrusted cane? He had specifically mentioned in the year prior to receiving it that he found his father's canes to be garish and lacking any sense of fashion. In retaliation, Draco made the decision he deemed to be most logical. He would give the most extravagant, personalized gifts in all of the family. It was an art form and a talent, really, one he only got to show off in its full glory at Christmas time. An opportunity he would not receive that year, or perhaps ever again. There were, however, people he had right in front of him that he could show off to. Hermione, Harry, and Weasley, if he must, would presumably still be with him on Christmas Day, and they would have to do. There were only a few hiccups in his gift-giving hopes, the most problematic of which was that he had no money. The second was that he was likely a wanted man due to their little escapade with Aunt Bella. And the third being that he had no idea what to even get them. Every hour that he was alone those few weeks was spent brainstorming until he thought of an idea that might be adequate. He knew that his shoddy presents didn't compare to the lavish gifts that he would have normally acquired. However, they would have to do because it was what he was capable of with what was available. It took a lot of trial and error, but eventually he managed to make his gifts look semi-presentable just in time for Christmas Eve, and in time for them to put their plan for Godric's Hollow into action. They were to apparate into the village under cover of darkness, so it was late afternoon when they finally swallowed Polyjuice Potion. Weasley transformed into a balding, middle-aged muggle man, Hermione into his small and rather mousy wife, Harry became a sandy-haired teenager, and Draco became a slightly older gentleman with dark brown hair and a beard. The beaded bag containing all of their possessions, apart from the Horcrux, which Harry was wearing around his neck, was tucked into an inside pocket of Hermione's buttoned-up coat. Harry lowered the invisibility cloak over himself and Draco. Then they turned into the suffocating darkness once again. Heart beating in his throat with anxiety, Draco opened his eyes. They were all standing hand in hand in a snowy lane under a dark blue sky in which the night's first stars were already glimmering feebly. Cottages stood on either side of the narrow road, Christmas decorations twinkling in their windows. A short way ahead of them, a glow of golden streetlights indicated the center of the village. The four of them quickly dropped hands before Hermione spoke. "All this snow," Hermione whispered to Harry and Draco, who were beneath the cloak. "Why didn't we think of snow? After all our precautions, you'll leave prints. We'll just have to get rid of them. Or maybe you two could walk exactly in our footsteps." "Let's take off the cloak," said Harry, and when Draco's eyes became wider with fear, "Oh, come on. We don't look like us and there's no one around." Harry tugged the cloak from over the pair of them and tucked it under his arm. Draco felt very exposed in the frosty night. The light of the street lamps coupled with the glow of the moon made their surroundings glow silvery white, and made Draco feel as though the four of them were under a spotlight. "Let's keep moving," Hermione whispered briskly, and they all started forward. The little lane along which they were walking curved to the left, and the heart of the village, a small square, was revealed to them. Strung all around with colored lights, there was what looked like a war memorial in the mile, partly obscured by a wind-blown Christmas tree. There were several shops, a post office, a pub, and a little church whose stained glass windows were glowing jewel-bright across the square. The snow here had become impacted. It was hard and slippery where people had trodden on it all day. Villagers were criss-crossing in front of them, their figures briefly illuminated by street lamps. They heard a snatch of laughter and pop music as the pub door opened and closed. Then they heard a carol start up inside the little church. Draco felt his gut twist with grief at the sound. "I think it's Christmas Eve," said Hermione. "Is it?" asked Harry. It seemed they had lost track of the date. Unlike Draco, who had been obsessively tracking the date since they had left Grimmauld Place. "Yes," Draco croaked, his eyes upon the church. They'll be in there, won't they? Your mom and dad? I can see the graveyard behind it," Weasley said while pointing to it. Harry's eyes widened into saucers, and he hesitated before Weasley gave him a small nudge. The four of them were halted halfway across the square at the site of the war memorial. As they had passed it, it had transformed. Instead of an obelisk covered in names, there was a statue of three people: a man with untidy hair and glasses, a woman with long hair and a kind, pretty face, and a baby boy sitting in his mother's arms. Snow lay upon all their heads, like fluffy white caps. They allowed Harry to stare at it, transfixed. "Come on," Harry signaled that he had his fill, and they continued to crunch onward through the snow. There was a kissing gate at the entrance to the graveyard. They pushed it open as quietly as possible and edged through it. On either side of the slippery path to the church doors, the snow lay deep and untouched. They moved off through the snow, carving deep trenches behind them as they walked around the building, keeping to the shadows beneath the brilliant windows. Behind the church, row upon row of snowy tombstones protruded from a blanket of pale blue that was flecked with dazzling red, gold, and green wherever the reflections from the stained glass hit the snow. The four of them split into pairs as they wandered through the tombstones. Weasley trailed after Hermione like a lost puppy, and Draco was glued to Harry's side by the pull of his anxiety. Deeper and deeper amongst the graves they went, and every time he reached a new headstone, Harry seemed to tense up in apprehension and anticipation. The darkness and the silence seemed to become, all of a sudden, much deeper. Draco looked around, worried, thinking of Dementors, then realized that the carols had finished, that the chatter and flurry of churchgoers were fading away as they made their way back into the square. Somebody inside the church had just turned off the lights. Draco collected himself and began searching once again, only to be stopped by a white marble tombstone. Draco was standing just a row beyond Harry when he ushered him over quietly. "Harry, they're over here." Harry moved towards his voice as if in a trance. Harry stared at the tombstone with a distant look in his eyes. James Potter Lily Potter, born March 27, 1960, born January 30th, 1960, died October 31st, 1981, died October 31st, 1981. The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. Isn't that a Death Eater idea? Why is that here? I don't think it means defeating death in the way the Death Eaters mean it, said Draco, while he tried to push aside his discomfort at the thought. I am a Death Eater. It's more living beyond death. Living after death, Harry nodded. And then there were tears spilling out of his glassy eyes that reflected silver under the glow of the moonlight. Harry's mouth was tightly pressed together, as if he were trying to will them away. It occurred to Draco that he was probably not the best person out of Harry's companions to witness his grief pour out into the crisp winter air, but Hermione and Weasley were on the opposite side of the graveyard, and too far away to call for. In an attempt at comfort, Draco placed a hand between Harry's shoulder blades and gave a gentle pat. Draco fully expected Harry to shove him away and hide in his grief, but he unexpectedly leaned back into his shoulder, his polyjuiced sandy hair laid flat against Draco's green sweater. Harry's cries into Draco's neck turned to heaving sobs as Draco continued to deliver soft pats into the boy's back. Throughout this time, Draco took a moment to consider the strangeness of it all. This boy that he was supporting, whose burden he was shouldering the weight of, and who was sharing his most vulnerable moment with, Draco would have teased for it not a year before. As Harry's tears were absorbed by Draco's thick wool sweater, he considered something that had never even occurred to him before. He needed to tell Harry the things he deserved to know. Draco quietly withdrew his wand and created a beautiful bouquet of winter roses over the grave. He also added an impervious charm, so that they would stay clean from any snow that might fall. They would be proud of you, you know. Draco's voice softly cut through Harry's sobs. What? Your parents would be proud? No, I heard you. It's just weird coming from you. Harry pulled away from Draco's chest and left behind a spot of tears that had begun to slowly crystallize from the freezing air. Draco shrugged stiffly. I thought you should know. I also want you to know that I'm sorry. For the bullying, the ridicule, the name-calling, the bloody nose, my attempts to curse you, how I've treated your friends, everything. All of it. I was a complete prick to you, and you didn't deserve it. I know it's not really enough, but I'm truly sorry. Harry's sorrowed expression shifted to bewilderment. You can't be serious. You're apologizing now? Draco shifted his weight uncomfortably. I knew if I didn't say it now I never would. And I didn't want you to be vulnerable alone. Silence fell between them as Harry's eyes studied him intently, as if he expected there to be a catch. As if a signal snow started to slowly drift from the sky, and Hermione and Weasley made their way over to where the two boys were standing. Hermione was looking between something behind her and Harry's face with a concerned expression on her face. There's someone there. Someone's watching us. I can tell. There. Over by the bushes, they stood quite still, gazing at the dense black boundary of the graveyard. It was too far for them to see from where they were standing. Are you sure? I saw something move. I could have sworn I did. We look like muggles, Harry pointed out. Muggles who've just been laying flowers on your parents' grave. Harry, I'm sure there's someone over there. Draco looked at the ground sheepishly. He hadn't considered how foolish it was to create evidence of who they could be. But then he heard a rustle and saw a little eddy of dislodged snow in the bush to which Hermione had pointed. Ghosts could not move snow. It's a cat, said Harry, after a second or two, or a bird. If it was a Death Eater, we'd be dead by now. But let's get out of here. The rest of them nodded in agreement as they trudged on through the snow. They glanced back repeatedly as they made their way out of the graveyard. The pub was fuller than before. Many voices inside it were now singing the carol that they had heard as they approached the church. Draco's freezing skin compelled him with the strong urge to take refuge inside it. But before he could say anything, Harry murmured, "Let's go this way," and veered down the dark street leading out of the village in the opposite direction from which they had entered. Draco could make out the point where the cottages ended, and the lane turned into open country again. They walked as quickly as they dared, past more windows, sparkling with multicolored lights, the outlines of Christmas trees dark through the curtains. Harry was walking more quickly than the rest of them. Look at it. I don't. Oh, Draco could see it. The Fidelius charm must have died with Harry's parents. The hedge had grown wild in the years since Harry had been taken from the rubble that lay scattered amongst the waist-high grass. Most of the cottage was still standing, though entirely covered in dark ivy and snow, but the right side of the top floor had been blown apart. They all stood at the gate, gazing at the wreck of what must once have been a cottage, just like those that flanked it. "I wonder why nobody's ever rebuilt it," whispered Weasley. "Maybe you can't rebuild it?" Harry replied, "Maybe it's like the injuries from dark magic and you can't repair the damage?" Harry reached out and grasped the gate. "You're not going to go inside? It looks unsafe. It might—" "Oh, Harry, look!" Hermione exclaimed. At his touch, a sign had risen out of the ground in front of them, up through the tangles of nettles and weeds, like some bizarre, fast-growing flower, and in golden letters upon the wood it said, "On this spot, on the night of October 31st, 1981, Lily and James Potter lost their lives. Their son, Harry, remains the only wizard ever to have survived the killing curse. This house, invisible to Muggles, has been left in its ruined state as a monument to the Potters and as a reminder of the violence that tore apart their family." And all around these neatly lettered words, scribbles had been added by other witches and wizards who had come to see the place where the boy who lived had escaped. Some had merely signed their names in everlasting ink. Others had carved their initials into the wood. Still others had left messages. The most recent of these, shining brightly over 16 years' worth of magical graffiti, all said similar things. "Good luck, Harry, wherever you are. If you read this, Harry, we're all behind you. Long live Harry Potter." "They shouldn't have written on the sign," said Hermione, indignant. "Way to ruin the moment, Mione," Weasley said with a lopsided grin. "I think it's brilliant," Harry breathed. Draco once again found himself feeling out of place, like an intruder on the trio's journey. He stood a ways behind them, as to distance himself from their moment, when he noticed a heavily muffled figure was hobbling up the lane toward them, silhouetted by the bright lights in the distant square. Draco guessed, though it was hard to judge, that the figure was a woman. She was moving slowly, possibly frightened of slipping on the snowy ground. Her stoop, her stoutness, her shuffling gait all gave an impression of extreme age. They watched in silence as she drew nearer. Draco was waiting to see whether she would turn into any of the cottages she was passing, but he knew instinctively that she would not. At last she came to a few yards from them, and simply stood there in the middle of the frozen road, facing them. Guys, the trio swiveled to face the elderly woman. As they met her steady gaze, she beckoned them with a gloved hand. They all exchanged uneasy glances before she beckoned again, more vigorously. Harry broke the silence by asking, "Are you Bathilda?" Draco felt icy horror crawling in his stomach at Harry's brazenness. The old woman nodded, but Draco continued to feel alarm bells echoing through his mind. Even if she was the historian who they had discussed trying to find, it was taking every fiber of Draco's being to resist fleeing. They stepped toward the woman, and at once, she turned and hobbled off back the way they had come. Leading them past several houses, she turned in at a gate. They followed her up the front path through a garden nearly as overgrown as the one they had just left. She fumbled for a moment with a key at the front door, then opened it and stepped back to let them pass. The four of them all piled into her small cottage behind as she closed the door behind them. Her knuckles were blue and mottled against the peeling paint. When she turned and peered into Harry's face, he noticed that her eyes were thick with cataracts and sunken in folds of transparent skin, and her whole face was dotted with broken veins and liver spots. Draco wondered whether she could make him out at all. Even if she could, it was the sandy-haired muggle whose identity he had stolen that she would see. The woman smelled absolutely disgusting. Or perhaps it was just her house. Either way, Draco found himself struggling to resist his reflex to gag. There was also something about the odor that was vaguely familiar to him, but he just couldn't place. The odor of old age, of dust, of unwashed clothes and stale food intensified as she unwound a moth-eaten black shawl, revealing a head of scant white hair through which the scalp showed clearly. "Bathilda?" Harry repeated. She nodded again and shuffled past them, pushing everyone aside as though she had only seen Harry, and vanished into what seemed to be a sitting room. "Harry, I'm not sure about this," breathed Hermione. "I'm in agreement. This place smells foul." Draco hissed and pinched his nose to block out the stench. "Look at the size of her. I think we could overpower her if we had to," said Harry. "Listen, I should have told you. I knew she wasn't all there." Muriel called her Gaga. A hiss came from the next room. Everyone jumped, except Harry, who seemed completely calm. "It's okay," said Harry, in an obvious attempt to reassure the other three, and he led the way into the sitting room. Draco was not reassured. His terror was mounting as they trailed behind her. He stood at the edge of the room, frozen in fear, as the trio dealt with the women. The only thought in his mind was escape, escape, escape. This picture, it's the thief who stole from Gregorovitch. "Please." Harry's raised voice snapped Draco out of his trance. "Who is this? Gregorovitch, like from your dream?" Draco said from across the room. Harry nodded at him. Bathilda only stared at Harry. "Why did you ask us to come with you, Miss Bagshot?" asked Hermione, raising her own voice. "Was there something you wanted to tell us?" Giving no sign that she had heard Hermione, Bathilda now shuffled a few steps closer to Harry. With a little jerk of her head, she looked back into the hall towards Draco. "You want us to leave?" Harry asked. She repeated the gesture, this time pointing firstly at him, then at herself, then at the ceiling. "Oh, right. I think she wants me to go upstairs with her." "All right," said Weasley. "Let's go." But when the rest of them moved, Bathilda shook her head with surprising vigor, once more pointing first at Harry, then to herself. "She wants me to go with her alone." "Why?" asked Hermione, and her voice rang out sharp and clear in the candlelit room. The old lady shook her head a little at the loud noise. "Maybe Dumbledore told her to give the sword to me, and only me?" "Do you really think she knows who you are?" "Yes," said Harry. "I think she does." "Well, okay then. But be quick, Harry." "No, absolutely not." "Don't be so foolish, Harry," Draco exclaimed, quietly enough that Harry, who had crossed the room to be beside him, could hear. Apparently, he was the only one who had reached his level of panic. Harry gave him a sharp glare. "Lead the way," he told Bathilda. She seemed to understand, because she shuffled around him toward the door. Draco moved towards Hermione and the weasel, as to be as far away from the wretched woman as possible. As soon as Harry's form disappeared, Draco spoke. "I have a terrible feeling about this place." She hasn't said a single word, and the smell dash. He was interrupted by a stomach-lurching realization at the smell, rotting flesh. Harry's in danger. Draco sprinted towards the stairs, Hermione and Weasley trailing behind. "Wait, Draco, what's going on?" Hermione called after him, just as he reached the top of the stairs to see the old woman's body collapsing and the great snake pouring from the place where her neck had been. Nagini. All rational thought left Draco's brain when he saw her rear up to strike at Harry, and he lunged at the snake, forcing her weight writhing to the floor. Hermione and Ron ran into the entryway, almost toppling over each other at the sight of the snake. Nagini turned her head towards Draco, who had grappled her, and lunged. He rolled away as her fangs raked his arm. He felt a searing pain shoot through his body at the contact and let out a yelp of pain. He then felt a hand pull him up by the wrist as spells flew past the snake from Weasley and Hermione's direction. Harry was standing beside Draco, his face slowly becoming his own, and brilliantly green eyes began to show past the muggle's brown. He was covered in dust from being thrown by the snake. "Are you all right?" he asked, in reference to the snake bite. Draco nodded. as they had more important things to worry about than the fiery pain that encompassed his arm. Draco clasped onto Harry's hand tightly with his uninjured side. Nagini turned, ignoring Hermione and Weasley's futile spells. The pairs were separated by her body, and Draco looked between the snake and Hermione, who was also becoming herself again. Her eyes were round with terror, the same terror that Draco was starting to feel once again, now that he was focused on his own safety. "We need to get out of here," Weasley called as Nagini lunged at Draco and Harry once. Again, Harry blocked her fangs with a chair that immediately splintered on impact, but sent her reeling. "Astute observation, Weasley. Truly groundbreaking." Draco hissed back. "I have an idea," Hermione exclaimed, then used her body weight to force a china cabinet forward towards Nagini. The cabinet fell with a large crash and filled the room with dust and shards of glass. The force knocked Draco and Harry backwards into a small bed. "He's coming! He's coming!" Harry screamed, clutching his scar with his wand hand. "The Dark Lord." Draco felt his blood turn to ice as he felt his worst nightmare looming. Hermione dove for Harry as the snake writhed on the floor. Nagini shook off the cabinet and Hermione shouted, "Confringo!" exploding the wardrobe mirror and ricocheting back at them, bouncing from floor to ceiling. Draco reached out and firmly grabbed Hermione's hand, and she operated them away from the dirty cottage into the winter night as the church bells rang to signal the arrival of Christmas Day. Draco collapsed onto a heap of snow. Wherever Hermione had brought them had obviously seen a bit more snowfall than Godric's Hollow, and snow was still coming down on them pretty heavily. Hermione crouched beside Harry, who was twitching wildly and groaning in pain. She pulled a file from her bag and began working on a wound that Draco hadn't even noticed Harry'd received. Draco turned away to create a barrier around them so they could set up camp. Once he and Weasley erected the tent, they worked together to carefully float Harry, who was still thrashing but unconscious, inside and onto the couch. Immediately after they lowered Harry onto the couch, Draco began to feel lightheaded, and the pain in his arm began to return with a fiery vengeance. "Oh, damn it, Draco, your arm," Hermione gasped, and she quickly grabbed his shoulders to catch him as he felt himself falling forward into blackness. When Draco awoke, his arm felt cool from medicine and tight from bandages. "How are you feeling?" he heard Harry's voice say from beside him. "Like hell, I reckon." "Probably no better than you," Draco rasped as he pulled himself into a sitting position. Harry laughed. "Is it still Christmas Day?" Draco asked, still heavy from exhaustion. "It's not night yet, if that's what you're asking," Harry replied. Draco breathed a sigh of relief and reached for his nightstand where 3 boxes sat, closed with neatly transfigured bows. "I have a present for you. I also have one for Hermione and Weasley, but I want you to open yours now." Harry's eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, I didn't expect that at all, Draco. Thanks," he said gratefully. He then clumsily pulled off the bow in a fashion that slightly irked Draco and removed the lid of the box to reveal Draco's gift. It was a carefully folded white origami stag. Once removed, the stag bowed to Harry and trotted gracefully in a circle. "I know it's not much, but I know a stag's your patronus, so I just thought that you might like it. I can understand if you don't, though." Harry's eyes were glassy and his mouth twitched up into a smile. "It's beautiful, Draco, truly," he croaked, then did something completely unexpected. He pulled Draco in for a hug. Draco found himself enveloped in Harry's woody, leathery scent. His curls brushed against Draco's ear as he leaned into the embrace. Draco was hit with the crushing reality that he wanted to relish in that warmth forever. The smell sweet on his nostrils smelled overwhelmingly gentle and soft. He knew he had to let go, but the feeling lingered as he left the embrace and his eyes met vibrant green. A green he found himself sinking into with heartbreaking warmth. Draco was hit with the tidal wave realization that he was falling for Harry Potter. Chapter End Notes. Happy Holidays. I'm thinking of sticking to this schedule of posting approximately once a month, so expect updates around that often. It could be more or less. Just trust that I no intention of abandon this FIC. This FIC is my baby, and I love it dearly. I'm also in too deep now, gotta see it through to the end. The Deathly Hallows, and visitors. Chapter notes. Hi hee hee, I'm back sooner than anticipated. This is what breaks do to a person. This is a shorter one again. But I hope y'all won't mind since it's so close to the last one, winky face. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Draco was whirling with butterflies throughout the rest of the day after he figured out that he fancied Harry. It occurred to him that he had probably fancied Harry for a long while. He gave Hermione and Weasley their gifts with the warm feeling still lingering deep in his stomach. Hermione teared up when he gave her her gift because it showed he really does care. He even followed with a very brief and uncomfortable apology, which only made her cry more. He had made an origami owl for her because it represented intelligence that hooted any time it was lifted. Weasley, however, was not grateful for his origami weasel, which bit him if he got too close, and left him with paper cuts on the tips of his fingers. The rest of their Christmas was spent lounging about. Weasley, as a surprise, used the invisibility cloak to steal a turkey, peas, and carrots from a grocery store. However, when he returned, Harry sheepishly told him that he had no idea how to cook it, except for a guess based on his aunt's cooking every Christmas. Hermione scolded Weasley harshly, but the three boys shared knowing looks that they would not, in fact, have been returning it. That night they had the most satisfying meal they'd had in months. The turkey, though poorly presented, still tasted as good as it could have with what they had, although it was rather dry. For that one occasion, Draco tried to unburden himself of the guilt that had been shrouding him since he was kidnapped, and simply enjoyed the company of the people he'd spent those months with. Once they had eaten a helping, Hermione insisted that they only take one helping, so that they would have leftover meat for the next few days. They made a campfire outside in the snow. By the way, Harry, Hermione said, Ron and I saw that symbol, the one in my book, in the graveyard. The triangle? Yeah, that's the one, Weasley said. Hard to read the name, though. Some bloke named Ignotus Peverell. What symbol? What triangle? Draco sputtered. He knew that he hadn't been on good terms with the group for long enough to be kept up to date with the important information, but he still couldn't help being hurt that he had no idea what they were talking about. Oh, right. I completely forgot. Hermione, who was sitting on the opposite side of the fire from him, scurried over to Draco with a small book in her hand. She held it open to him and pointed to the top of the page where there was a small symbol drawn in black ink. We didn't even ask if you knew what it meant. Yeah, you were too busy sulking, Weasley said, in a surprisingly light-hearted tone. You mean you don't? Draco replied to Hermione. She gave him a puzzled expression. Should I? Draco sighed and rolled his eyes. Yes, especially given how much you read. It's the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. The what? The trio said in unison. Draco grew a tad impatient. The Deathly Hallows? You know the tale of the three brothers? Like the children's story? Harry said, no. But Ron and Hermione said, yes. Draco let out an exaggerated sigh. All right, I suppose I can give a quick retelling. I would read it, but I don't dash. Hermione shoved the book back into his hands and tapped the title. Draco felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment as he took the book from her. He cleared his throat and began to read. There were once three brothers who were traveling along a lonely, winding road at twilight. Midnight, our mum always told us, said Weasley interrupted. No one asked, Draco snipped. Sorry, I just think it's a bit spookier if it's midnight, said Weasley irately. Yeah, because we really need a bit more fear in our lives, said Harry. Do you mind? You're ruining the mood by interrupting him, E. Weasley let out a huff of irritation, but was silent. In time, the brothers reached a river too deep to wade through and too dangerous to swim across. However, these brothers were learned in the magical arts, and so they simply waved their wands and made a bridge appear across the treacherous water. They were halfway across it when they found their path blocked by a hooded figure. And Death spoke to them. Sorry, interjected Harry. But Death spoke to them? It's a fairy tale, Harry. It doesn't have to be an accurate portrayal, Draco said with thinning patience. One more fucking interruption. Sorry, go on. And Death spoke to them. He was angry that he had been cheated out of 3 new victims, for travelers usually drowned in the river. But Death was cunning. He pretended to congratulate the 3 brothers upon their magic, and said that each had earned a prize for having been clever enough to evade him. So the oldest brother, who was a combative man, asked for a wand more powerful than any in existence. A wand that must always win duels for its owner. A wand worthy of a wizard who had conquered death. So Death crossed to an elder tree on the banks of the river, fashioned a wand from a branch that hung there, and gave it to the older brother. Then the second brother, who was an arrogant man, decided that he wanted to humiliate Death still further, and asked for the power to recall others from death. So Death picked up a stone from the riverbank and gave it to the second brother, and told him that the stone would have the power to bring back the dead. And then Death asked the third and youngest brother what he would like. The youngest brother was the humblest and also the wisest of the brothers, and he did not trust Death. So he asked for something that would enable him to go forth from that place without being followed by Death. And Death, most unwillingly, handed over his own cloak of invisibility. Death's got an invisibility cloak? Harry interrupted again. So he can sneak up on people, said Weasley. Sometimes he gets bored of running at them, flapping his arms and shrieking, "Sorry, Draco." Draco gave him a fiery glare before he continued. Then Death stood aside and allowed the three brothers to continue on their way, and they did so, talking with wonder of the adventure they had had and admiring Death's gifts. In due course the brothers separated, each for his own destination. The first brother traveled on for a week or more, and reaching a distant village, sought out a fellow wizard with whom he had a quarrel. Naturally, with the Elder Wand as his weapon, he could not fail to win the duel that followed. Leaving his enemy dead upon the floor, the oldest brother proceeded to an inn, where he boasted loudly of the powerful wand he had snatched from Death himself, and of how it made him invincible. That very night, another wizard crept upon the older brother as he lay wine-sodden upon his bed. The thief took the wand and, for good measure, slit the oldest brother's throat. And so Death took the first brother for his own. Meanwhile, the second brother journeyed to his own home, where he lived alone. Here he took out the stone that had the power to recall the dead, and he turned it thrice in his hand. To his amazement and his delight, the figure of the girl he had once hoped to marry before her untimely death appeared at once before him. Yet she was sad and cold, separated from him as though by a veil. Though she had returned to the mortal world, she did not truly belong there and suffered. Finally, the second brother, driven mad with hopeless longing, killed himself so as truly to join her. And so Death took the second brother for his own. But though Death searched for the third brother for many years, he was never able to find him. It was only when he attained a great age that the youngest brother finally took off the cloak of invisibility and gave it to his son. And then he greeted Death as an old friend, and went with him gladly, and equals, they departed this life. Draco snapped the book shut. And there you have it, the Deathly Hallows. I still don't understand, said Hermione. Must I explain everything? Draco sighed once more. Anyone have a quill? I have a pen somewhere in my bag, Hermione said, then rummaged around in her beaded bag. Accio pen and paper, she spelled for it, and it shot up out of her bag along with a piece of what looked like parchment. He had read about pens and paper in books, but he was still fascinated to see them in reality. If Father could see me now. Okay, so, the Elder Wand, he said, and he drew a straight vertical line upon the paper. The Resurrection Stone, he said, and he added a circle on top of the line. The Cloak of Invisibility, he finished. Get it now? Those together make the Deathly Hallows. But there's no mention of the words Deathly Hallows in the story, said Hermione. Well, obviously. It was likely greed, you see. They're said to be very powerful artifacts. If they just went around explaining that in children's stories, the secret would make them even harder to acquire. People say the three together make a master of death. Father was obsessed with them when I was younger. He fell off of it once. Draco trailed off. He knew casual talk about his father being a Death Eater would not be a popular subject in the group. Do you think they actually exist? Hermione asked skeptically. Draco considered the question for a moment. Honestly, I'm not sure. There are many people who believe that they do, and you own proof that at least one of them does. My invisibility cloak? Harry breathed in awe, then his face fell. Your father was a Death Eater? Yes, we've established that, Draco interrupted with unease. And he knew about the Hallows. Vol? Don't. Weasley started. Say his name, I know. Harry snapped. You know who. That's what he's been after. More specifically, the Elder Wand. It makes sense. Gregorovic is a wand maker. But this whole Hallows nonsense is absolute rubbish. They're fairy tales. Hermione interjected. Draco's stomach lurched. It doesn't surprise me that he'd be looking for them. He had been looking for a new wand before. It's just a morality tale. It's obvious which gift is best, which one you'd choose. The four of them spoke at the same time. Both Hermione and Draco said, the cloak, Ron said, the wand, and Harry said, the stone. They looked at each other, half surprised, half amused. You're supposed to say the cloak, Ron told Hermione, but you wouldn't need to be invisible if you had the wand. An unbeatable wand. Hermione, come on, we've already got an invisibility cloak, said Harry. And it's helped us rather a lot. In case you hadn't noticed, said Hermione. Whereas the wand would be bound to attract trouble. Only if you shouted about it, argued Ron. Only if you were proud enough to go dancing around, waving it over your head and singing, I've got an unbeatable wand. Come and have a go if you think you're good enough. As you kept your trap shut? Yes, but could you keep your trap shut? Snapped Draco. There have been stories about extra powerful wands for hundreds of years. The Death Stick, the Wand of Destiny, they crop up under different names through the centuries, usually in the possession of some dark wizard who's boasting about them. Oh, it's all nonsense. Wands are only as powerful as the wizards who use them. Some wizards just like to boast that theirs are bigger and better than other people's. Hermione huffed. But how do you know, said Harry, that those wands, the Death Stick and the Wand of Destiny, aren't the same wand, surfacing over the centuries under different names? What? And they're all really the Elder Wand, made by death? Said Weasley. So why would you take the stone? He asked Harry. Well, if you could bring people back, we could have Sirius, Mad-Eye, Dumbledore, my parents. But according to Beedle the Bard, they wouldn't want to come back, would they? Said Harry, thinking about the tale they had just heard. I don't suppose there have been loads of other stories about a stone that can raise the dead. Have there? He asked. No, there haven't, Draco replied somberly. They fell into an eerie silence as snow started to fall. Weasley slapped his knees before he stood and said, Well, I think it's time to tuck in. You're keeping watch tonight, right, Draco? Hermione asked. Draco was still baffled that they trusted him enough to give him that duty, but he nodded, and she and Weasley headed inside the tent. Harry, however, stayed. Draco forced himself to relax and give off an aura of confidence, despite the fact that his heart was racing after they were alone. He tried desperately to push the thought that he fancied Harry out of his mind. The fire started to die as it went unkindled, leaving them both stark against the cold. Do you feel like you deserve it? Harry said. His breath created a cloud of mist against the freezing air. Draco stared at him bewildered. What do you mean, like forgiveness? You know, being here with us on this side of the war, Harry elaborated. Underneath his glasses, Draco could see his eyelashes had caught a few snowflakes that accentuated their length, and his nose and cheeks were flushed with cold. He was so beautiful. Draco looked away, to ensure Harry didn't notice the extra flush in his cheeks that wasn't from the cold. Then he considered Harry's words. No, of course I don't. I still have this bloody thing, don't I? Draco pulled up his sweater and coat sleeve to reveal his dark mark. The black ink was a great contrast against his pale skin, an ugly reminder of what had since become his deepest shame. Harry flinched at the sight of it, but steadied his gaze. He put his hand on Draco's arm, then gently pulled down his sleeve. You're here now, remember? That's what matters. You've chosen sides, but it still happened. I let it happen. I couldn't dash. Draco's heart caught in his throat, and he broke out into tears. So much for enjoying his time. Harry didn't let go of his sleeve. Instead, he pulled him into a warm hug, the second time he had hugged Draco that day. The contact was a sanctuary from the biting cold that surrounded them. In that moment, his shame was outweighed by a feeling of safety. He leaned into the hug and let the tears flow. His shoulders shook at the weight of his sobs, but Harry didn't let go. For a foolish moment, Draco allowed himself to believe that someone cared about him. Harry was probably the most surprised of anyone that he had started to not only genuinely care for Draco Malfoy, but also enjoyed being around him. It also made Harry question what compelled him to take the path that he was originally on. What happened? Harry asked impulsively. They were still sitting together in the cold, a short time after Draco had calmed down. Draco stared at him with wide, round eyes. Pardon? You know? That made you take it? The mark, I mean. He knew immediately that the question was inappropriate. Draco sobered and buried his face in his hands. Figures you'd want to know. I'm sorry, I didn't dash. No, it's all right. I'll tell you. Draco's gray eyes were clouded with pain. I would be lying if I said that I was innocent, but I also can't say I wanted to take it either. The Dark Lord wanted me to. So what could I say? I'm not brave like you, Harry. I wanted it all to go away. He was in my home. He threatened my mother's life. She's the only family I have that matters to me. Draco inhaled deeply. What about your father? You said something at Grimmauld Place about him. I don't miss him. At all. I was afraid of him. He frequently punished me, and by punishment I mean he would slap me, hit me with his cane, use hexes, the lot. I could honestly care less what happens to him. Draco's knuckles were white. He was abusive, Harry said. I can relate. Draco raised an eyebrow, puzzled. But you're Harry Potter. Harry let out a wry laugh. Yeah. Doesn't carry the same weight in the Muggle world. My aunt and uncle hated me. They thought it better if I didn't exist at all. I lived in a cupboard for the first 11 years of my life. My cousin was a bully, and my aunt and uncle let him treat me like shite. You actually reminded me of him when we first met. Really? Draco raised an eyebrow. Not anymore, but you were kind of a prick. I can't say that you're wrong, Draco laughed. They spent the rest of the night telling each other about their childhood, laughing, and discussing the Deathly Hallows. Harry began noticing things that he never had before, like how he had long lashes. They were just so blonde that they were nearly transparent. He had light freckles dappled across his nose, and his lips were surprisingly full. They packed up the tent the next morning and moved on through dreary snowfall. The snowstorm pursued them to the coast, where they pitched the tent that night, and persisted through the whole week, through landscapes that Harry found bleak and depressing. He could think only of the Deathly Hallows. It was as though a flame had been lit inside him that nothing, not Hermione's flat disbelief nor Ron's persistent doubts, could extinguish. And yet the fiercer the longing for the Hallows burned inside him, the less joyful it made him. He blamed Ron and Hermione. Their determined indifference was as bad as the weather for dampening his spirits, but neither could erode his certainty, which remained absolute. Harry's belief in and longing for the Hallows consumed him so much that he felt isolated from the other two and their obsession with the Horcruxes. Obsession, said Hermione in a low, fierce voice, when Harry was careless enough to use the word one evening, after Hermione had told him off for his lack of interest in locating more Horcruxes. Where haven't we looked? Let's go through it again. The orphanage, Diagon Alley, Hogwarts, the Riddle House, Borgin and Berks, Albania. Every place that they knew Tom Riddle had ever lived or worked, visited or murdered. Ron and Hermione raked over them again, Harry joining in only to stop Hermione pestering him. He would have been happy to sit alone in silence, trying to read Voldemort's thoughts, to find out more about the Elder Wand, or in a corner speaking to Draco, who he had since bonded with over the Hallows. But Ron and Hermione insisted on journeying to ever more unlikely places simply, Harry was aware, to keep them moving. You never know, was Ron's constant refrain. Upper Flagley is a wizarding village. He might have wanted to live there. Let's go and have a poke around. These frequent forays into wizarding territory brought them within occasional sight of snatchers. Some of them are just as bad as Death Eaters, said Draco, who had finally started to set himself in another category, albeit with visible discomfort. But regardless, they're all bloody stupid. Most of them are just leftovers that the Dark Lord didn't think were capable of doing anything else. They operate into a new camping ground once again, and the weather grew to be a bit more clear. As they set up camp, Harry began to argue with Hermione once again about the existence of the Hallows. He's abroad. He's still looking for the wand. I know it. Dreams of Voldemort on the hunt abroad were clear in his mind as he argued with Hermione. Harry, come on, Hermione. Why are you so determined not to admit it? Harry, stop. Draco dropped the tent that he was helping Ron erect. Demort's after the Elder Wand. Fuck. Harry, his name's taboo. Draco forced Harry's face in the dirt as they heard a familiar pop. Draco jammed his wand into his face. There was a bang, a burst of white light, and Harry curled in on himself in agony, unable to see. He could feel his face swelling rapidly under his hands as heavy footfalls surrounded him. Ron and Hermione joined them on the ground, just in time for spells to fly over their heads. Get up, vermin. Draco stood stiffly, his fingernails dug sharply into Harry's arm. Ron and Hermione cautiously followed suit. Well, if you look who it is, growled Fenrir Greyback with a sharp-toothed grin. The traitor Malfoy makes an appearance. Chapter endnotes. You'll notice for a lot of the rest of the story, there'll likely be more and more Draco POV. It's not really intentional. Writing his POV just comes more naturally to me. Also, I just like exploring his perspective. Hee. Happy New Year. Here's to a good 2024. Laughing face. Draco's voice and Malfoy manor. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Take their wands and tie up all 4 of them. I hear he's been traveling with Harry Potter. Draco swallowed thickly and gathered a bit of courage to say, yeah? Who'd you hear that from, you mangy mutt? My father will not be pleased to hear that you've tied up his only son. Greyback let out a guttural laugh. I'd believe the Dark Lord over your sorry old father. Draco's blood went cold, and he forced a laugh. Harry Potter? Don't make me laugh. We're enemies. Ask anyone who went to school with us. I'd never travel with the likes of him. We'll see about that. What happened to you, ugly? Greyback directed at Harry. Draco was relieved to see that his hex had worked. Harry did not answer immediately. I said, repeated Greyback, and he grabbed Harry by the hair, which made Draco want to break free and tear him apart, but he maintained his composure. What happened to you? Stung, Harry muttered. Been stung. Yeah, looks like it, said the one who had grappled Draco. What's your name? Snarled Greyback. Dudley, said Harry. And your first name? Vernon. Vernon Dudley. Check the list, Scabier, said Greyback. Draco held his breath. If the situation had been less serious, he would have laughed. Vernon Dudley? Really? And what about you, Ginger? He directed at Weasley. Stan Shunpike, said Ron. Draco once again held his breath. To think I'm traveling with people this bloody stupid. Shunpike is under the imperious curse by a Death Eater, you imbecile, Draco thought. Like LUR, said the man called Scabier. We know Stan Shunpike. He's put a bit of work our way. The one holding Weasley punched him hard in the jaw. I be Barty, said Weasley, and Draco could tell that his mouth was full of blood. Barty Weasley. A Weasley, rasped Greyback. So you're related to blood traders even if you're not a mudblood. And lastly, your pretty little friend? Draco was mentally pleading that. Hermione could think of a better cover story. Easy, Greyback, said Scabier over the jeering of the others. Oh, I'm not going to bite just yet. We'll see if she's a bit quicker at remembering her name than Barney. Who are you, girlie? Penelope Clearwater, said Hermione. She sounded terrified, but convincing. Draco relaxed internally. What's your blood status? Half-blood, said Hermione. Easy enough to check, said Scabier. But the old lot of them are still suspicious. Since this one is rumored to be traveling with Harry Potter. What's that on your forehead, Vernon? He asked, and pressed a finger towards Harry's scar. Don't touch it, Harry yelled. Draco's breath caught in his throat. We're so dead. I thought you wore glasses, Potter, breathed Greyback. I found glasses, yelped one of the Snatchers skulking in the background. It is, rasped Greyback. We've caught Potter. Completely sure it's him? 'Cause if it ain't, Greyback, we're dead. Take them to the ministry? To hell with the ministry, growled Greyback. They'll take the credit, and we won't get a look in. I say we take him straight to you-know-who. Will you summon him? Air, said Scabier, sounding odd, terrified. No, snarled Greyback. I haven't got. They say he's using the Malfoy's place as a base. We'll take the boy there. I'm sure Draco Malfoy here is just itching for a family reunion. Draco knew that he didn't have the mark, and thankfully he didn't think to use Draco's. Draco felt lightheaded with panic, but he willed himself to stay calm. When they apparated to the manor, the sight of it nearly brought Draco to his knees. It was just as bleak as when he had left it, but it was even more forlorn, as if the house elves had stopped taking care of it altogether. For a moment, he wondered if Tilly was all right. They approached the gates, and the Snatchers began to negotiate with the entrance gate. Draco considered letting them struggle, but grew weary of their bickering. "Just let them in," Draco sighed. "Yes, young master." The gates swung open. The Snatchers paused, stared at him for a moment in shock, and dragged the prisoners through. "What are you doing?" Harry hissed from beside him. "I knew they would get in eventually. Might as well cut out the tedious bit and get it over with." They stopped at the door and Draco felt his breath quickening. "What is this?" Draco felt as if he could cry at the sound of his mother's voice. He heard a small gasp from her as she noticed him, but it didn't seem like anyone else noticed it. "We're here to see he who must not be named," rasped Greyback. "We've found Potter, and we have your traitor's son." "Very well." She let them inside, her voice not betraying anything. She was avoiding Draco's gaze. "Lucius." He heard his mother call. Draco's mind went blank. The sound of his father's name brought his anxiety back full force, but it was quickly replaced with fiery determination. He refused to be afraid of his father anymore. "What is it?" he heard his father say as he came down the stairs. His father had lost significant poise in the time that Draco had been gone and looked utterly disheveled. Draco, however, didn't miss the flame that ignited in his father's eyes at the sight of his son. "You deal with them. I will handle our foolish son," he barked as he grabbed Draco's arm and dragged him towards his study. Draco could feel the strength of his father's grip bruising his skin. His father didn't dare release him until they were within his study, where there were permanent silencing charms and a spell-proof lock in place. "You will explain yourself this instant. All of this nonsense pertaining to Potter. You must be under the Imperious curse. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to." As his father raised his wand, Draco surged forward, barreling his father over. He wrestled his father's wand from his hand and used to tie him to his chair. "How dare you? You insolent little dash." Draco drew in a deep breath. "There's no turning back. It's time to say it aloud." "Shut up. I'm going to tell you how I feel, and you're going to listen. When I am released, I will show you just what comes of dash." "Do I need to gag you as well?" Draco hissed at his father, interrupting him. He had never seen such an expression of disdain on his father's face before. "And what is it that you wish to tell me?" His father's tone was dripping with venom. A few months from then, that tone would have made Draco flinch, but not any longer. "All of my life, I've wasted time thinking that we purebloods were above everyone, that muggles were stupid and that they deserved to be beneath us. But that was all a lie. I didn't understand anything. You understand nothing. Clearly, you've been brainwashed by that silly little mudblood you've been parading around with." Draco surged forwards and held his wand to his father's throat. "No. The one doing the brainwashing was you. And if you know what's good for you, you won't speak that way about Hermione anymore." His father gave a wry laugh. "Yes, keep going, traitor. You are no longer a son of mine," Draco continued, ignoring his father's words. "You, my own father who hit and tortured me as a child. It should have taught you respect. Obviously, it was not enough. No, it was cruel. You made me feel like it was normal to be hit and cursed, that to have you as a father should have been some kind of gift. I know better now. I know that you're a bloody coward who grovels at the feet of a merciless madman. I know that you picked on your only son, me, for never being good enough." As he voice raised, he let out a raspy laugh. "Of course, nothing I did would have ever been good enough. There wasn't any amount of O's in the world that could have made you proud of me. You've never even told me you loved me. The only person who has ever loved me is Mother." His father said nothing, but glowered at him with indignation. "I wanted you to protect me. I wanted you to be proud of me. I thought you would be proud of me if I was a Death Eater. I thought you would be proud of me if I tortured people, innocent people. But you weren't. It was never enough. The only way I'll be good enough is if I'm dead. I always suspected that you didn't have enough loyalty. The Dark Lord will win this war, and you will die along with your new little friends," his father snarled. "At least I'll have died fighting for a good cause with people who actually care about me." His father snorted. "Rubbish. I'd hoped a Slytherin would have more self-preservation and not all this bravery foolishness. I'm only brave now because I have someone to be brave for." His father laughed. "Don't tell me you've honestly come to care for the Potter boy." "Yeah, I have. More than you will ever know." Draco breathed out the most relaxed breath he had taken in months and turned for the door. He brandished his father's wand, which after careful inspection he recognized to be his mother's, and without looking back, he said, "I'll be keeping this." He shut the door behind him, ignoring his father's shouts of protest. He was proud of himself, but as he pocketed his mother's wand, he noticed that his hands were still trembling. Meanwhile, Harry stared helplessly at Draco's back as his father dragged him away. Harry was conflicted with worry, as both best and worst-case scenarios were the same. Draco's father gives him the chance to return to Voldemort as if nothing happened. He accepts and comes out unscathed. But that scenario couldn't happen, could it? Draco had helped them so much, but only since their discussion of the Hallows had he acted as if he actually wanted to be there. What if it was a ruse? What if he was only pretending? Then again, if he wasn't pretending, which Harry wanted desperately to believe was the case, what would happen to him? Draco's father beat him and cursed him. Harry knew that. Would his father stoop as low as to kill him? Would Draco lie? Narcissa Malfoy was studying Harry carefully in the absence of her son and her husband. Harry's fear was mounting. There was a very real possibility that she would call for Voldemort any moment. "It looks as though he's been hit with a stinging jinx," she spoke, her voice cold and clear. If she had any allegiance to her son, she didn't show it. "If you are mistaken, if we call the Dark Lord here for nothing, remember what he did to Rowling and Dolohov? It would be best for us to wait until the hex wears off. Perhaps an hour? As for his friends..." She looked between Ron and Hermione carefully. The drawing room door opened behind Harry. A woman spoke, and the sound of the voice wounded Harry's fear to an even higher pitch. "What is this? What's happened, sissy?" Bellatrix Lestrange walked slowly around the prisoners and stopped on Harry's right, staring at Hermione through her heavily lidded eyes. "But surely," she said quietly, "this is the Mudblood girl? This is Granger? She's one of Potter's little friends, isn't she?" "Yes, we suspect that's the Potter boy just beside her," Narcissa said. "Potter?" shrieked Bellatrix, and she backed away, the better to take in Harry. "Are you sure? Well then, the Dark Lord must be informed at once." She dragged back her left sleeve. Harry saw the dark mark burned into the flesh of her arm and knew that she was about to touch it to summon her beloved master. "Wait just a moment, Bella. We are not certain it's the boy. We do not want to waste the Dark Lord's time," Narcissa interrupted her, with a hand on her sister's sleeve. But Bellatrix was not paying attention. Her attention had shifted. Her dark eyes were fixed upon something Harry could not see. "What is that?" he heard her say. "S.A. locket," grunted an out-of-sight snatcher. "Give it to me." "It's not yours, missus, it's mine. I reckon I found it." There was a bang and a flash of red light. Harry knew that the snatcher had been stunned. There was a roar of anger from his fellows. Scabier drew his wand. "What you think you're playing at, woman?" "Stupefy!" she screamed. Stupefy! They were no match for her, even though there were 4 of them against one of her. She was a witch, as Harry knew, with prodigious skill and no conscience. They fell where they stood, all except Greyback, who had been forced into a kneeling position, his arms outstretched. Out of the corners of his eyes, Harry saw Bellatrix bearing down upon the werewolf. Slytherin's locket glittered on his chest. "Where did you find this?" "This belongs to the Dark Lord," she hissed while holding the locket in Greyback's face. Harry's breath caught in his throat. Hermione had been handing it off to Ron when the Snatchers appeared. Did she know it was a Horcrux? "It was on the floor beside the girl," rasped Greyback. "Release me, I say." She waved her wand, and the werewolf sprang to his feet, but appeared too wary to approach her. He prowled behind an armchair, his filthy curved nails clutching its back. "If it is indeed Potter, he must not be harmed," she muttered, more to herself than to the others. "The Dark Lord wishes to dispose of Potter himself, but if he finds out, I must know." She turned back to her sister again. "The prisoners must be placed in the cellar, while I think of what to do." "This is my house, Bella. You don't give orders in my..." "Do it. You have no idea of the danger we're in," shrieked Bellatrix. She looked frightening, mad. A thin stream of fire issued from her wand and burned a hole in the carpet. Narcissa hesitated for a moment, then addressed the werewolf. "Take these prisoners down to the cellar, Greyback." "Wait," said Bellatrix sharply. "All except for the mudblood." Greyback gave a grunt of pleasure. "No," shouted Ron. "You can have me. Keep me." Bellatrix hit him across the face. The blow echoed around the room. "If she dies under questioning, I'll take you next," she said. "Blood Traitor is next too. Mudblood in my book. Take them downstairs, Greyback, and make sure they are secure, but do nothing more to them. Yet." She threw Greyback's wand back to him, then took a short silver knife from under her robes. She cut Hermione free from the other prisoners, then dragged her by the hair into the middle of the room, while Greyback forced the rest of them to shuffle across to another door, into a dark passageway, his wand held out in front of him, projecting an invisible and irresistible force. "Reckon she'll let me have a bit of the girl when she's finished with her?" Greyback crooned as he forced them along the corridor. "I'd say I'll get a bite or two, wouldn't you, Ginger?" Harry could feel Ron shaking. They were forced down a steep flight of stairs, still tied back and in danger of slipping and breaking their necks at any moment. At the bottom was a heavy door. Greyback unlocked it with a tap of his wand, then forced them into a dank and musty room and left them in total darkness. The echoing bang of the slammed cellar door had not died away before there was a terrible, drawn-out scream from directly above them. "Hermione!" Ron bellowed, and he started to writhe and struggle against the ropes tying them together, so that Harry staggered. "Hermione, be quiet," Harry said. "Shut up. Ron, we need to work out a way. Hermione! Hermione, we need a plan. Stop yelling. We need to get these ropes off." "Harry!" came a whisper through the darkness. "Ron? Is that you?" Ron stopped shouting. There was a sound of movement close by them. Then Harry saw a shadow moving closer. "Harry? Ron? Luna?" "Yes, it's me." "Oh no, I didn't want you to be caught." "Luna, can you help us get these ropes off?" said Harry. "Oh yes, I expect so. There's an old nail we use if we need to break anything." "Just a moment." Hermione screamed again from overhead, and they could hear Bellatrix screaming too, but her words were inaudible, for Ron shouted again, "Hermione! Hermione! Mr. Ollivander?" Harry could hear Luna saying, "Mr. Ollivander, have you got the nail? If you just move over a little bit, I think it was beside the water jug." She was back within seconds. "You'll need to stay still," she said. Harry could feel her digging at the rope's tough fibers to work the knots free. From upstairs they heard Bellatrix's voice. "I'm going to ask you again. Where did you get this locket?" "Where?" "We found it. We found it, please." Hermione screamed again. Ron struggled harder than ever, and the rusty nail slipped onto Harry's wrist. "Ron, please stay still." Luna whispered. "I can't see what I'm doing." "My pocket," said Ron. "In my pocket, there's a deluminator, and it's full of light." A few seconds later, there was a click, and the luminescent spheres the deluminator had sucked from the lamps in the tent flew into the cellar. Unable to rejoin their sources, they simply hung there, like tiny suns, flooding the underground room with light. Harry saw Luna, all eyes in her white face, and the motionless figure of Ollivander the Wandmaker, curled up on the floor in the corner. Craning around, he caught sight of their fellow prisoners. Dean and Griphook the Goblin, who seemed barely conscious, kept standing by the ropes that bound him to the humans. "Oh, that's much easier, thanks, Ron," said Luna, and she began hacking at their bindings again. "Hello, Dean." Harry felt the ropes fall away and turned, rubbing his wrists, to see Ron running around the cellar, looking up at the low ceiling, searching for a trapdoor. Dean, his face bruised and bloody, said thanks to Luna and stood there, shivering, but Griphook sank onto the cellar floor, looking groggy and disoriented, many welts across his swarthy face. Ron was now trying to disapparate without a wand. "There's no way out, Ron," said Luna, watching his fruitless efforts. "The cellar is completely escape-proof. I tried, at first. Mr. Ollivander has been here for a long time. He's tried everything." Hermione was screaming again. The sound went through Harry like physical pain. Barely conscious of the fierce prickling of his scar, he too started to run around the cellar, feeling the walls for he hardly knew what, knowing in his heart that it was useless. Why do you have the Dark Lord's property? Where did you get it? Answer me. Crucio. Hermione's screams echoed off the walls upstairs. Ron was half sobbing as he pounded the walls with his fists. Draco, please, please. If you're on our side, please come. Harry was worried his thought was useless. But he was more worried than anything that Draco didn't want to help them. He pictured Draco's face, him rolling his moonlit silver eyes, the very subtle freckles that dotted his stupid pointy nose. He imagined their conversations on the forest floors, Draco telling him of his childhood and of his feelings on the war, of Draco telling him all of his regrets and that he didn't want to be a Death Eater. And he willed the Draco that he had grown to care about to be real. Then suddenly, as if the answer to his prayer, Hermione's screams stopped. Chapter endnotes. Yes, the Draco scene is heavily inspired by Zuko's redemption scene in ATLA. Avatar was my first fandom, and it still takes up a very dear space in my heart. Sorry for the short chapter, but I wanted another cliffhanger because I like to be evil. On the bright side, I've been writing like crazy these last few weeks, so it may not be all that long, haha. Narcissa Malfoy and Malfoy Manor Part 2. Chapter notes. Hi all. Sorry I've been slow on this one, and that it's short. I probably should have combined these last two, but oh well. But here I am. I hope the wait was worth it. Angry face, winky face. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Draco's hands were still shaking as he came around the corner to where Hermione was, screaming. His aunt had her pinned to the floor. Hermione's legs kicking were behind her in distress. He had heard the blood-curdling screams echoing onto the second floor, where his father's study was. Draco stood behind a pillar where he could formulate a plan. Snuck a peek around the pillar to get a look at how the people were arranged in the atrium. Several of the werewolves' bodies were laid around the perimeter, Draco observed. Luckily for him, the only two present, and conscious, in the room were Aunt Bella and Fenrir Greyback. Aunt Bella was the absolute last opponent he would have chosen, but Greyback was an idiot that Draco would have no trouble with. He was surprised to note that his mother was not present in the room. He wondered if she was one of the ones that escorted Harry and the others to the dungeons. As he was about to begin sneaking his way down the stairs, he was startled by a hand clamped tightly over his mouth. Don't worry, darling, it's only me. Draco's mother's whisper was like honey in his ear. He relaxed. She led him behind the corner into the closest room, a broom cupboard. Now, tell me, darling, why are you here with the Potter boy? It's clear you're with him willingly, as you are not with your father. At first I was unwilling, he admitted. But then they showed me how wrong I was about everything. He gestured around the manor. This isn't like you, sweetheart. Do you need to be tested for any curses? No, I'm not under any curses, mother. And there's no time for this, Draco interrupted. Hermione's in danger. My friends are in danger. His mother raised an eyebrow. You're referring to the mudblood as your friend? Yes, because she is my friend. And don't call her that. We're wasting time, she sighed, and brushed the hair from his forehead, which was beaded with sweat. Very well. I won't pretend to understand, but you are my son, so I will help you. What is your plan? The plan was fairly simple. Though his mother didn't seem thrilled to rebel against the Dark Lord, she, thankfully, agreed to it. Draco was to go downstairs undetected, silently stun Aunt Bella, grab Hermione, and meet his mother with the other prisoners in the cellars. Draco took the back staircase. It was the long way, but it was the best way to go undetected. When he got to the end of the hall, he peeked around the entryway. Aunt Bella's back was to him, as planned. He stifled a sigh of relief. This one of those plans they had that absolutely couldn't go wrong. And it all relied on Draco. He concentrated hard on the flow of magic in his body and directed it into one silent stupefy. Thankfully, silent spellcasting was one of the pieces of practical magic that he was actually skilled at. The spell hit his aunt square in the back and knocked her out cold. She slumped forward on Hermione, and Draco sprung forward as Greyback let out a cry of surprise and lunged towards Draco, who quickly disarmed and stunned him. It really shouldn't be this easy, he thought as he caught Greyback's wand, pocketed Hermione's beaded bag that Greyback snatched in the capture, and picked up Aunt Bella's wand. Hermione was gasping for air underneath Bellatrix. Draco carefully pushed his aunt off of his friend and pulled her unsteadily into a standing position. Hermione caught her breath with a tight grip on Draco's shoulder. Her other arm was held limply to her other side. Blood dripped from it onto the gray marble floors. "Are you all right?" Draco asked. Hermione nodded. "I could be better," she croaked, "but I won't die. Let's go meet the others." She didn't question him, but simply followed him down into the dungeons. They walked more quickly as they heard the sound of footsteps rushing to the forum from the opposite direction. He didn't know who they were coming from, but he didn't want to find out. Harry heard a scream from above them by Greyback, a short exchange of wands, and then a thud as he presumably fell to the floor. Harry found himself swelling with pride at the proof that Draco was not only exactly who Harry had learned him to be, he was better. He had become brave. The affection warming his body didn't last long, as he was once again sobered by their position. As he was distracted, he hadn't noticed that Narcissa Malfoy had come down the stairs and had begun to unlock their prison. "Oh, thank Y!" As Harry went to express his gratitude, she quieted him. "Hush. Don't thank me. I am not doing this for you." She looked about as disheveled as her husband. Her fingers were long and spindly, and her cheekbones resembled Draco's when he first joined them. "This way, all of you." Quickly, she rounded up all of the prisoners, then shooed them onwards towards the winding tunnel. They could hear many footsteps above them that he could easily assume were not made by Draco and Hermione. But what about Draco? Will he be okay? "We have to go. We have to help him." Narcissa gave him a look that was reminiscent of her son, and huffed. "You honestly think that I would just leave my only son here now, idiot boy? And the Dark Lord thinks you're intelligent." She snorted. Narcissa's voice sounded clear and calm, but her expressions, which Harry noticed Draco had inherited, showed her worry. Then Draco appeared at the top of the steps, shouldering Hermione and absolutely drenched in sweat. "Draco!" Harry exclaimed at the same time as Ron shouted, "Hermione!" Ron rushed over and held Hermione, tenderly brushing her hair from her face. Harry pretended not to notice when Ron kissed the top of her head. Draco blinked as if surprised that anyone was happy he was there. Then he noticed his mother. Draco rushed over and hugged Narcissa so tightly that it nearly knocked her to the ground. "Thank you," he said to her quietly. Harry expected her to be angry, but she smiled as she said, "As you said, my sweet, there's little time. We must hurry." Draco let go, nodded, and she led them onwards. "So what happened with your father? How did you get away?" Harry asked Draco. Draco hesitated before saying, "I." He glanced at his mother before he whispered to Harry, "I sort of tied him to a chair." Harry shot him a wide grin. He looked back at Luna, who was shouldering a very weak-looking Ollivander, and Dean, who was half-carrying, half-dragging his goblin friend, and his face dropped. Harry exchanged a look of concern with Draco, who silently agreed, and together they went back to help the others. "What are you doing?" Draco's mother snipped from the front, turning back to see her son with Ollivander at his side. "Helping them? Obviously." Draco rolled his eyes. Harry wondered if he had always been that disrespectful to his mother, or if it was a new behavior. "They're only slowing us down. Leave them behind. We need to move quickly." Her lips were pursed impatiently. "No." Harry cut in, "Absolutely not. I wasn't speaking to you, Potter. If it were up to me, the Dark Lord could have you. But," she took a deep breath, "I am first and foremost allegiant to my son, so it is not up to me." "I agree with him. You're obviously not thinking clearly. If we left them behind? No. We're wasting time with this nonsense. Move on, Mother." "They're coming with us, and that's final," Draco snapped. She made a pinched face as though she'd smelled something horrible, but said nothing as she continued down the tunnel. The tunnel seemed to go on forever, and as it curved further downwards, Narcissa and Draco both lit their wands. Then they hit a dead end. "It's a dead end. You tricked us. Is this another trap?" Weasley exclaimed from in front of Harry, where a hardly conscious Hermione was leaning into him. "Why would I risk my life freeing you to bring you into a trap? Foolish blood traitor." Narcissa scoffed. Ron purpled in response. She placed a palm on the left side of the wall and whispered something into it. The wall bubbled and a thin layer sloughed off as if it were melting. The melt revealed a bronze door engraved with silver markings of snakes that were all swirling around a doorknob in the center. I didn't know you could do that, Draco breathed, wide-eyed. I have my secrets, Narcissa winked at him. She pulled the door open to reveal another piece of a tunnel, but instead of stone this one was surrounded by dirt, almost like a rabbit burrow. She then pulled Draco aside, who clumsily leaned Ollivander against the wall. She dug within her robes and pulled out Slytherin's locket. Draco's mother hung the Horcrux around Draco's neck and held a palm to his chest. I don't know why you'll be needing this, but I felt you had to have it. When that foul old elf brought it to me, he wanted it destroyed. When I was not able to, your father bestowed it onto you. It really is beautiful. There is something else you must know, Bella said. She had boasted something similar. Something of great importance was placed in her possession by the Dark Lord. In her vault, Harry's stomach clenched in recognition. Narcissa's eyes were glassy, but she did not allow tears to fall. She brushed the hair out of Draco's face, and Harry noticed that his tears were streaming down his face. You're making it sound like you can't come with us, Draco said softly. You're right. I cannot come with you, but you must be careful. This is not the path I would have chosen for you, nor is it the one that I believe in, but you are my only son, my miracle, my sweet little stars. She stood on her toes to kiss his forehead. Mother, please, I can't leave you with them. Go now. There isn't much time, she said, and pass the rest of them all their wands. You'll be needing these. She ushered them onwards. Mother, I don't want. Go. I will see you again, my son. I love you. I will try to slow them down, but I cannot betray my allegiances. You must be quick. Harry grabbed Draco's wrist and tugged him onwards. Draco's eyes were still looking back at his mother as he put his arm around Ollivander once again. His mother was following the angry voices of the other Death Eaters, whose volume was increasing as they grew closer. They went this way. Harry heard her call from a distance that was much too close for comfort. The door swung shut as they saw a faint light from the Death Eaters' lit wands. He knew they were safe enough to exit if they ran for it. Draco was still glancing back at the door sorrowfully. Come on, Draco. She's made her choice. We need to leave. It's a dead end. Harry heard the Death Eaters cry behind them as he exited the tunnel at last. Battered and bloodied, the 8 of them stood at the bottom of a grassy hill on the other side of the grounds. Where to now? Ron said quietly. We need to find our tin again, Harry said, then looked between the others. And we need to get them to safety. Harry gestured to Luna, Dean, Griphook, and Ollivander. Hermione and Ron nodded in agreement. Draco was still staring back at the manor longingly. His face was still red and shiny with tears. I know a place, replied Ron. Are you sure we shouldn't go with them? No. We still have work to do, Harry said. Do you remember where the tent was? Ron nodded. Meet us there. Harry turned to Draco. Can we apparate from here? Draco nodded, then croaked, yes. This hill is the end of the boundary. Good. Harry took Hermione, who was unsteady, but conscious, from Ron, as a familiar. Cold, dark feeling began to ripple through the air. Dementors. They needed to move with more alacrity. Draco was frozen in place. Harry had never seen him look so scared before, which was saying something. Harry grabbed Draco by the wrist, snapping him out of his trance. Then he and Ron simultaneously apparat away, leaving the manor with screaming Death Eaters behind. When they appeared beside the tent, it was covered in snow and frost. The wind chill was biting cold, sinking its teeth beneath the battered clothing that Harry was wearing. Hermione's sleeve was tattered where blood was still dripping down her arm. Her face was ashen, likely due to shock and blood loss. She immediately started shivering, and her teeth were audibly chattering. Draco, can you dash? Harry hadn't needed to say anything as Draco began wordlessly casting warming charms over the tent. As soon as the snow melted around it, he erected it and gestured for Harry to go inside with Hermione. Harry nodded gratefully and half-carried Hermione towards the tent. They heard a pop which temporarily caused Harry to get into a fighting stance, but it was just Ron. He relaxed. Where'd you take them? Bill and Floors. It was a gamble, but it paid off. They're using it as a safe house. We need to move. Draco's eyebrows shot up. With Hermione in that state? Are you mad? It's all right. We need to get away from here, she heaved, semi-conscious. Harry nodded grimly, ignoring Draco's sputtering in response. It's not safe to stay here. Draco let out a huff of indignation, then quickly packed up the tent. I've got a place, Draco grumbled, and grabbed both Ron and Harry, still shouldering Hermione, by the wrists tightly. He apparated them somewhere less windy and ever so slightly warmer. Ron immediately set up the tent, glancing over at Hermione with a look of concern that reminded Harry of Mrs. Weasley. Ron helped Harry carry Hermione, who had lost consciousness again, inside, while Draco was outside setting the wards. After placing her in a bed, they treated and bandaged her arms, then wrapped her in blankets. Ron gripped her hand tightly, as if he thought when he let go she would disappear. As the color started to return to her face, Harry returned to the sitting room. Their Draco was in an armchair, holding his knees with white knuckles. He was staring at the Horcrux in his lap, his eyes bloodshot again. "Thank you. I knew you'd come," Harry told Draco, who startled. "Save your thanks for someone who deserves it. Are you fucking kidding me? You saved our lives, and now you're acting like you're still a Death Eater." Draco closed eyes and released his legs. He ran a hand through his filthy blonde hair. He was covered in dirt and sweat, yet hadn't rushed to the showers, which was very out of character for him. Harry had never seen him look so defeated. No one stops being a Death Eater, Harry. Even if I have changed, even if I hate everything he stands for, I still have the mark. I still did believe it at one point. Do you believe it now? Draco stared at him reproachfully. No, obviously not. But after I took the mark, I was made to torture people. At the time I thought it didn't affect me, but as I've been around you all, it's haunted me more and more. Because you've changed sides? Not just that, I've been able to think about it more. Seeing Hermione like that, it made me. I remember their faces and their names, the look in their eyes. Draco looked ill. I could never kill them. I've never killed anyone. Some Death Eater. Huh? They tried to make me. I tried to kill Dumbledore, but instead, he stopped himself. It's not your fault he died. I should have taken his hand. Draco let out a weary sigh. Siding with the Dark Lord for so long was one of the worst mistakes I've ever made. This mark, this will haunt me forever. It haunts me, but I can't change it. But you can do better now. You've been doing better. You and I both know you're not that person anymore. You're brave, intelligent, strong, funny, creative. You're sometimes a git, but you are capable of kindness. Affection swelled inside Harry's chest as he described Draco. It was feeling confusing, terrifying, and disconcertingly familiar. He pushed it aside. No, I don't believe it. Then, you're being stupid. Draco's eyes narrowed. You have no idea what you're talking about. Harry felt ready to punch him. Are you fucking serious? You do realize who you're talking to, right? If Hermione, and maybe even Ron, can forgive you, why couldn't anyone else? And it's about time you started to forgive yourself. You know who isn't your worst enemy? You are. I won't accept it. I won't. You're wrong. I'm a horrible person. You shouldn't even be around me. Draco, listen to me. Harry grabbed Draco's hand. Draco's face pinked. Just because you've done terrible things doesn't mean you're terrible now. Your guilt isn't helping you anymore. It isn't helping us. Draco chewed his lip for a moment, staring from Harry's hand to his face. Their eyes met and Harry let go. Draco stood, his eyes red and puffy again. I'm going to bed. Chapter end notes. In another note, I wanted to drop a little mention that my writing is kind of a mix of book and movie references, i.e. Hermione's scar. While it is a bit easier for me to use pieces of the book in my writing, there were definitely additions in the movie that I liked. This is also true when it comes to characterization, although I don't picture the characters as looking like the actors. That's all. Thank you for reading. Laughing face. Hopefully next chapter comes to me a little faster. The Patronus and things left unsaid. Chapter notes. All I'll say is that my lucky number is 13. Winky face. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Draco curled into the bed, pulling the blankets tightly around himself. Despite his feelings, Harry's faith in him had only made him feel worse. Harry should still hate him, but despite 6 years of Draco being a total prick, somehow he didn't. That in itself was particularly unnerving. A knock came at the door. He assumed it was Harry. Draco covered his face with his pillow. Go away, he groaned. The door opened anyway. When Draco removed the pillow, he was surprised to see Weasley standing at the door. His expression was hard to read. I wanted to talk to you. Okay, Weasley, you've talked. Are we done here? Weasley sighed. Will you call me by my first name already? It's bloody annoying that you don't. Fine. What do you want, Ronald? He made a pinched face, glared at Draco, and spoke again. I wanted to thank you for saving Hermione and us. Draco groaned. Not you too. Did Harry put you up to this? Weasley, Ron, looked puzzled. What does Harry have to do with this? Never mind. You don't need to thank me. I don't want it, and I don't deserve it. Draco, as much as I hate to admit it, and trust me, I hate to admit it, you've changed. A lot. You've apologized. You've openly admitted you were wrong, and you've helped us get out of tough situations. All things you wouldn't have done a year ago. I was wary at first, and I had a right to be, but you've proven yourself. Don't get me wrong, I still don't like you. And I'm not fully convinced you're a good person, but I am convinced you're on our side. Don't make me regret saying that. An olive branch from Ronald was possibly the last thing Draco expected. But there he was, standing in front of Draco, giving him an even more reassuring talk than the person he fancied. Maybe it was the fact that his thanks was clearly begrudging, or that, regardless of how he felt about Draco, he seemed sincere. Whatever the case, Draco felt grateful. He didn't want to express it, but gratitude was coursing through his body. It gave him the boost he needed to take a much-needed shower. Weasley frowned as Draco pushed past him, but said nothing else to him, though he did mumble under his breath something like, ungrateful prick. After his much-needed and extremely satisfying shower, Draco scourgified his bed and settled in for a night of horrible sleep, as always. It was 4 a.m. when he awoke. He groaned after casting Tempest, but he was unfortunately wide awake. Draco felt the urge to get fresh air. When got outside, Harry was sitting in front of the fire keeping watch. Hey, said Harry, who sounded exhausted. Hey, been up all night? Yeah, kept watch. Hermione was supposed to take over, but I don't know. It's been a rough day. You should be tired. Sometimes being tired makes it worse. Tell me about it. I couldn't sleep well either. I didn't realize how much it'd all get to me. Being home? Draco shook his head. No, it's not home anymore. It hasn't been for a while now. Draco met Harry's piercing green eyes and immediately broke eye contact. His expression was soft and warm. Draco couldn't tell Harry that it was him, that he was home. Oh, and I want to ask you. You reacted differently to the Dementors, said Harry. You were really affected by them this time, weren't you? I have significantly worse memories now, but honestly, even before a little of it was projection. Then I suppose you won't be putting on a hood and bullying me anymore? Draco gave him a small smile. No, never again. Do you know how to cast a Patronus? Draco met his eyes again. His gaze lingered a little more this time. He met mossy green eyes and felt his cheeks prickle a bit before he turned away and answered, No, I haven't been able to. Would you like to learn? Draco met his eyes again. Yes, I would, but I can't promise I'll be successful. I've tried before, and not even a wisp. I've been told I'm an excellent teacher, Harry winked. Draco felt his face getting hot, and he stared intently at the floor. He cleared throat. Yes, that would be good, thank you. Draco spent every night for the week after that trying to learn how to cast a Patronus and miserably failing. After casting another wisp of smoke, Draco blasted a tree in frustration, causing it to dump snow onto Harry, who was standing beneath it. Harry just shook it off, his expression showing mild irritation, but not anger, which was what Draco was expecting. I'm awful at this. We've been practicing for hours every night, but nothing. You said 5th years could do this spell. I'm an adult and can barely cast a puff of smoke. Draco blatted the tree again. It has to be the memory. It's not strong enough. It has to fill you up with joy, make you the happiest you've ever felt. Perhaps I've just never been happy enough, Draco said miserably. What memory have you been using? Draco hesitated before sharing. When I saw Mother again, I didn't think I'd ever see her again. Harry thought for a moment before replying, maybe. It's not happy enough? Too bittersweet? You did have to leave her afterwards. Draco nodded somberly. You're probably right. Here, just close your eyes and think for a bit. I know it's hard, But it doesn't even have to be real. Let it fill you up. You have to feel it in your whole body. Draco closed his eyes and thought again. Happy memory. Happy memory. Truly happy. Just as it had before, finding one proved truly difficult. Then an involuntary thought enveloped him warm and fuzzy. It was of a certain scarhead with snow-dusted messy hair and long frosted lashes, smiling. Of him offering his shoulder for Draco to lean against. Holding him when he was crying. With a lopsided smile and a scar in his mind, he took a deep breath and whispered, eyes still closed, expecto patronum. He heard a low gasp, and his eyes flew open. His patronus was corporeal. Dancing in front of him, under the blackened sky, was a silvery white doe. He looked to Harry, who was staring at it with wide, round eyes. The doe reflected brightly over his glasses. They both stared at the light in the darkness before it disappeared into the blackened night. Your patronus is a stag, isn't it? Draco said softly. Harry nodded. Yeah, it is. He looked awestruck. He was staring at Draco with the same mystified look that he had when he was looking at the doe. Like he was processing something. I know what it means, and I'm sorry. This must be mortifying for you. Someone like me, and I know you, and the weaselette. I promise you don't have to. Shut up, you pillock. When Harry surged forwards, Draco squeezed his eyes closed in fear, but pain never came. He felt gentle, calloused hands grab onto his face, and then warm lips on his. Draco stiffened, then opened his eyes again to make sure it was real. When he saw shining glasses, tan skin, and long lashes, he melted into Harry's kiss. Harry had kissed Draco Malfoy. When he saw the Patronus, he didn't even think. Something just came over him, and he kissed Draco. It was like a switch had flipped in his brain, and he was overcome with not just the want but the need to kiss him. Draco was stiff at first, but then he returned the kiss. It started soft and gentle, and then was overwhelmed by a sense of urgency. Harry parted his lips and ran his tongue along Draco's mouth, and Draco's tongue came out to match his pace. Draco tentatively wrapped his arms around Harry's neck, and Harry took his waist and drew him in closer. Harry's brain was going fuzzy. He withdrew to take a gasp of air. Somehow he had forgotten to breathe. Draco's pale skin was flushed, and his lips were swollen. His eyes flicked over Harry's face with an expression of pure wanting. I'm surprised you didn't hex me, Draco breathed. Me too, Harry replied honestly. I still haven't ruled it out. Do we keep this a secret? Definitely. Do you want to do this again? Draco asked tentatively. Definitely. Harry pulled Draco in by his belt loops for another kiss before he left to return to the tent, leaving Draco staring behind him with a dazed expression on his face. Harry didn't go to sleep when he entered his room again. Instead, he paced thinking about everything that had occurred. Yes, he and Ginny had broken up before they had started Horcrux hunting, right? So that made it not cheating, right? He still felt like Ron would kill him. Regardless of whether or not he and Ginny were actually broken up, he knew it would hurt her. The Patronus must have been a sign. Ginny's Patronus wasn't a doe, so that means she's not his soulmate, right? Was that how it worked? He knew Tonk's Patronus changed to match Remus's because she loved him. Draco's was a doe because he loved Harry. That's why he kissed Draco. Of course, that's the reason. The look in Draco's eyes when they were finished kissing made Harry desperately want to kiss him again. His swollen lips and the flush on his cheeks were so sexy. Harry couldn't understand why he hadn't seen it, even if they were enemies in school. But something else that Harry needed to consider was the fact that he wasn't gay. He was attracted to Ginny, so wasn't he straight? Draco was feminine, but definitely a man. However, that hadn't made Harry any less attracted, even if he felt it should. Could you like both? He wondered. He had no idea, but the only person he could ask was Hermione, and he definitely did not want her to know about whatever it was that happened. According to Uncle Vernon, those gays are a disgrace to society, so regardless of what he felt, Harry was overwhelmed by guilt. The next day, Hermione took them to a place called the Forest of Dean. Apparently, she had gone camping there with her parents. It was still freezing cold and snowy despite how late it was in the season. Harry refused Hermione's offer to keep watch because he couldn't sleep, obviously not for any other reasons. Draco joined him a little past midnight. I thought you wouldn't come. I didn't want to be suspicious. Probably a good call, Harry said breathily as he closed the distance between them. And they were kissing again. Not the soft explorative kisses that they had shared the day before, but something more desperate. These were carnal, filled with lust. Harry slammed Draco's back into a tree, and he let out a soft moan, which only made Harry kiss him harder. Harry ran his hand through Draco's hair and pulled, which caused him to moan again. Suddenly, he was bathed in a silvery light. Harry opened his eyes and withdrew. Draco made a noise of protest before he looked and saw it too. Standing beside them was a silvery white doe. It moved its neck in a way that suggested it wanted to be followed. "Was that you?" Harry asked Draco, who shook his head in response. "No, it wasn't me. Unless I could cast a wordless spell with my wand in my pocket and your tongue down my throat." Harry flushed before the doe started to scamper away. "We have to follow it," Harry said, pushing through the trees. "Are you mad? We don't know who it's from. It could be a trap." Harry wasn't listening and followed in pursuit, crunching footprints in the snow. Despite his concerns, Draco followed close behind him as they followed the bright, gorgeous doe further into the forest. Finally, she stopped, turning her head towards Harry, bowed, then vanished, leaving him and Draco shrouded in darkness. Draco cast Lumos as fear started to settle into Harry's mind. They quietly listened to the sounds of the forest. Besides the distant crackling of twigs and the swish of snow, there was no sign of other life. Harry lit his wand as well and exchanged another uneasy glance with Draco. Then he caught something gleaming faintly underneath the light of their wands. Harry turned, but the only thing he could see was a small, frozen pool. He went over to examine it. "Perhaps we should go back. It's creepy out here," Draco said nervously. As Harry looked down into the pool, he crouched to see better and caught a glimpse of deep red. It was a sword with glittering rubies in its hilt. The sword of Gryffindor was lying at the bottom of the forest pool. Harry took in a gasp of air. "The sword of Gryffindor. Draco, it's the sword." "No way, that's not possible," Draco scoffed as he walked towards Harry anyway and knelt beside him. "This shouldn't be possible," he gasped as he looked into the pool. Harry looked around again, but there was no one else around, other than Draco. He pointed at the sword and murmured, "Acio's sword." Draco let out a snort. "It's a magical object, obviously that's not going to work." Draco was right. It didn't stir. "I still had to try." "Okay. Help," he said tentatively. Still nothing. Only a true Gryffindor could have pulled that out of the hat, he remembered Dumbledore saying. What were the qualities that defined a Gryffindor? Daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. He let out a sigh of exasperation. His breath created a cloud in the cold air. He knew what he had to do. He probably had since he saw it in the pool. With numb, fumbling fingers, he began removing his layers of clothing. Draco's eyes widened. "In this cold? You are mad." Harry had a sneaking suspicion that Draco also knew what he had to do, because he didn't try to stop him. An owl hooted in the distance as he stripped, and he felt a pang of sadness at the thought of Hedwig. His teeth were chattering, and his body shivering as he continued to strip down to his underwear. He would have been self-conscious of stripping in front of Draco if it weren't for the sword and the fact that he was freezing cold. It took him a minute of convincing, all while Draco stared at his body, his face pink, obviously not just from the cold. "Defendo!" Harry pointed his wand at the surface of the ice, and it cracked with a loud bang that seemed to echo throughout the forest. Harry stood above the pool, shivering, gathered all of his courage, and dived. The cold was torturous. His entire body was prickling as if on fire. His brain itself felt like it was freezing over as he fought through the dark water, only lit by Draco's wand above him. He reached the bottom and closed his hands around the sword. Then something closed tightly around his neck. The chain of the Horcrux was constricting tightly. He cursed himself for continuing to wear it into the pool. He was unable to shake the Horcrux. The light dimmed, and he felt himself fade into darkness that was surely death. He felt something pull on his wrist, and suddenly he was out of the water. His body freezing cold and soaking. He sputtered water onto the snow and looked up at a coughing, staggering, soaking wet Draco. "Harry James Potter, you are an imbecile. Never scare me like that again, he panted. Harry raised a shaky hand to his neck. Draco had cut the Horcrux away. He was still fully clothed and soaking wet. He was holding the sword in one hand and the Horcrux in the other. I'll try not to almost kill myself again, Harry said. Shuddering with cold, he caught up the pile of clothes still lying at the water's edge and began to pull them on. As he dragged sweater after sweater over his head, he stared at Draco, awestruck. Reckon it's real? Draco studied the sword he was holding after he handed the Horcrux back to Harry. Only one way to prove it, right? Harry cleared snow from a nearby rock, which sat beneath a sycamore tree. The Horcrux twitched as if afraid as Harry placed it onto the rock. Draco offered him the sword. Harry shook his head. No, you should do it. Think of it as the way to really prove yourself. But I'm not even a Gryffindor. What if it doesn't work for me? That was courage I never expected from you. So I think it's supposed to be you. You're one of us now. What an honorary Gryffindor. Draco snorted. No. On the right side of the war, Draco held the sword shakily with both hands. Now I'm going to open it, and once I do you need to stab immediately. It will try to trick you or fight you. The diary in second year tried to kill me. Draco nodded. He looked terrified. How? How are you gonna open it? Parseltongue, Harry said easily. He had started to get the feeling that was how to open it after their encounter with Nagini, and he'd become certain once it had been returned to them after the manor. Draco let out an anxious whimper. His knuckles were white from how tightly he was gripping the sword. Just get it over with, he said quietly with clenched teeth. I'll count. On 3. He focused on the S-shaped snake and on the locket. It was wriggling around like something was trying to escape from inside it. It would have been pitiable if it weren't for the fact that Harry could still feel the burns on his neck. 1, 2, 3, open. The last words came out in a hiss he knew to be Parseltongue. The golden doors of the locket snapped open. Behind the glass windows were gleaming eyes, handsome like Tom Riddle's, but with a glint of Voldemort's evil. Stab it, Harry urged Draco. Draco was staring helplessly at the locket, transfixed by the eyes. I have seen your heart, Draco Malfoy, and it belongs to me, a voice hissed from the Horcrux. Don't listen, just stab it. Harry said harshly. I know your dreams, and I have seen your fears. All that you desire is possible, but all that you dread is also possible. Stab, shouted Harry. His voice echoed off the surrounding trees. The sword point trembled, and Draco was still frozen in place. Never good enough, never deserving, the outcast of your family, outsider with your friends, the weakest link in every chain. No one will ever need you. No one will ever want you. Draco, stab it now, Harry bellowed. He could feel the locket quivering in his grip and was scared of what was coming. Draco began to raise the sword, but as he did so the eyes grew scarlet. Out of the locket's 2 windows, out of the eyes, there bloomed, like 2 grotesque bubbles, the heads of Harry and Hermione, weirdly distorted. Draco yelped in terror and backed away as the figures blossomed out of the locket, first chests, then waists, then legs, until they stood in the locket, side by side like trees with a common root, swaying over Draco and the real Harry, who had snatched his fingers away from the locket as it burned, suddenly, white-hot. Draco, he shouted. But the Riddle Harry was now speaking with Voldemort's voice and Draco was gazing, mesmerized, into his face. Riddle Harry was handsome in a grotesque way, waxy, like he had undergone too many plastic surgeries. Why would I want you? You invaded my friendships. We would have been happier with you gone. You're no better than you were before. You're a cowardly Death Eater. Death Eater, echoed the Riddle Hermione. She swayed, cackling, before Draco, who looked horrified yet transfixed, the sword hanging pointlessly at his side. You will always be evil. You called me evil names. You hurt my friends. You're nothing but a burden. I hate being around you. You're a leech. Draco, stab it. Stab it now, Harry yelled, but Draco did not move. His eyes were wide, and the Riddle Harry and the Riddle Hermione were reflected in them, their hair swirling like flames, their eyes shining red, their voices lifted in an evil duet. Your father is right to hate you. He's right to be disappointed. "You're a failure, Draco. You will always fail," sneered Riddle Harry. "You are nothing to me. You're worthless. We should have killed you. Killed you while we had the chance." On the ground in front of them, Draco's face filled with anguish. He raised the sword high, his arms shaking. "Do it, Draco. Do it now." Harry screamed. Draco charged forward, turning his face away as he approached. The sword flashed, plunged. Harry threw himself out of the way. There was a clang of metal and a long, drawn-out scream. Harry whirled around, slipping in the snow, wand held ready to defend himself. But there was nothing to fight. The monstrous version of himself and Hermione were gone. There was only Draco, who had collapsed into the snow, the sword dropped at his side, looking at the shattered remains of the locket on the flat rock. Slowly, Harry walked back to him, hardly knowing what to say or do. Draco was breathing heavily, weeping, and holding himself tightly. Harry stopped, pretending he had not seen, and picked up the broken Horcrux. Draco had pierced the glass in both windows. Riddle's eyes were gone, and the stained silk lining of the locket was smoking slightly. The thing that had lived in the Horcrux had vanished. Torturing Draco had been its final act. He was shaking, but not, Harry realized, from the cold. Harry crammed the broken locket into his pocket and walked over to Draco. He had his arms wrapped around his chest as if he was suffocating, and his eyes were squeezed shut as if he were trying to forget the locket. Harry knelt down beside Draco and held him as he wept in the snow. Draco felt like a bludger had hit him in the gut. He thought he'd been in a lot of physical pain before, but the mental pain that had been inflicted on him from the Horcrux was something else entirely. "We need to get back, Draco. You're still wet. You'll catch a cold," Harry said softly over Draco's shoulder. The proximity to his ear sent a shiver down his spine. Draco could only nod in response. He felt as if the words had drained out of him with the mental pain. He got up slowly, relying on Harry's arm to support him. He didn't think that Harry knew that he wasn't made for being brave. All of the things he had done weren't for himself. They were for Harry. It was as if, in a way, Harry had gifted him strength. Even with his father, Draco wasn't fully convinced it was bravery. It was him taking back a piece of himself that had been taken from him as a child. Somehow, though, Draco was still able to wield the sword of Gryffindor. It could have also been that it was a myth that only Gryffindors allowed to wield it. Maybe it was just another bloody sword. Or maybe it was Harry's permission that allowed it, or his feelings for Harry. Whatever it was, Draco had destroyed a Horcrux. And there were only 3 left after that. After a trip through the woods that seemed shorter than the first, Harry pushed open the tent flap to reveal a pacing Hermione. She was in her night clothes, and Ron was standing against the doorframe with his hand on his chin, clearly in thought. "Harry, you were supposed to be keeping watch. Ron went out to take over, but he couldn't find you. We were so worried," Hermione exclaimed as they entered. "Draco, why are you all wet? And Harry, your hair's wet too." "It's a long story," Harry replied. Draco still felt as though his mouth had been wired shut. Ron's eyes widened. He didn't seem to be paying attention to their damp state. "You've got the sword," he gasped, looking down at Harry's hand. "Sure do." Harry smiled and placed the sword down on the table with a clang. "There's also this." He pulled the broken Horcrux from his pocket. It was no longer the gleaming, magnificent piece of jewelry it once was. It was mangled and cracked, and didn't bear any resemblance to its state prior to being struck with the sword. "Wicked," Ron grinned, and he grabbed the locket out of Harry's hand to examine it more closely. "So how'd it happen?" Hermione asked. Draco wrenched himself from his side as Harry began to tell the story and made his way to his room. As Draco walked past, Hermione shot him a concerned glance, which he ignored. When he reached his room, Draco peeled off his layers of wet clothes and collapsed into bed fully naked. He fell asleep nearly instantaneously. His dreams were haunting and filled with images of his new friends kicking him on the ground. The word worthless was being echoed over and over again by a chorus of voices he couldn't quite place. Then a voice split from the crowd and another figure towered over him. "Worthless son, you dared to defy me. You will die. You will die." Draco's father kicked him in the face. His eyes watered as pain welled up in his nose, and he felt blood running out of it. Draco gasped awake in a cold sweat. His nose still felt tender. He remembered the time that he had done the same to Harry a little over a year before, and shame prickled underneath his skin. He would have to apologize for that later. When Draco looked around, he was surprised to find himself with company. Harry was sitting in a chair beside the bed. His head rested in his folded arms, which were close enough to Draco's arm that he knew if he got up it would likely wake him. Draco cast a quick tempest which told him it was 9 o'clock in the morning. He looked down at his torso, noticing his distinct absence of clothes. Beside Harry was a set of dry clean clothes, appalling style, but otherwise wearable. He had to get them on somehow, at the very least a shirt to cover the scars that lined his chest all the way down to his hips. That was something that he didn't think whatever the hell he and Harry had going on was ready for. He slowly moved his arm away from Harry's asleep head. Thankfully, he didn't stir as Draco grabbed the shirt and threw it over his body. Safe, Draco breathed quietly. This was enough to wake Harry. Good morning, Draco, Harry said sleepily. His glasses were askew as he stretched, and there was a dab of drool on the corner of his mouth. Draco instinctively reached over and wiped the drool with his finger. Harry flushed. I didn't know you drooled, Scarhead, Draco teased. I don't, usually, Harry said shyly. He looked away and ruffled his already messy hair. Draco noted that this tired morning Harry was especially cute. It made Draco desperately want to kiss him. Let's get some breakfast, yeah? We have plans to make. Draco leaned forward and kissed Harry softly. They both stood and Draco started to put on the ugly trousers that had been brought. These trousers are atrocious, Harry, truly. Draco buttoned them, but he didn't feel like putting in the effort to transfigure them. So ugly they would stay. Oi, what's wrong with them? You'll find they're pretty comfortable, Harry replied. Whatever you say. Draco ran a hand through Harry's hair and opened the door. Ron and Hermione were already sitting in the kitchen chatting over tea. Oh good, you're both awake, said Hermione, who then looked at Ron hesitantly. Don't look at me, it's your idea, he said with his hands up. Right. Well, I've been thinking, this should be good, Draco scoffed under his breath, earning him a hard elbow to the side from Harry. I've been thinking, she continued, we should try to get into that vault. I have a plan, but it's extremely dangerous. You've got to be joking. Are you actually suggesting breaking into Gringotts of all places? The place notorious for being impossible to break into? Draco huffed. Honestly, what is it with you people? Does all that bravery shite eat at your brain or something? Merlin's beard. She's right, Harry said. Not you too, Draco groaned. I'm serious, there's another Horcrux in there, and we need it. There's no other way. I agree with you, Draco, Ron said. Fucking finally. But Harry's also right. You know who can't be killed without it. We do have the sword, which is a start. At least we know we can kill it when we get there. If we get there, which is a big if. And what then? Getting in is already extremely difficult. Getting out is impossible. We'd be better off marching up to the Dark Lord and asking him to kill us himself. I wish you would stop calling him that, Harry hissed quietly, and then said a little louder. We have to try. And I'm sure together we can come with a good enough plan to get in and out successfully. Fine, but don't expect me to be happy about it. You don't have to go if you don't want to. We're not forcing you to go anywhere, Ron snapped. Draco raised an eyebrow. You understand that I'm dead either way, right? Your side would never trust me. I'd be locked in a cell in a heartbeat. And the other, well, I've pretty much ensured they would never throw me a welcome party. You could go into hiding? Harry suggested, then seemed to come to a realization. You want to go. You're just making excuses because you want to come with us. Nonsense. Both reasons were obviously true. Anyways, Hermione, you had a plan, yes? Let's hear it then. They took a month of travel, planning, bickering over planning, and brewing polyjuice until the dreaded day arrived. Draco had acquired the ingredients by completely legal means, apparroting into a potion shop under the invisibility cloak and taking some of their supplies. The rest of the group didn't like it, but Draco never heard any protests. The night before they left for Gringotts, Draco couldn't sleep a wink. The plan was suicide. Draco knew that. But somehow some part of him felt as though no matter what happened, he couldn't leave Harry's side. He tossed and turned until his door opened at 2 a.m. Draco bolted upright with his wand outstretched, prepared to attack. "Sorry, it's just me. Did I wake you?" said Harry. Draco set his wand aside and let out a sigh of relief. "No, I haven't been able to sleep. Me either. I can't shake the feeling that something's gonna go horribly wrong tomorrow." "I feel the same. Why'd you do it?" Harry asked as he sat on the bed beside Draco, facing him. "Why'd I do what?" "Volunteer in Hermione's place. To pretend to be Bellatrix." Draco blinked in confusion. He thought the reason was obvious. "Because Hermione's too nice, and I know my aunt better than anyone else here." The words came out a little more bitterly than he intended. He wished he didn't know her very well at all. Harry took his hand and ran his thumb over it. Over the course of the month, Draco felt as though what they shared had become more than just sneaking snogging sessions over night watch, but they had never spoken about it. "Can I stay here for the night?" "What? Scared to sleep, Scarhead?" Draco teased Harry, running his hand over his cheek. "Aren't you?" Harry said, remarkably close. "Touché," Draco murmured, closing the distance between them. This kiss, softly, in the dark on Draco's bed, felt different somehow. More intimate. Draco pulled away for a moment, letting their foreheads rest against each other. "What's wrong?" Harry breathed. "If we get out of Gringotts alive, remind me to tell you something," Draco said softly. "Why not say it now? Why do people always wait until they think we're gonna die to let out big secrets?" Draco gave a small smile. "I don't really think it's that big of a secret, if I'm being honest, but I want to survive first." "We will. We all will." "Yes, I know. We have to believe that." Draco rolled his eyes in spite of himself. "It's true. This time I know it." "Now, where were we?" Harry leaned in and kissed him again, roughly this time. If Harry thought that they would live the next day, he didn't show it. He kissed Draco like he was the last person on Earth. Draco took Harry's shirt off in a swift motion before he leaned in again. Harry did the same and rubbed his hands on Draco's back. They were close to kissing again when Harry abruptly stopped and pulled away. "What are those?" he said, his eyes wide. "What? What are what?" Draco replied self-consciously, looking down at his own body. "Oh." He knew Harry had felt the white tiger stripe scars that lined his torso. Mortification along with panic thrummed in Draco's chest. Draco grabbed for his shirt. "They're nothing. Don't worry about it. That was me. I did that, didn't I?" Last year, Harry's voice was in a soft, sorrowful tone that Draco had never heard before, wrought with guilt. "Please just forget about them." Draco fumbled with his shirt, trying to put it on. "Forget? No. Just let me look." Harry grabbed Draco's hand to prevent him from dressing. "Oh God, this is all my fault. Please don't. We don't need to." Draco stammered. It felt terrible to talk about one of his worst memories at that moment, although perhaps it would have felt terrible at any other moment anyway. Uncharacteristic tears were welling up in Harry's deep green eyes. "I almost killed you. I didn't know what the spell did. I shouldn't have used it." Harry stopped. "I don't know what I was thinking, and now you have scars. I knew nothing then. I didn't know who you really were. If I did, I swear." I said stop. "Please," Draco begged, interrupting his ramblings. "You reacted to who I was at the time. No one could fault you for that." Harry was already actively crying, though. "Draco, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Draco squirmed uncomfortably. Please stop," he said quietly, brushing the tears from his eyes. I can't honestly say that it's not one of my worst memories." This earned him a quivering lip. "But there's no way to rewrite time, Harry. I can't go back, and neither can you. I know if you could go back, you wouldn't have. Just like I wouldn't have taken this mark or bullied you and your friends. It's okay." He gave Harry a small smile. Harry removed his crooked glasses and wiped his face with his arm. "I know, but I just wish I could take it back. I feel like so many times I think I'm doing the right thing and then it backfires." Draco put a finger underneath Harry's chin and brought him forward for a light kiss, then pressed another to his forehead. "We all have things we wish we could take back. It's what makes us human. Remember what you've said to me before? We're here now. That's what matters," Draco whispered. He gently wiped the tears from Harry's eyes and motioned for them to lay down together. When do you become so wise? Harry teased as he laid down. Draco laughed. I'm not any wiser than you. I've just done a lot of growing up lately. I ruined the moment, didn't I? Harry whispered. Nonsense. You would have ruined it eventually with your lousy kissing anyway. Draco rolled his eyes with a smile. Harry poked his nose. Like you have any comparison. I was your first kiss, wasn't I? Completely irrelevant, Draco said simply as he pecked Harry's lips again. Yes. Completely, Harry said between kisses, not suppressing the grin on his face. The mood was not, in fact, ruined. I was thinking, Draco said between kisses, I want to do more than snogging tonight. I mean, only if you want to. I don't want to force you. Wait, do you mean? Yeah, I do, Draco said as he left kisses along Harry's jawline down to his neck. Oh, yes, I do. Fuck, Harry breathed as Draco sucked his collarbone and left him with a deep red bruise. Draco kissed down Harry's torso. Harry's breathing was shallow as Draco ran his hands over Harry's body. Draco paused at Harry's waistband, running his fingers over the soft cotton. May I? Draco hesitated. Jesus Christ, Draco. You don't need to be so bloody polite, just take them off. Merlin, I was just trying to be respectful, Draco snapped back. Sorry, I'm just nervous is all. I've never done anything like this before, Harry said, his eyes soft and apologetic under Draco's gaze. Draco felt as if he could just melt into them. Neither have I, but I want to touch you. I want to make you feel good. I want to show you how much I love you. Draco hoped he could show what he hadn't said in the way that his lips met Harry's body. He didn't know if there was anything powerful enough to do that, but he could try. Harry nodded. There was a semblance of understanding between them. If that were the last night they shared together, then they would spend it expressing whatever unspoken emotions that neither of them were quite ready to verbalize. Draco started again, kissing Harry deeply. He then traced his lips along his jawline to his ear. When Draco nibbled at the top of his ear, Harry let out a small gasp. Is that good? Draco whispered into his ear, and then went back to softly nibbling and licking at it. Yeah, he said breathily. Do you want me to touch you? Harry nodded. Draco slowly ran the hand that wasn't propping up his body down Harry's chest. Harry, whose breathing was already shallow, let off a muffled whimper as Draco reached into his boxers. Draco gently felt Harry's prick, starting from base to tip, in an attempt to know every inch of him. Draco set into the familiar rhythm, not all that different from what he would do himself, but this time it was Harry letting out small moans at each motion. Let MNH, can I? Harry breathed, barely coherent. He moved his hand to Draco's waistband, and he understood. How could I refuse? Draco whispered into Harry's ear before he felt the tugging sensation against his own waistband. Ah, fuck! Harry touched him more vigorously than Draco had. His calloused hands brought Draco completely undone, and it took everything in his power to keep his pace on Harry. I think I'm on close, Harry moaned. Me, MNG too. Draco forced the words out as coherently as he could as he felt the familiar tug of an orgasm pull at his navel. Draco caught Harry in a hungry, feverish kiss and savored his moans as he came. Harry's hand trembled, coaxing Draco to fall apart with him. They woke up early the next morning, tangled together. A sense of dread hung over the tent about how their suicide mission journey to Gringotts would go that day. Hermione was very fussy with Ron transfiguring bits of his appearance as he sat at a kitchen chair. He was to be given a completely fake identity, and they were trusting to the malevolent aura cast by Bellatrix, Draco, to protect him. Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione were to be concealed under the invisibility cloak. There, said Hermione. How does he look, Harry? It was just possible to discern Ron under his disguise, but only because Draco saw all of the transformation. Ron's hair was now long and wavy. He had a thick brown beard and mustache, no freckles, a short, broad nose, and heavy eyebrows. Well, he's not my type, but he'll do, said Harry. He was standing just inside the doorway as Draco finally came in wearing his aunt's dress. I wonder what your type is, Harry, Draco said in a low voice as he came in. He successfully startled Harry, who was facing away from the doorway. Draco couldn't help but notice the slightest tinge of pink on Harry's cheeks when he saw his face. "Are you ready for the polyjuice, Draco?" Hermione asked. "Please. I feel bloody stupid wearing these clothes as myself." The old robes they had taken from Grimmauld Place were dark and feminine, similar to something his aunt would wear. But as himself, Draco would never be caught dead in them. "Cheers." Draco grimaced before he threw back the polyjuice, swallowing it as quickly as possible. "I will never get used to the taste of polyjuice," he thought as the foul-textured, disgusting-tasting sludge hit his tongue. Once Draco felt the change finished and cleared his throat, he spoke in a voice that was not his own. "Are we ready?" "Bloody creepy, that is," Ron said, looking him up and down. "You certainly look the part." "Right?" Harry cringed. "Let's pack up camp." They all stood in silence as they packed up the tent, and Hermione stuffed it into the beaded bag for what they all knew would be the last time. "Are we ready?" Harry asked. They all nodded in confirmation, and Harry threw the cloak over Hermione and himself. "Can you see us?" Hermione asked from under the cloak. "No, you're good." "All right." "Draco?" Ron said. Draco nodded, took Harry and Ron's hands, and transported them all into the Leaky Cauldron. The bar of the Leaky Cauldron was nearly deserted. The stooped and toothless landlord was polishing glasses behind the bar counter. A couple of warlocks having a muttered conversation in the far corner glanced at Draco and drew back into the shadows. "Madame Lestrange," murmured the bartender. Draco simply sneered at him, as if he were too lowly to address, and continued walking. Draco drew out Bellatrix's wand and lazily tapped a brick in the nondescript wall in front of them. He was glad he thought to take it when he rescued Hermione from the manor. At once the bricks began to whirl and spin. A hole appeared in the middle of them, which grew wider and wider, finally forming an archway onto the narrow cobbled street that was Diagon Alley. It was quiet, barely time for the shops to open, and there were hardly any shoppers around. The crooked, cobbled street had developed from how he had last seen it less than a year before. More shops than ever were boarded up, though several new establishments dedicated to the dark arts had been created since his last visit. Harry's face glared down at them from posters plastered over many windows, always captioned with the words "Undesirable Number 1." A number of ragged people sat huddled in doorways. He heard them moaning to the few passers-by, pleading for gold, insisting that they were really wizards. One man had a bloody bandage over his eye. As they set off along the street, the beggars glimpsed Draco. They seemed to melt away before him, drawing hoods over their faces and fleeing as fast as they could. Draco tried to ignore them, until the man with the bloody bandage came staggering right across his path. "My children," he bellowed, pointing at Draco. His voice was cracked, high-pitched. He sounded distraught. "Where are my children? What has he done with them?" You know. Draco slapped him down with a bit more force than intended. The man fell to the ground, clearly weak from hunger. Draco dug his heel into the man's side. "Would you like to join them?" he hissed. Perhaps he was playing his part too well because Ron was cringing in discomfort. The man did not get up from the ground as they continued on their path. It felt very strange returning to the mask he used to wear. He felt incredibly guilty, like he was betraying Harry, even though it was just an act. "Why, Madame Lestrange?" Draco groaned internally at the sound of Travers' voice. "Yes, hello Travers, I really am quite busy," Draco said as he continued to walk. Travers followed, much to his annoyance. "Well, I confess I am surprised to see you out and about, Bellatrix." "Really? Why?" asked Draco, sounding bored in an attempt to mask the thrum of panic that ignited in him. "Well," Travers coughed, "I heard that the inhabitants of Malfoy Manor were confined to the house after the escape." "Huh?" Draco barked. "If you think the Dark Lord would keep his most faithful servant on house arrest, then you're more of a fool than I thought." Though the Death Eater looked offended, he also seemed less suspicious. He glanced back at the man Draco had just injured. "How did it offend you?" "That vermin was blocking my path. I ensured he wouldn't do it again," Draco replied. "Some of these wantless can be so troublesome," said Travers. "While they do nothing but beg, I have no objection. But one of them actually asked me to plead her case in the ministry last week. I'm a witch, sir. I'm a witch. Let me prove it to you," he said in a squeaky impersonation. as if I was going to give her my wand. But whose wand? Said Travers, curiously. Are you using at the moment, Bellatrix? I heard that your own was what? You seem to listen too much gossip, Travers. Foolish nonsense, when we have more important matters to be concerned with. Draco gestured at Harry's wanted posters. Travers seemed a little taken aback at that, and he turned instead to Ron. Who is your friend? I do not recognize him. This is Dragomir Daypard, said Draco. They had decided that a fictional foreigner was the safest cover for Ron to assume. He speaks very little English, but he put faith in our cause when he met the Dark Lord in his travels. He has traveled here from Transylvania to see our new regime. Indeed? How do you do, Dragomir? How you? Said Ron, holding out his hand. Travers extended 2 fingers and shook Ron's hand as though frightened of dirtying himself. So what brings you and your foreigner to Diagon Alley this early? Asked Travers. I need to visit Gringotts, and I thought there might be fewer rats here this early, but alas. Dreadful that I'm forced to make the trip in the first place, Draco said, gesturing back at the muggle-born beggars. Alas, I also, said Travers. Gold, filthy gold. We cannot live without it, yet I confess I deplore the necessity of consorting with our long-fingered friends. Yes, I concur. Luckily, it is a short trip, Draco said, inwardly cursing the fact that they were going to the same place. When they arrived at the dreaded location, Draco was surprised to notice the liveried goblins who usually flanked the entrance had been replaced by 2 wizards, both of whom were clutching long, thin golden rods. Their plans, which were already, in Draco's opinion, shoddy to begin with, were crumbling further and further as they went on. But they were past the point of no return. At that point, Draco was just preparing himself for his death that he thought inevitable. Probity probes, signed Travers theatrically, so crude, but so effective. And he set off up the steps, nodding left and right to the wizards, who raised the golden rods and passed them up and down his body. Draco had no idea what they did, but he knew it couldn't be good. Luckily, the guards' eyes glazed over as a spell hit them both on their chests. Draco found himself being extremely grateful for Harry and Hermione being under the cloak. This went unnoticed by Travers, who was looking through the bronze doors at the inner hall. Each of the guards gave a little start as the spells hit them. "One moment, madam," said the guard, raising his probe. "But you've just done that," said Draco in Bellatrix's commanding, arrogant voice. Travers looked around, eyebrows raised. The guard was confused. He stared down at the thin golden probe and then at his companion, who said in a slightly dazed voice, "Yeah, you've just checked them, Marius." Draco swept forward, feeling relieved. Ron followed by his side, Harry and Hermione following invisibly behind them. 2 goblins stood before the inner doors, which were made of silver and which carried the poem warning of dire retribution to potential thieves. Draco was reminded of the times he visited Gringotts as a child. He used to hold his mother's hand and ask 1,000 questions. His parents explained to him from a young age that no thief had ever lived to tell the tale after robbing Gringotts, and very few even tried. "Only fools steal," he remembered his father saying. "If you are to be successful, you will remember that. Malfoys are not petty thieves." He willed his heartbeat to slow. If he got anxious, he could blow his cover and ruin everything. Stay calm, stay strong, he thought. The long counter was manned by goblins, sitting on high stools, serving the first customers of the day. Draco, Ron, and Travers headed toward an old goblin who was examining a thick gold coin through an eyeglass. Draco allowed Travers to step ahead of him on the pretext of explaining features of the hall to Ron. The goblin tossed the coin he was holding aside, said to nobody in particular, "Leprechaun," and then greeted Travers, who passed over a tiny golden key, which was examined and given back to him. Draco stepped forward. His heartbeat was rising, but he had to ignore it. "Madame Lestrange," said the goblin, evidently startled. "Dear me, how may I help you today?" "I wish to enter my vault," stated Draco, as if it were the most moronic question he was ever asked. The old goblin seemed to recoil a little. "You have identification?" asked the goblin. Identification? This is ludicrous. I've never been asked that question before. Why now?" "You know perfectly well who I am," spat Draco. "Your wand will do, madam," said the goblin. He held out a slightly trembling hand, and in a dreadful blast of realization Draco knew that the goblins of Gringotts were aware that Bellatrix's wand had been stolen, but there was nothing else he could do. Draco braced for impact. The goblin took Bellatrix's wand, examined it closely, and then said, "Ah, you have had a new wand made, Madame Lestrange?" "Of course. The Dark Lord would never allow his most faithful servants to be wandless," Draco replied. This was getting bad. Very bad. Even if that goblin changed his tune, surely others would notice and become concerned. "A new wand?" said Travers, approaching the counter again. Still the goblins all around were watching. "But how could you have done? Which wand maker did you use?" Draco took a moment to think of how to respond, but he needn't try because Travers said, "Oh yes, I see. Yes, very handsome. And is it working well? I always find wands require a little breaking in, don't you?" Draco knew this had to be the work of one of the pair under the cloak. Draco had seen the imperious curse before. The old goblin behind the counter clapped his hands, and a younger goblin approached. "I shall need the clankers," he told the goblin, who dashed away and returned a moment later with a leather bag that seemed to be full of jangling metal, which he handed to his senior. "Good, good. So, if you will follow me, Madame Lestrange," said the old goblin, hopping down off his stool and vanishing from sight. "I shall take you to your vault." He appeared around the end of the counter, jogging happily toward them, the contents of the leather bag still jingling. Travers was now standing quite still with his mouth hanging wide open. Ron was drawing attention to this odd phenomenon by regarding Travers with confusion. "Wait, Bogrod." Another goblin came scurrying around the counter. "We have instructions," he said with a bow to Draco. "Forgive me, madam, but there have been special orders regarding the vault of Lestrange," he whispered urgently in Bogrod's ear. But the imperious goblin shook him off. "I am aware of the instructions. Madame Lestrange wishes to visit her vault. Very old family, old clients. This way, please." And, still clanking, he hurried toward one of the many doors leading off the hall. "We're in trouble. They suspect," said Harry as the door slammed behind them and he pulled off the invisibility cloak. "Obviously. It doesn't take a genius to figure that one out," Draco said. Neither Travers nor Bogrod showed the slightest surprise at the sudden appearance of Harry Potter in their midst. "They're imperious," he added. "Yes, clearly," Draco said impatiently, though it seemed he were the only one who was unsurprised. Travers and Bogrod were both standing there looking blank. "I don't think I did it strongly enough. I don't know," Harry trailed off. Draco rolled his eyes. "If you can't even cast the imperious curse, how do you expect to defeat the Dark Lord?" "I told you to stop calling him that," snapped Harry. "You didn't answer the question." Harry didn't respond. "Fine. Lift it. I'll do the curse." "Are you sure?" "Just do it, Harry. I have more experience in this than you." Harry nodded. Then Bogrod and Travers' expressions changed from dreamy to angry. Just as Bogrod was about to cry out, they dashed Draco cast Imperious. The charm appeared much more natural by Draco's wand, and Travers looked as he normally did. Bogrod seemed to know what to do as he hopped on the cart and waited for the four of them to join him. "What shall I do with Travers?" Draco asked. "Just have him hide. We'll figure it out when we get back," said Harry. "So we're going then?" asked Ron. "We'd still have time to back out now." "Don't be thick, Ron. You know bloody well there's no way we can just back out now. We have to go on." They all squeezed together in the cart, Hermione practically sitting in Ron's lap, and Draco in his smaller frame had his side pressed firmly against the side of the cart. With a jerk the cart moved off, gathering speed. The cart began twisting and turning through the labyrinthine passages, sloping downward all the time. Draco could not hear anything over the rattling of the cart on the tracks, and he couldn't see anything for Bellatrix's mop of hair flying around on his head. As the descended Draco heard a thundering sound that seemed to be increasing in volume. "No!" he heard Hermione shout, but there was no breaking. They zoomed through it. Water filled Draco's eyes and mouth. He couldn't see or breathe. Then, with an awful lurch, the cart flipped over, and they were all thrown out of it. Draco heard the cart smash into pieces against the passage wall, heard Hermione shriek something, and felt himself glide back toward the ground as though weightless, landing painlessly on the rocky passage floor. The wet clothes clung tightly to his body, but Draco noticed that there was no heavy mop of hair clinging to his head, and his body felt familiar once again. I used a cushioning charm, Hermione sputtered, as Ron pulled her to her feet. That was bad, Draco said, noticing that Ron's transfigurations were completely gone. If they didn't know before, they definitely do now. Bogrod was shaking his head in bewilderment. Draco quickly recast the curse. Why don't we just leave him here? Ron said. Draco shook his head. The Malfoy family vault is very close to the Lestranges. I came here a lot with my parents as a child. Trust me, we need him, and those clankers. Harry, I think I can hear people coming, said Hermione, and she pointed her wand at the waterfall and cried, Protego. They saw the shield charm break the flow of enchanted water as it flew up the passageway. Good thinking, Harry said. Do you know where we are, Draco? Yes, at least I think so. The eldest vaults are on the lowest level, so I think we're in the right place. How are we gonna get out again? Asked Ron from behind Draco. No idea. But we need to get into that vault first, Harry said, as they turned a corner and saw the dragon. Draco knew about it from his visits to these vaults before, but he was never fully prepared to see it. The gigantic dragon was tethered to the ground in front of them, barring access to the eldest vaults of Gringotts, including the Lestrange, Black, and Malfoy family treasuries. The beast's scales had turned pale and flaky during its long incarceration under the ground. Its eyes were milkily pink. Both rear legs bore heavy cuffs from which chains led to enormous pegs driven deep into the rocky floor. Its great spiked wings, folded close to its side, would have filled the chamber if it spread them, and when it turned its ugly head toward them, it roared with a noise that made the rock tremble, opened its mouth, and spat a jet of fire that sent them running back up the passageway. Here, pass me some of those clankers, Draco ordered, and Hermione, who was closest to Bogrod, handed each member of the group a clanker. It'll expect pain when it hears the sound, and it'll retreat. Then we can move past, and Bogrod can get us into the vault. They advanced around the corner, and the dragon let out a noise that was reminiscent of whimpering. Draco made the goblin press his hand against the Lestrange vault's vast door to reveal the glittering mass of treasure. Harry tried to lunge forward, but Draco stopped him. Going straight in is suicide. The treasure probably has Germino and Flagrante curses. Touching anything is dangerous. In case you hadn't noticed, Draco, we're a tad short on time, Harry snapped in reply. I know, Harry, but we can't destroy the Horcrux if we've been boiled to death, hissed Draco. Right? Hermione said as she stepped forward into the center of the vault. If we look from here, we could figure out where it is, then someone can go and get it. There's no time, said Ron as there was the sound of footsteps rushing towards them. We can't afford to be careful. We have to find it now, Harry said, rushing forward, brandishing his wand. Draco sighed and pulled their goblin escort into the vault with him, shutting the door behind them. But we'll be trapped, exclaimed Ron as the light dimmed. He can get us out, Draco gestured at the dazed-looking Bogrod. It's better this way. It should buy us at least a few minutes. But please, don't touch anything. It'd be senseless to come here only to drown in gold. He joined the other three, lighting his wand and waving it carefully around the treasure, careful not to touch anything. There, it's up there, Harry shouted. His wand pointed towards the ceiling. The Horcrux was nestled in the absolute furthest point in the room. Accio Cup, he called. Don't be stupid, Harry. That won't work on a Horcrux, let alone in here. Draco yelled. Then what else am I supposed to do? You've been yelling at me not to touch the gold, but I can't get there without climbing over all of it. Hermione, give me your bag, asked Ron, who seemed to have an idea. She handed him her bag, and Ron dug for a moment before pulling out a long metal rod. From the tent? That's brilliant, Ron, Harry said. Dunno if it'll work, but I can test it on other stuff. Ron prodded at one of the gold pieces in the pile next to them. It did nothing, and they all let out a sigh of relief. You still can't reach all of the way over there, Draco pointed out. There was still a fair bit of distance between the rod and the cup. Levitate me, Ron said. I'm the tallest, and it was my idea. Levi Corpus, Hermione casted without hesitation. Ron's ankles shot up towards the ceiling, and his feet hit a suit of armor with a clang at which he yelped in pain. The sound of metal hitting metal sounded off as the armor toppled over and started multiplying. "Hurry!" Harry called. Even with Ron stretched as much as he could just barely reach the cup, but he successfully hooked one of the cup's handles onto the tent pole. There was a bang at the door when Ron was finally lowered to the floor, the Horcrux still on the pole. The suit of armor was still multiplying, and Draco could feel the heat emanating off of it as it was growing in number. "We need to get out of here," Hermione cried. Draco willed the goblin, who was sitting directly in front of the door dreamily, to open the door for them. Ron slipped the pole with the Horcrux on it into Hermione's bag and stood to face the door. They were surrounded by a crowd of goblins wielding daggers. "Stupefy!" Harry bellowed, and his companions joined in. Jets of red light flew into the crowd of goblins, and some toppled over, but others advanced. Several wizard guards came running around the corner. The tethered dragon let out a roar, and a gush of flame flew over the goblins. The wizards fled, doubled up, back the way they had come. Harry surged forward. "Harry, where are you?" Draco cried. Pointing his wand at the thick cuffs chaining the beast to the floor, Harry yelled, "Relatio!" The cuffs broke open with loud bangs. "This way!" Harry yelled. Still shooting stunning spells at the advancing goblins, he sprinted toward the blind dragon. Harry, what are you doing?" cried Hermione. "Harry, are you mad?" Draco screamed. "Get up, climb up, come on. Harry Potter, if you get us killed. Merlin, help me," Draco said while following him into the fray. Harry stretched out an arm, and Draco scampered up behind him. Hermione followed suit and hoisted herself up. Finally, Ron climbed on behind them, and a second later the dragon became aware that it was untethered. With a roar it reared. They all braced for movement, and it soared into the air. Draco, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, flat on its back, scraped against the ceiling as it dived toward the passage opening, while the pursuing goblins hurled daggers that glanced off its flanks. "We'll never get out, it's too big," Hermione screamed. But the dragon opened its mouth and belched flame again, blasting the tunnel, whose floors and ceiling cracked and crumbled. By sheer force, the dragon clawed and fought its way through. "Defodio!" Hermione yelled. She was helping the dragon enlarge the passageway, carving out the ceiling as it struggled upward toward the fresher air, away from the shrieking and clanking goblins. The other three copied her, blasting the ceiling apart with more gouging spells. They passed the underground lake, and the great crawling, snarling beast seemed to sense freedom and space ahead of it, and behind them the passage was full of the dragon's thrashing, spiked tail, of great lumps of rock, gigantic fractured stalactites, and the clanking of the goblins seemed to be growing more muffled, while ahead, the dragon's fire kept their progress clear. And then at last, by the combined force of their spells and the dragon's brute strength, they had blasted their way out of the passage into the marble hallway. Goblins and wizards shrieked and ran for cover, and finally the dragon had room to stretch its wings. It turned its horned head toward the cool outside air it could smell beyond the entrance. Then it took off, passengers still in tow, forcing its way through the metal doors, leaving them buckled and hanging from their hinges, as it staggered into Diagon Alley and launched itself into the sky. Chapter End Notes. I confess, the real reason this took me so long to update. This was my first time writing smut, and I was nervous. Angry face, the Parkinsons, and Hogwarts. Chapter Notes. Over 13,000 hits? 100 plus bookmarks? For 50 plus kudos? I'm so floored. I genuinely never expected so many people to enjoy this not-so-little FIC of mine. So thank you so much for being here and reading this far and supporting me. I'm so grateful. TTTT. This part of my FIC is a bit of a swerve from the original, but I hope y'all like it. It still follows a similar timeline event-wise, but there's a little J sparkles. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Draco hated to admit it, but riding a dragon was awful. He had spent many nights fantasizing about riding one as a child. He had pictured soaring gracefully through the sky, giant leathery wings slicing through the air, like a vast broom that steered itself. Dreamlike, it was not. Comfortable, it was not. Terrifying? It absolutely was. He couldn't tell if Ron, who was screaming, agreed or was enjoying himself. Hermione, however, was very clearly not enjoying herself, as she was audibly weeping. Harry was very still, as if he were deep in thought. Instead of gripping the dragon like he probably ought to been, Draco had his arms wrapped tightly around Harry's waist. Feeling his warmth was in a way keeping Draco grounded. They had lived. Somehow, miraculously, they were hurtling into the countryside on the back of a bloody dragon. They were the only people to have ever survived robbing Gringotts. He didn't know what was more terrifying. The fact that he knew they were much closer to a fight with the Dark Lord, or that Draco was now forced to fully confess his feelings to Harry. "What do you reckon it's looking for?" Ron called as they flew. "No idea," Harry bellowed in return. "Food? Water? A place to land? Perhaps something gold?" Draco yelled back in suggestion. The sun was sinking slowly in the sky. Its rays spanned the horizon, turning the sky a hazy mixture of red and orange. Part of the sky was covered by purple storm clouds. The split was ominous, to say the least. The wind whipped over Draco's face with increasing force as the dragon flew towards the clouds. He was also wrought with a sense of foreboding. "Is it my imagination? Or are we losing height?" Ron shouted. He seemed to be right as trees were rapidly becoming closer to their normal height. Behind the trees, a lake came into view. Harry seemed to notice this as well, and called in return, "I say we jump when it gets low enough. Straight into the water before it realizes we're here." They agreed, Hermione albeit a little faintly. Draco gulped as he saw their legs dangling alongside the dragon's wide underbelly on the surface of the water. Now, they all sprung from the dragon's back and plummeted towards the murky lake water below. It was shockingly farther than it looked, and the water hit Draco's body with surprising force. If he hadn't gone in feet first, he surely would have been winded. Draco and his companions fought their way through the muddy water, reeds pulling at their legs. Draco was also bogged down by Bellatrix's multi-layered robes. The sleeves tugged at his arms and chest as he forced his way through the weedy water. Draco and his companions all emerged from the lake coughing, and the dragon landed on the far shore. Hermione collapsed on the shore, and Draco followed suit. His limbs felt like they'd been taffy pulled, and the weight of the wet robes made it feel like the dragon had come over and sat atop his chest. Harry started doing enchantments in a circle around them as Ron said, "I can't believe we actually got it. We're not done yet. We still have to destroy it, and those bloody things fight back. Plus, now the entire wizarding world knows we successfully broke into Gringotts." Draco groaned from the muddy shore. Harry yelped in pain and crumpled to the ground. Draco exchanged a look of worry with Hermione and wrenched himself up from the ground to join Ron standing over Harry. Harry looked as if he were being tortured as he let out short grunts of Horcrux, Gaunts, Lake, Hogwart, Must. After a minute of thrashing, Harry gasped and his eyes flew open. Sweat drenched his brow. "He knows," Harry said shakily. "He knows, and he's going to check where the others are, and the last one," he pushed onto his feet, "is at Hogwarts." "I knew it. I knew it." "What?" Ron was gaping at him. "What did you see, Harry?" Hermione said gently. "He found out about the cup. I was in his head. He's seriously angry and scared too. He can't understand how we knew, and now he's going to check if the others are safe, the ring first. He thinks the Hogwarts one is safest, because Snape's there, because it'll be so hard not to be seen getting in. I think he'll check that one last, but he could still be there within hours. Do you see where it is? Or what it looks like?" Ron asked. "No, but we need to go now. He's going to try and warn Snape. He'll probably only be a few hours." "Hold it," Draco said at the same time that Hermione said, "Wait." They exchanged a look of acknowledgement, and Draco continued. "We have to have a plan first, but we don't have time." "Harry, let me finish. I have an idea. I've been keeping track of the dates. If I'm right, then today is the end of the Easter holiday, which means in about an hour, the train will arrive at Hogwarts. This helps us. How? I have a friend who is fluing into Hogsmeade this year. They could be our cover." "How do you know that?" Hermione said skeptically. Her mother's potion shop moved out of Diagon Alley early in the summer. They travel back and forth together. "This idea is a bit," Harry said unhappily. "Risky? Like, I dunno." trying to apparate into Hogsmeade without knowing what we'd be getting into. Who is it you're talking about anyway? Are you sure we can trust her? Hermione asked. Pansy Parkinson, Draco said, and the trio gaped at him. Look, her family has never really chosen a side. She wants nothing to do with the war. But she's my best friend. They'll help. I know they'll help if it's me. You better be right about this, Draco, Harry warned. His tone was harsh. This is by far our maddest plan yet, Ron whispered as they approached the steps of Pansy's home. Compared to the Lestrange mansion and Malfoy Manor, the Parkinsons' home was more modest. It was similar to the Black family home in that it was situated conspicuously in a Muggle area. However, if one knew what to look for, it was clearly magical because the garden was filled with writhing magical plants. Ron, Hermione, and Harry had all crammed together under the invisibility cloak. Their feet had to be disillusioned as they stuck out. We broke into Gringotts. I think if it were a contest that one would be the winner, Draco hissed, approaching the door. Draco hoped his faith in his friend was not misplaced, took a deep breath, and banged the silver knocker with great force. He heard shuffling inside and the door swung open. Pansy was standing in front of him in her Hogwarts robes. She had cut her hair since he had last seen her. With the change, her hair sat just below her ears, and she had since gotten bangs. Draco! She screeched and enveloped him in a tight hug. Draco was thankful he'd been able to convince Harry to give them time to change, so she hadn't hugged him in wet or daft-looking clothes. Please come in, darling. I've missed you so much. She motioned for him to follow her inside. He paused a moment to make sure the others could make it, then followed, taking a final glance down the street to ensure they hadn't been followed. I need to ask a favor, Draco said as the door shut behind them. Come, let's sit first. We have a lot to talk about. Draco knew better than to argue with her, and gingerly sat across from her when they reached the living room. What happened, Draco? I mean, really? People at school are saying all sorts of things, and I just want to hear it from you. Were you really traveling with Potter? Did you abandon your family? Turn your back on you-know-who? So Draco told her everything. Probably too much, likely to the trio's annoyance, but they couldn't say anything because they were to stay hidden under the cloak. The only detail he spared was he and Harry's delicate fling, but that was mostly due to Ron and Hermione's presence. When he finished, she was completely expressionless, which made Draco nervous. I presume your Gryffindors are here now somehow? Pansy suggested. Draco hesitated. Maybe it was a foolish plan after all. He knew Pansy's father had considered siding with the Dark Lord. Perhaps it was too risky. Don't worry, I won't report you to the ministry or anything. This isn't to say I like that you brought fugitives into my home, but I won't tell anyone. I know Mum won't either. Draco relaxed and nodded for the trio to remove the invisibility cloak. Pansy exchanged suspicious glances with them and turned back to Draco. My father did decide to join the Dark Lord. My parents fought about it, then Mum gave him the boot. So in case you were worried about that, don't. She didn't want to put us any more at risk. So what's this favor you want from me? I'd like you to help us get into Hogwarts, Draco offered. Her eyebrows flew up. Are you mad? Have you actually lost your mind? Please, Pans, you're the only person that can do it, Draco pleaded. Stop your whining. I didn't say I wouldn't help you, she sighed. Draco grinned. Thank you, Pansy. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. It's not just me who'd be risking her neck. My mum would be as well. You'll have to ask her. I'll support you, but you'll have to do the convincing. Just as she said that, Draco heard the voice of Karina Parkinson from the kitchen. Muffin, are your things all sorted? She stopped as she opened the door, her mouth hanging open as she stared at Harry. Dear, why is Harry Potter in our home? Draco stood and adjusted his robes. Draco, care to explain? Pansy led. Draco gave her mother the more concise. These are my friends now too, and we really need to get into Hogwarts, please version. Mrs. Parkinson's lips were pursed into a tight line as she listened to him. Will you help us? He asked finally. She hesitated. Did Pansy agree to this? He nodded. He was surprised, but grateful that the trio hadn't said anything. It felt nice because perhaps it meant they trusted him. Mrs. Parkinson sighed. Very well. I will get you into Hogsmeade, but no further than that. Getting into Hogwarts is your own business. Draco breathed a sigh of relief. Sweetie, are you ready to go? You don't want to be late, she addressed Pansy again. Yes, Mum. All my things are by the fireplace, Pansy said. Her trunk sat upright next to the unlit fire. I presume you've all traveled by Floo powder before? Draco and Ron said, yes. Hermione said, no. And Harry said something along the lines of, sort of unsuccessfully. Mrs. Parkinson frowned in confusion, as if she couldn't comprehend how anyone ever got around without the use of Floo powder. In that case, you can travel in pairs. Draco instinctively took Harry's arm, and Hermione took Ron's. Remember to be clear. The location is called Hogsmeade's Star Potions. I'll go first. Mrs. Parkinson fled out first, then Pansy with her trunk, then Draco and Harry, and finally Ron and Hermione. When they arrived on the sales floor of the potion shop, it was dark due to the flames from the Floo dying out. Yet, it was surprisingly warm and inviting for a potion shop. The floor was decorated with floral rugs, and there were lanterns hanging from the ceiling. The smell of perfume was strong and reminiscent of fresh flowers. Once they had all arrived, Pansy's mother excused herself, and they were alone with Pansy once again. So how do you plan on getting into the castle? There are passageways that we can use, Harry started. Nice try. The headmaster had them blocked. Damn it. How will we get in then? That's above my pay grade, I'm afraid. I'm surprised you're helping us at all, Hermione said. Oh no, I'm not helping you, Mudblood. I'm helping Draco. I couldn't care less what happens to you, Pansy snapped. Pans, could you please not use that word? If you consider yourself my friend, at least. Pansy scowled at him. Why not? You use it more often than I do. At least you did anyway before you were indoctrinated by that little. We need a new plan. Maybe just one of us could follow Parkinson to the castle under the invisibility cloak? We could get help from someone on the inside, Harry suggested, interrupting Pansy. If I'm taking anyone with me, it's Draco, Pansy sniffed. He's not going alone, Harry snapped. Pansy glowered at him. Do you not trust me with your boyfriend, Potter? I'm not, Draco started. Why would we trust you? We're only here because we trust Draco, Harry snapped back. Let's go. We're running out of time. Pansy let out an airy laugh. That's hilarious. I never thought I'd see the day. We can't just wait here, Ron protested, as they all ignored Pansy's comment. You have to. Please. We'll get to you as soon as we can. This is the best we have for now. I'd go alone if it were up to me, but it's not, Harry said. Good you can't, because that would be moronic, Draco added into his ear.